Chapter 27, Book 13. Prince Bohemond of Antioch is killed near Mamistra in Cilicia. The king hastens to Antioch. Bohemond's wife attempts to repel her father's arrival, but the city is handed over to the king by the citizens, excluding the princess. After Lord Bohemond, the king's son-in-law and prince of Antioch, returned from the expedition to his own province, Radwan, the son of Malediction and prince of Aleppo, a most powerful ruler of the Turks, invaded the borders of the Antiochites. When Lord Bohemond, wishing to defend his lands, went to confront him, he descended into Cilicia, driven also by other reasons of a domestic and personal nature. While he was encamped in a place called the Field of Tents in the wide open plains, a sudden multitude of enemies attacked, and as his men deserted him, he was pierced by swords and perished. A great prince, and one who would have been beloved by God if he had lived, had not untimely death and envious fate removed him from human affairs. This event greatly disturbed the minds of the people of Antioch, who believed they could be safely preserved under his rule for a long time, and presumed more from his youth than was prudent. Falling again into renewed complaints, fearing they would become prey to enemies without a prince's leadership, they consulted together and summoned the king of Jerusalem. When this news reached the king, he was moved by the novelty of the event, and feared that something worse might happen to the region due to the leader's absence. Setting aside his own affairs, he began to care for those of others, considering nothing foreign that happened to Christian princes. He deemed it worthy of his concern to see what benefit could come to the Christian people through his efforts, and he hastened to Antioch with quick steps. Meanwhile, Bohemond's daughter, upon learning of her husband's death and driven by a wicked spirit, conceived a nefarious plan before she was aware of her father's approach, to secure a more stable position for herself and to carry out her intention. She sent messengers to a powerful Turkish leader named Zengi, hoping with his help to claim Antioch for herself in perpetuity, against the will of the nobles and the entire populace. She had a single daughter by Lord Bohemond of blessed memory, who did not seem to hold much favor with her mother. The mother's entire intention seemed to be directed towards either remaining in widowhood or moving to a second marriage, to possess the principality herself, disinheriting her daughter. She also sent to the aforementioned nobleman, through a certain trusted servant, a very white palfrey adorned with silver horseshoes, a bridle, and other silver trappings, covered with a very white saddlecloth, so that all would harmonize in snowy whiteness. This messenger was intercepted by chance on the way, and brought before the king, where he confessed the details of the plot, and reaping the fruits of his actions, ended his life by the ultimate punishment. The king therefore hastened to Antioch due to the aforementioned misfortunes, and upon arriving at the city, was not admitted by his daughter, who, fearing her guilty conscience, also dreaded her father's judgment. She attempted to resist entirely, handing over the city to her accomplices, and those she had corrupted with money, and sought to exercise her tyranny more freely, but events turned out far differently than she had planned. In the city were men who feared God and despised the insolence of the raging woman. Among them were Peter the translator, a monk of St. Paul, and William of Adversailles. With the consent of others, they secretly summoned the king through intermediaries and stationed Lord Fulk, Count of Anjou, at the Duke's Gate, and Lord Jocelyn, Count of Edessa, at the gate of St. Paul. Then they opened the entrances and brought the king inside. Upon learning this, the princess fled to the citadel, but later, summoned by wiser individuals, whom she trusted completely, she presented herself before her father, ready to submit to his judgment. Although the father had conceived a more severe indignation against her for her grave offense, he was nevertheless swayed by the intercession of those pleading on her behalf, and not devoid of paternal affection. Having regained Antioch, he granted her the maritime cities of Laodicea and Gabulus, which her husband had destined for her as a marriage gift by supreme judgment, to prevent her from attempting anything similar in the future. After arranging the affairs of that city and entrusting its care to the princes, he returned to Jerusalem, called back by domestic concerns. However, he first took oaths of loyalty, both from the great and the small, that they would faithfully preserve Antioch with its dependencies for Constance, the ward and daughter of the younger Lord Bohemond, whether during his lifetime or after his death. He feared his own daughter's malice lest she attempt to disinherit the aforementioned ward, as she had done before. Chapter 28, Book 13. The king returns to Jerusalem. Stricken by severe illness, he dies and is buried with other kings in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Having returned to Jerusalem, the king fell into a very severe illness. Seeing that the day of his death was approaching, he left his own palace, humble and supplicant before the Lord, and, setting aside his royal status, ordered himself to be transferred to the house of the patriarch. As it was closer to the site of the Lord's resurrection, he placed his hope in him who had conquered death there, believing that he would make him a participant in the resurrection. There, having summoned his daughter's son-in-law, and the young Baldwin, who was already 2 years old, and in the presence of the Lord Patriarch, the prelates of the churches, and some of the princes who happened to be present, he entrusted to them the care and full authority of the kingdom, bestowing upon them a paternal blessing in the manner of a pious prince. He himself, a true confessor of Christ, took on the habit of religion and professed a regular life, if he were to live. And he commended his spirit to the Father of spirits, ready to receive rewards with the pious princes, by the grace of the Lord. He died in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1131, in the 13th year of his reign. On the 21st day of August, he was buried among his predecessors, kings of blessed memory, beneath Mount Calvary, before the place called Golgotha, with great care from his people and solemn ceremonies befitting royal dignity. His memory remains in blessing among all to this day, due to his outstanding faith and notable deeds. Chapter 1, Book 14. The character and ancestry of Lord Fulk, the third king of Jerusalem, after the passing of Lord Baldwin. The second Latin king of Jerusalem, known as Baldwin of Bourke, his son-in-law Lord Fulk succeeded him. Fulk was the Count of Tours, May, and Anjou, and had married Baldwin's eldest daughter, Melisande, as previously mentioned. Fulk was a red-haired man, but like David, whom the Lord found to be after his own heart, he was faithful, gentle, and contrary to the usual traits of his complexion. He was affable, kind, and merciful. He was exceedingly generous in works of piety and the giving of alms. In worldly matters, he was a powerful prince, and very fortunate among his people, even before he was called to the governance of the kingdom. He was highly experienced in military affairs, patient and prudent in the toils of war. Of medium stature, he was already advanced in age, being over 60 years old. Among other weaknesses, he suffered due to the law of mortality. He had a memory so fluid and unreliable that he could not remember the names of his own household members, nor recognize the faces of more than a few. Thus, he would often inquire diligently about someone to whom he had just shown the highest honor and favor, asking who they were if they appeared unexpectedly. This led many who presumed upon his familiarity to confusion, as they intended to be defenders for others, but found themselves needing a patron with him. Fulk's father, also named Fulk and surnamed Rechind, was the Count of Tours and Anjou. He married Bertha, the sister of Lord Amalric of Montfort, and they had 2 sons, Fulk, the subject of our discourse, and Geoffrey Martel, as well as a daughter named Ermengarde. Ermengarde was first married to William, Count of Poitou, but after being spurned and unlawfully cast aside, she went to the Count of Brittany and adhered to him with marital affection. From them was born Conan, Count of Brittany, surnamed the Fat. With these 3 children born to the elder Fulk, their mother, having been rejected by her husband, went to King Philip of France. He, having cast aside his lawful wife, took her as his consort and partner in care, treating her with marital affection against ecclesiastical laws, despite the strong opposition of the bishops and princes of his kingdom. From her he had children, Florus, Philip, and Cecilia, whom we mentioned earlier. Cecilia was first the wife of Tancred, Prince of Antioch, and after his death she married Lord Pons, Count of Tripoli. The aforementioned Fulk, son of the elder Fulk, after his father's death married the daughter of Count Elias of Maine named Guberge. From her he had 2 sons and as many daughters. The cause of this marriage was his mother, for when the young Fulk was serving as cupbearer in the court of the Count of Poitou, his lord, he was captured and imprisoned by the same count upon hearing of his elder brother's death. This was due to a dispute over certain castles that the count sought to seize from him by force, which his father and brother had long possessed by hereditary right, but as a fief of the said count. Hearing of this, his mother, who had long since separated from his father and gone to the King of France, was moved by maternal compassion. She earnestly implored and obtained from the king that her son be released from chains and restored to his paternal inheritance. She also secured that the king would grant his son the only daughter of the aforementioned Count Elias, along with all her inheritance as his wife's. From her, as mentioned, he had 2 sons and daughters in the same number. The firstborn was named Geoffrey, who succeeded his father in the same county. To him the elder Henry, the most powerful king of England, gave his only daughter, Matilda, widow of Emperor Henry of the Romans, as a wife. From her, Geoffrey had 3 sons. Henry, who now vigorously and wisely governs the kingdom of England, Geoffrey, surnamed Plantagenet, and William, known by the surname Longsword. The second son of Lord Fulk, named after his maternal grandfather, was Elias. To him Rotrou, Count of Perche, gave his only daughter as a wife, promising that he would not marry another, and would transfer all his inheritance to him intact upon his death. However, forgetful of his agreements and prodigal with his promises, he married the sister of Count Patrick, a nobleman from England, and had several children by her, thus making Elias unexpectedly alienated from his inheritance. The names of the daughters were Sibylla, who married the illustrious and noble Lord Tyre, Count of Flanders, from whom Philip was born, who today manages the county of Flanders, and Matilda, who was betrothed to the son of the aforementioned King Henry of England. However, before they could marry, her betrothed, while sailing to England, suffered shipwreck and was drowned at sea. Matilda, vowing perpetual celibacy, led a religious life as a nun in the convent of Fontevraud. Chapter 2, Book 14, How before being summoned by King Baldwin, he came to Jerusalem for pilgrimage, and about his promotion to king. Thus, the aforementioned Fulk, after the death of his wife, traveled to Jerusalem for the purpose of prayer before he was summoned by the Lord King. There, conducting himself magnificently in the service of God, he earned the favor of all the people, the friendship of the Lord King, and the close acquaintance of all the princes, due to his merits. Indeed, he maintained 100 knights at his own expense for an entire year in the kingdom. Eventually, he returned safely to his own lands, arranging marriages for his daughters and sons, and organizing his county in excellent condition. While he diligently and wisely attended to his affairs for several years after his return, behold, the Lord King of Jerusalem concerned about succession, specifically to whom he should marry his eldest daughter, after much deliberation. With the common counsel of all the princes and the favor of the people, sent some of his princes, namely Lord William of Bures and Lord Guy Brisbard, to the aforementioned count, inviting him to the marriage of his daughter and the succession of the kingdom. Having settled his affairs and organized his county, he gave his blessing to his children and, taking with him some of his honorable nobles, set out on the journey in response to the Lord King's summons. After entering the kingdom, he immediately, within a few days, as was agreed, married the king's eldest daughter, receiving as a dowry 2 maritime cities, Tyre and Acre. He held these for nearly 3 years, continuing to be called Count as before. Upon the death of the Lord King on the 22nd of August in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1131, the same Count, with his aforementioned wife, was solemnly and customarily crowned and consecrated on the 14th of September, the day of the exaltation of the Holy Cross, in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre by Lord William, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, of blessed memory. Chapter 3, Book 14. Count Jocelyn of Edessa ill confronts the enemy in a litter. After victory he dies, and about his son Jocelyn. During this time, Lord Jocelyn, Count of Edessa, worn out by a long illness, lay bedridden awaiting the imminent day of his death. The previous year, near the region of Aleppo, a tower made of unbaked bricks had collapsed upon him. He had ordered it undermined to capture the enemies inside more easily, but it suddenly fell, catching him off guard. His men, with great effort, barely rescued him as if he were buried, with his limbs crushed. Weakened by this affliction for a long time, he still clung to life, though he was slipping away. Suddenly a messenger arrived, announcing that the Sultan of Iconium had besieged one of his castles, named Crescent. Upon hearing this, the magnanimous man, though physically weak and utterly powerless, but strong in spirit, ordered his son to be summoned. He instructed him to gather all the troops of that region and bravely confront the aforementioned enemy, taking his place as his father was unable to do so. However, his son objected, saying that the Sultan was reported to be coming with a large force, and compared to such numbers he had few men. He began to make excuses. Seeing his son's faint-heartedness, and deducing from his words what kind of man he would become, the father ordered the military forces and the entire population of the region to be assembled. Once they were ready, he commanded a litter to be prepared for himself. Climbing into it, he confronted the enemy, forgetting his pain and weakness. As he advanced a little with the army, one of the region's nobles, Geoffrey, surnamed the Monk, informed him that upon hearing of his approach, the Sultan had lifted the siege from the castle and hastened his return journey. Upon learning this, the Count ordered the litter in which he was being carried to be set down on the ground. With his hands raised to heaven, and a devout spirit, he gave thanks to the Lord with sighs and tears, grateful that in his final moments the gracious and merciful Lord had visited him with such favor, that even half dead and on the threshold of death, he was still formidable to the enemies of the Christian faith. In this act of thanksgiving, he surrendered his last breath to heaven, leaving behind his son, who bore his name, but was far removed from his father's glory, as the sole heir of all his possessions. This Jocelyn the Younger was born of a sister of Leo the Armenian, a man of great power among his people. He was short in stature but robust, with a full build, dark skin and hair, a broad face marked with the scars of the disease commonly known as smallpox, swollen eyes, and a prominent nose. He was generous and notable for his military actions, but excessively given to feasting, indulging in the works of Venus and the impurities of the flesh, to the point of infamy. He married Beatrice, a noble widow of William of Saone, who was noble in body, but even nobler in character. From her, he had a son, the third Jocelyn, and a daughter, who was first the wife of Reynold of Mares, and later of Lord Amalric, Count of Jaffa, who later became King of Jerusalem. From this union was born Baldwin, the sixth King of Jerusalem, and his sister Sibylla. However, as will be discussed later, due to his laziness and sins, he lost the entire region that his father had governed with appropriate moderation. Chapter 4, Book 14. The king is called by the Antiochenes, and the malice of the princess is revealed. In the first year of King Folk's reign, both the city and the entire region of Antioch were left without the support of a prince. Lord Bohemond the Younger had died before King Folk, leaving only a daughter as heir. Fearing that the lack of a protector would expose the province to the plots of enemies, the nobles of that region called upon the king to take charge of their affairs and to bring everything under his care. The wife of the deceased prince, the daughter of King Baldwin and sister of Lady Melisande, was a woman exceedingly cunning and malicious. She had certain supporters of her schemes, with whose cooperation she sought to undermine the principality. She aimed to claim the entire region for herself, disinheriting the daughter she had with her husband, and thus, having secured the principality, to remarry according to her own desires. Her father, while he lived, had diligently thwarted these same machinations immediately after her husband's death. He had ordered her to be content with what her husband had given her as a marriage gift, namely the two coastal cities of Jabala and Latakia, and had expelled her from Antioch by force. However, after her father's death, she believed she had found a suitable opportunity and once again aspired to her previously conceived plan. She had made some of the more powerful men her accomplices in these schemes, through the distribution of gifts and even greater promises. These included William of Sahuna, brother of Guerenton, Count Pons of Tripoli, and Jocelyn the Younger, Count of Edessa. Fearing these impious designs, the nobles of the region strove with all their might to oppose her efforts. Thus, as mentioned earlier, they summoned the king with the intention of having him as an ally and ensuring that the region would not lack support. Chapter 5, Book 14. The Count of Tripoli opposes the king on his way to Antioch, but is defeated. Antioch's affairs are secured. Upon hearing the embassy from Antioch and deeply concerned about the dangerous turmoil in that region, the Lord King, moved by their call, hastened and reached Berytus. However, the Count of Tripoli, forbidding him passage through his lands, forced the king to take Anselm of Bria, a noble and loyal man, and travel by sea to the port of St. Simeon. There, the noble and powerful leaders of Antioch met him and brought him into the city, submitting the entire region to his command. The Count of Tripoli, although married to the king's sister as often mentioned, quickly followed the king to the Antiochian territories. It was said he was corrupted by the gifts of the princess and intended to oppose the king's actions. The count held 2 castles in those parts, Arsacanum and Rugia, which he possessed through his wife. Lord Tancred, of pious memory in Christ, had given them to his wife as a marriage gift upon his death. The count fortified these with arms and soldiers, beginning to harass the king and his men from there. The people of Antioch, greatly distressed by this, urged the king to confront the count and restrain his presumptuous attacks. Agreeing to their pleas and remembering the injuries he suffered when the count had previously blocked his passage, the king advanced there with all the forces he could muster. It happened that near the aforementioned Rugia, both sides assembled their troops and engaged in battle, fighting with uncertain outcomes for a long time. Eventually, the king gained the upper hand, turning the count and his men to flight. After defeating the troops, he captured many of the count's soldiers, whom he took to Antioch in chains. Finally, through the efforts of industrious and faithful mediators, the king and the count were reconciled. The king returned the captured soldiers to the count, and the region's condition seemed to improve. However, the wiser men of the province feared that once the king returned to his own lands, the region might be shaken by internal strife, giving enemies greater opportunity to harm. They earnestly pleaded with the king to extend his stay among them. The king, considering that by the Lord's mercy his kingdom was secure and enjoying full tranquility, and recognizing that the region he was in greatly needed a ruler's protection, graciously agreed. He organized the city and its surroundings with the common counsel of the leaders, applying careful management to bring everything to the best possible state. Thus, he gained the greater favor of all the citizens and even the princes who remained loyal. With their affairs secured and matters arranged in proper order, after staying as long as their needs seemed to require, he returned to his kingdom, called back by domestic concerns. He entrusted the care of the principality to a noble and industrious man, Reynold, surnamed Mansour. Chapter 6. Book 14. He is again summoned by the Antiochians. Sanguine besieges a certain castle in the lands of Tripoli. The king lifts the siege at his sister's intervention. As time went on, while the same king was diligently attending to the needs of the kingdom entrusted to him by God, laboring earnestly like Martha in the frequent service of its affairs, a messenger arrived from the Antiochi. He reported that an immense force of Turks had crossed the great river Euphrates from the Persian Gulf and the entire eastern region, and had settled in great numbers around the Antiochian territories. Upon hearing this, the king was greatly troubled about the state of the principality entrusted to him, and the safety of those living there, especially since they had placed all their hope in him. He was also concerned by the proverbial saying, "Your own affairs are at stake when your neighbor's wall is on fire," understanding that the downfall of his neighbors would endanger him as well. Deciding that it was honorable to provide aid to brothers in need, he summoned all the knights and foot soldiers from the entire kingdom and prepared for the journey, hastening there with all speed. While advancing with his troops, he reached Sidon, where his sister, Lady Cecilia, the countess and wife of Pons, Count of Tripoli, brought sorrowful news. She said that Sanguine, the prince of Aleppo and a most powerful Turkish satrap, had besieged her husband in one of his fortresses, named Mons Ferrandus, with a great force. She urgently pleaded, with the insistence typical of a woman, that he should set aside other matters that did not require such immediate attention and quickly come to her husband's aid in his distress. Moved by her urgent plea, the king postponed his previous undertaking for a short time and directed his forces there, taking with him some soldiers from the count's retinue who had been left behind from the count's expedition. Hearing that the Lord King was hastening to lift the siege sanguine, after consulting with his men on what seemed most advantageous, lifted the siege without resistance and returned with his troops to his own lands. Chapter 7. Book 14. The king hastens to Antioch. He puts the assembled enemies to flight. The Antiochenes are enriched with the spoils of the enemy. With the count's affairs temporarily settled, the king, now free from this concern, returns to his original task and hastens his journey to Antioch, as he had previously planned. Upon hearing of his arrival, the people of Antioch go out to meet him with great joy, welcoming such a distinguished guest. They hope that through his skill they might withstand the violence of the enemies said to be approaching without danger. For a large multitude, even if vast, rarely succeeds without a leader, and numerous troops without a commander are like sand without lime, scarcely able to hold together. Meanwhile, consistent rumors and widespread reports announced that those who were said to have crossed the Euphrates with a strong hand and very abundant equipment, having joined forces with those they found near the river who were familiar with the area, had set up camp on the borders of Aleppo, intending to ravage the entire region with sudden raids. They had gathered from all neighboring territories in a place called Kenestrivum. From there, with all their forces assembled and guided by those knowledgeable of the area, they planned to launch surprise attacks throughout the province. Upon learning this, the king, having summoned military forces from the entire principality, and with his own companions, set out from Antioch and camped near the fortress of Harik. He waited there prudently for several days, hoping that the enemy, who were said to have greater forces, would provoke his troops into battle or reveal their intentions in some other way. However, seeing that they made no such move and remained securely in their camp, perhaps waiting for greater reinforcements, he suddenly attacked them. Finding them unprepared, he pressed upon them with swords and pierced them with lances before they could seize their weapons. Only a few managed to escape death by fleeing on horseback, while the rest were killed. Leaving behind their camp filled with all manner of goods and various equipment, and having slain countless of them, nearly 3,000 our victorious forces, laden with the spoils of the enemy to the point of excess and unwilling to take more, returned to Antioch with great joy in the symbols of their triumph. From that time on, the king began to enjoy the full reconciliation and favor of all the Antiochenes, both nobles and commoners alike. Previously, due to the influence of the princess, who found the king's presence unwelcome and suspicious, some of the leading men had opposed him, favoring the princess because of the generous gifts she lavishly distributed. Chapter 8, Book 14. The Patriarch of Jerusalem and the kingdom's leaders establish a very necessary fortress named Castle Arnold. Meanwhile, while the Lord King was occupied in the region of Antioch, attending to its affairs as if they were his own, until a prince could be appointed there by common council, those who remained in the kingdom, namely the Lord Patriarch and the citizens of Jerusalem, placed their trust in the Lord. Gathering their forces together, they constructed a fortress with solid workmanship near the ancient site of Nob, which is today commonly called Betenubal. This location is at the descent of the mountains, at the first approach of the plains, on the road leading to Lydda and reaching the sea. The fortress was built to protect passing pilgrims, for there, in the narrow mountain passes, travelers often face great danger from sudden raids by the people of Ascalon. Once the work was successfully completed, they named it Castle Arnold. By the grace of the Lord, the benefit of this castle was such that the journey to and from Jerusalem became less perilous and the route much safer. Chapter 9, Book 14. The king's counsel to send for Raymond, son of the Count of Poitiers, to marry Constance, daughter of Bohemond. Having achieved such a remarkable victory, the Lord King, managing the affairs of the Principality of Antioch at his own discretion, was held in high esteem. By divine provision he had been granted the governance of 2 kingdoms, and flourishing in both with prosperity, he protected the people with complete tranquility. The leading men of that region approached him, especially those who were devoted to maintaining loyalty to the late Prince Bohemond and his daughter, who was still a minor. They approached the Lord King intimately, earnestly requesting that he, who had a fuller knowledge of noble men and illustrious youths from beyond the mountains, advise them on whom among so many princes they should summon to marry their lord's daughter, the heir of her father's goods. The king, gladly receiving their request, and commending both their loyalty and concern, joined them in this deliberation. After considering many options, it was decided by common council that a noble and exceptionally gifted young man named Raymond, son of Lord William, Count of Poitiers, should be called for this purpose. He was said to be staying at the court of Lord Henry the Elder, King of the English, where he had taken up arms as a knight, while his elder brother, Lord William, governed Aquitaine by hereditary right. After weighing the options, they deemed it more expedient to send envoys secretly. They dispatched a certain Gerald, surnamed Debaret, a brother of the hospital, with letters from the Lord Patriarch and all the nobles. They feared that if he were summoned formally and by more prominent persons, the princess, being exceedingly cunning, might create obstacles. It was easy for anyone to hinder his arrival, for Roger, then Duke of Apulia and later king, claimed Antioch with all its dependencies as his rightful inheritance, wishing to succeed as the cousin of Lord Bohemond. Robert Guiscard, father of the elder Bohemond, and Roger, Count of Sicily, who was nicknamed Bursa, and was the father of this King Roger, were brothers by both parents. The younger Bohemond, son of the elder, was the father of the young girl to whose marriage the aforementioned young Raymond was invited. Therefore, it was necessary to summon him cautiously, lest his rivals, upon learning of his arrival, hinder his access either by force or treachery. With these arrangements made, the Lord King, with the favor of all accompanying him, set out for the regions of Jerusalem. Chapter 10. Book 14. The death of Bernard, Patriarch of Antioch, Ralph, Archbishop of Nemistra, succeeds him amidst tumult. During this time, Bernard, an elderly man of great memory, simple and God-fearing, the first Latin patriarch in Antioch, departed this life in the 36th year of his pontificate. After his death, all the suffragans of that vast see, both archbishops and bishops, gathered as was customary to provide wisely for the church, which was deprived of its shepherd. While they were engaged in earnest discussions about this important matter in the patriarchal palace, as is usual in such cases, a certain Ralph, Archbishop of Nemistra, from the castle of Danfront, located on the border of the dioceses of Normandy and Le Mans, a military man, magnificent and very generous, well liked by the people and the knightly order, was elected solely by the vote of the people, as it is said, without the knowledge of the brothers and fellow bishops, and was enthroned in the chair of the Prince of the Apostles. Those who had gathered to appoint a patriarch with the Lord's guidance upon hearing this were divided, refusing to show obedience to the one they had not chosen, fearing the indiscriminate fury and clamor of the people. Nevertheless, Ralph occupied the church and palace, and without delay took the pallium from the altar of St. Peter for himself, without any reverence for the Roman Church. Over time, he drew some of the church's suffragans into his communion. And as we have learned from many accounts, if he had embraced peace with the church's canons, and had not presumed to disturb their possessions, driven by a spirit of pride, he might have lived there in tranquility. But as the saying goes, it is difficult for things that begin badly to end well. Due to his sins, he became so insolent from the abundance of wealth, considering no man above himself, that he presented himself more as a successor of Antioch than of Peter or Ignatius. He violently expelled some of the church's leaders, imprisoning others in chains as if they were guilty of capital crimes. Among them was a certain Arnulf by name, a Calabrian by birth, a noble and learned man, and also Lambert, a man of remarkable simplicity and honorable conduct, also learned, the archdeacon of the same church. He threw them into a prison filled with lime as if they were bloodthirsty men, and afflicted them for many days, accusing them of conspiring against his life. By conducting himself with such a savage mind towards his subjects, he provoked universal hatred against himself. Hardly even among his close associates and household did he find a place that seemed safe, agitated by the pricks of a guilty conscience. But enough of this for now, as we will speak of his end in due course at the appropriate time. Chapter 11. Book 14. Pope Honorius passes away. Innocent is appointed in his place. A dangerous schism arises. William, Archbishop of Tyre, departs this life. Fulcher is appointed in his place. He travels to Rome, requests, and obtains the pallium. While these events were unfolding in the East, Pope Honorius reached the end of his days and paid the debt of nature. As the cardinals deliberated on appointing his successor, their desires were divided, unable to agree. They contentiously elected two individuals, Gregory, the cardinal deacon of St. Angelo, whom they consecrated and called Innocent, and Peter, known as Peter of Leon, a cardinal priest of the title of Santa Maria in Trastevere, also consecrated by his electors and called Anacletus. Thus a very dangerous schism arose, threatening not only the churches within the city and causing mutual slaughter among the people, but also shaking nearly the entire world as kingdoms, ignited by differing passions, clashed with one another. Eventually, after many labors and immense dangers, Innocent prevailed, with the aforementioned Peter, his rival for the papacy, passing away first. During these same days, our aforementioned predecessor, William, the first Latin archbishop of Tyre after the city's liberation, departed to the Lord, having laid down the burden of the flesh. While the city was still held by enemies, a certain Odo had been appointed to the title of the same church. But he passed away before the city's liberation, as previously mentioned. He was succeeded by the venerable Fulcher, a man of good memory, an Aquitanian by nation, from Angoulême by birth, a religious man who feared God, modestly learned, yet steadfast, and a lover of discipline. He had been an abbot among the regular canons in a monastery named Celada. However, during the aforementioned schism between Pope Innocent and Peter, son of Peter of Leon, Gerard, Bishop of Angoulême, and legate of the Apostolic See, who supported the latter, caused many troubles for those who sided with the other party. Unable to bear this, the venerable man, with permission from his brothers, came to Jerusalem for prayer and eventually professed a regular life and dedication in the cloister of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. He was then called to the Church of Tyre. He governed that church vigorously and successfully for 12 years, being the fourth before us, who now preside over the same church, not by merit of election, but solely by the Lord's grace and patience. After receiving the consecration from William, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, he wished to hasten to the Roman Church to obtain the pallium, following the example of his predecessor. He suffered ambushes and violence from the same Patriarch and his accomplices, barely escaping their hands with great difficulty to reach the Roman Church for the aforementioned purpose. As is clearly evident from the tenor of the letters of Pope Innocent, he states, Innocent, Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the venerable brother William, Patriarch of Jerusalem, greetings and apostolic blessing. The evangelical authority declares that the leadership of the entire church and ecclesiastical institution was granted to the blessed Peter, the Prince of the Apostles, by a heavenly privilege. And further, we are astonished that, although the Roman Church has labored so greatly for the liberation of the Eastern Church, and by shedding the blood of many sons, has stirred the hearts of both ecclesiastics and seculars to its service. You have not responded to this, Mother, as is fitting on this occasion, for it seemed little to you that you presumed to disturb our venerable brother Fulcher, Archbishop of Tyre, coming to the Roman Church for the reception of the pallium, following the custom of his predecessors, unless you also showed yourself inhuman, difficult, and excessively harsh towards him upon his return from us. You neither restored the ancient dignity of the Tyrian Church to him, nor did you wish to render justice to him regarding the damages inflicted there, or concerning Caiapha or Porphyry, according to our mandate, within 3 months after receiving our letters. It is indeed unworthy that the honor which would be shown to him by the Antiochene Church, if he obeyed, should be withheld by you or your successors. Furthermore, you are said to act too dominantly over his subjects. Therefore, by apostolic authority, we command you, as you wish to be supported by the pious efforts and comforts of this same mother, and as you desire to be aided by her patronage in your needs. to love and honor the said archbishop, and not presume to disturb him in any way. Rather, do not delay to provide him full justice in all matters about which he has lodged a complaint with you within 40 days after you receive this letter, and do not presume to act against the statutes of the canons concerning his subjects. Otherwise, you should fear that we may withdraw both him and his suffragans from your obedience, and retain them in our hand, given at the Lateran, the 16th day before the calends of January. Chapter 12, Book 14. The Roman Church commands obedience to the Patriarch of Jerusalem. Upon returning from the Roman Church, he received the mandate that, until it was decided to which of the two patriarchs he would permanently yield, he should, as had been instructed to his predecessor, obey the Patriarch of Jerusalem. He was to hold the same dignity in the Church of Jerusalem that his predecessors had held in the Church of Antioch, as long as they obeyed it. It is certain that among the 13 archbishops who, since the days of the apostles, were subject to the see of Antioch, the Archbishop of Tyre held the first place, so much so that he is called Protothronos in the East, as is contained in the catalogue of suffragan bishops who looked to the Church of Antioch. In this catalogue it is read as follows: First see Tyre, under which are 13 bishoprics. Second see Tarsus, under which are 5 bishoprics. Third see Edessa, under which are 10 bishoprics. Fourth see Apamea, under which are 7 bishoprics. Fifth see Hierapolis, under which are 8 bishoprics. Sixth see Bostra, under which are 19 bishoprics. Eighth see Seleucia, under which are 24 bishoprics. Ninth see Damascus, under which are 10 bishoprics. 10th see Amida, under which are 7 bishoprics. 11th see Sergiopolis, under which are 4 bishoprics. 12th see Theodosiopolis, under which are 7 bishoprics. 13th see Emesa, under which are 4 bishoprics. There are 8 metropolitans sustaining themselves independently and 12 archbishops. Therefore, it is clearly gathered from the rescriptive letters from Lord Innocent, directed to the same William of Jerusalem, that the Church of Tyre should hold the first place among the suffragans of the Church of Jerusalem, and that it should obey solely by the command of the Lord Pope. The letter states, Innocent Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to William, Patriarch of Jerusalem, greetings and apostolic blessing. The more the benevolence of the heavenly munificence has exalted the Church of Jerusalem in your times, the more it is fitting for your person to be more humane towards your brothers, and to honor with mutual charity those who show you obedience. Therefore we command your fraternity to love and honor our venerable brother Fulcher, Archbishop of Tyre, who obeys you by the mandate of the Holy Roman Church, with the regard of brotherly love. Carefully ensure that you do not impose any burden upon him, nor under the pretext of this kind of subjection, which indeed is granted to you and the Church of Jerusalem by the beneficence of the Apostolic See. Should the noble and famous Church of Tyre suffer any loss of its justice or dignity, for it is unworthy that the honor which would be shown to it by Antioch, if it obeyed, should be withdrawn by you or your successors. Given at Albano on the 16th day before the calends of August. Chapter 13, Book 14. Instructions for his suffragans to obey him, and several letters are sent for this purpose. Upon his return, although with some difficulty, the suffragans who had been under the jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Jerusalem until that day were restored to him, namely, the bishops of Acre, Sidon, and Beirut. However, the Patriarch of Antioch forcibly retained the others, namely the bishops of Byblos, Tripoli, and Antiratus, who held other bishoprics of the same church as if they were their own. He claimed as his sole reason that they did not obey him, not that he denied they belonged to his jurisdiction. To prevent this and to have them return to their mother church of Tyre, the same Lord Pope Innocent had commanded, writing to both the aforementioned bishops and the Patriarch of Antioch in this manner: Innocent Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the venerable brothers Gerard of Tripoli, R. of Tortosa, and H. of Byblos, bishops, greetings and apostolic blessing. Your fraternity should know that the state of the church shines more clearly when the ranks established within it are preserved unscathed, and the reverence due to each prelate is shown without contention or contradiction. Indeed, it is fitting for each of those subject to them to consider with what great reverence and honor they ought to honor prelates, if they have any. If these are unjustly and undeservedly withheld, the state of unity will surely waver, to which ecclesiastical doctrine, for greater firmness, has diligently ordered all things to be reduced. Therefore, lest the honor or dignity of your churches be diminished or annulled due to undue contention or rebellion, we command and instruct you through apostolic writings to show due obedience and reverence to our venerable brother Fulcher, Archbishop of Tyre, as your metropolitan. For we restore you and your churches to the Church of Tyre, which is your metropolis, by apostolic authority, and we absolve you from the oath or fidelity by which you are bound to the Patriarch of Antioch in the same manner. If, however, you neglect to obey our commands and return to the obedience of our aforementioned brother within 3 months after receiving these letters, we will hold the sentence he canonically pronounces against you as ratified by the authority of God, given at the Lateran the 16th day before the calends of February. Moreover, lest they be hindered by the Patriarch of Antioch, who had detained them for a long time, and was a more powerful man from executing the command of the Lord Pope. He wrote to the same Patriarch in these words, Innocent, Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the venerable brother Radulf, Patriarch of Antioch, greetings and apostolic blessing. The institutions of the holy canons contain that each should be content with his own boundaries and not encroach upon the rights of others. We are also prohibited by both divine and human laws from doing to our neighbors what we do not wish to be done to us. Since this is so, we command your fraternity not to impede the suffragans of the Church of Tyre from showing due obedience and reverence to our venerable brother Fulcher, their metropolitan archbishop. Otherwise it is contrary to canonical sanctions if obedience is withdrawn from metropolitans by their suffragans. We desire that the proper rights and order concerning prelates and subjects be maintained without contradiction. Given at the Lateran the 16th day before the calends of February, not only did the Lord Pope write thus to them, but also to those who had been detained by the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who out of fear of him refused to obey the apostolic commands. He instructed them in the same manner, commanding that, setting aside all excuses, they should show obedience to the Lord of Tyre in this way. Innocent Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to the venerable brothers Baldwin of Beirut, Bernard of Sidon, and John of Ptolemais, bishops. Greetings and apostolic blessing. The Holy Fathers desired that there be different ranks and orders in the Church, so that, while the lesser shows subjection and reverence to the greater, a unity would be formed from devotion, and the administration of each office would be rightly conducted. It grieves us, and we are greatly astonished that, although we have long since commanded you by apostolic letters to show obedience and reverence to our venerable brother Fulcher, Archbishop of Tyre, your metropolitan, you have contemptuously refused to do so, offering certain excuses and less suitable interpretations. For indeed, to resist is like the sin of witchcraft, and to refuse to acquiesce is like the crime of idolatry. 1 Samuel 15. Therefore we command you, and by apostolic authority we again instruct you to obey our brother henceforth, removing all excuses and not to withhold from him the subjection and reverence due to your metropolitan under the pretext of obedience owed to any primate. If you continue to be disobedient, we will hold the sentence that the same archbishop canonically pronounces against you as ratified by the authority of the Lord. If, however, something is decreed against you by the Patriarch of Jerusalem, because you have obeyed our brother, we decree that the same sentence lacks force, and we consider it to be of no effect. Given at the Lateran the 16th day before the calends of February. Chapter 14, Book 14. The origin and cause of the dispute between the two patriarchs and their respective defenses. Let no one be surprised that, although we previously stated that the Archbishop of Tyre had 14 suffragans by right, the Lord Pope only mentions 6. It should be understood that the city of Paneas, which is Caesarea Philippi, did not yet have a bishop, and these 6 held the remaining bishoprics. For the Bishop of Sidon held Sarepta, as he still does. The Bishop of Tripoli held Batris, Arca, and Artusa. And the Bishop of Antiratus, also called Tortosa, held Aradus and Maraclea. Out of these 6, the Patriarch of Antioch had 3 under his obedience, namely Antiratus, Tripoli, and Byblos, After capturing the aforementioned cities, he consecrated bishops there with the intention that, once the metropolis of Tyre was restored, and the archbishop rendered due obedience according to ancient statutes, he would return them to him without difficulty, as he was obliged by right. These cities were in the county of Tripoli, so the Patriarch of Antioch could do this more freely without hindrance from the Lord King. However, in the other three cities, Beirut, Sidon, and Ptolemais, which is Acre, the Patriarch of Jerusalem consecrated bishops with the intention that, once the city of Tyre was captured and an archbishop consecrated there by him, he would return them to him. He presumed that, contrary to ancient custom, Tyre would eventually owe him obedience, relying on the letters of Pope Paschal, which seemed to grant to King Baldwin, the first king of Jerusalem, and to Lord Ghibelin, the third Patriarch of Jerusalem, that the bishops of all cities acquired or to be acquired by the Lord King or his army would be subject to the Patriarch of Jerusalem, as was previously mentioned when discussing the reign of King Baldwin, the first king of Jerusalem. Thus, the entire province of Tyre, before the metropolis was restored, was divided between the two patriarchs. What lay outside the kingdom from the place called the Pass of the Pagans downward belonged to the Church of Antioch. What lay within the kingdom's borders was possessed by the Patriarch of Jerusalem. Eventually, by the mercy of the Lord, the city of Tyre was liberated, and in the 4th year after its liberation, the Patriarch of Jerusalem consecrated an archbishop there, as we have said, and returned the suffragans he held. In the meantime, while the Patriarch of Jerusalem had it under his care, it was so diminished and reduced to nothing that only one church within the city's bounds was reserved for the future archbishop. It happened, as a common proverb goes, that those who asked and did not deserve it made large straps from another's hide. Even today, the aforementioned two lords, strong in our injury and enriched by our poverty, contend over our resources. With its members torn apart, the church which had flourished far and wide from ancient days, from the times of the apostles, with the consent of the holy and universal 7 synods, lies in tatters, mutilated of its better parts, awaiting consolation, and there is none to console it. It extends its hand, and there is none to help. We have become like those of whom it is said, whenever the kings rave, the Greeks suffer. They feast on our flesh, and may it some day cause them to vomit. We rightly attribute the cause of this great evil to the Roman Church, which, while commanding us to obey the Patriarch of Jerusalem, unjustly allows us to be curtailed by the Patriarch of Antioch. For if our integrity were restored to us, we would be ready, as obedient children, to submit to either of them without contradiction or trouble. Let no one think it irrelevant to our purpose, as we have professed to write history, that we have included these matters concerning the state of our church, for it is not fitting to deal with others' affairs and become forgetful of our own. As the proverb goes, he prays poorly who forgets himself. But now, let us return to the history. Chapter 15, Book 14. The Count of Jaffa is accused before the king, and a great tumult arises in the kingdom. As the king returned from the regions of Antioch, as we have previously mentioned, a very dangerous commotion arose once more. It was said that, for certain reasons, some of the kingdom's leading nobles conspired against the king. Among them were Hugh, the Count of Jaffa, and Roman of Lapui, lord of the region beyond the Jordan. To make this clearer, we must recount some earlier history. During the time of Lord Baldwin of Berk, who preceded Fulk on the throne, a noble and powerful man named Hugh of Puiset from the bishopric of Orleans traveled to Jerusalem for prayer with his wife Mamilia, daughter of Lord Hugh Chalet, Count of Russi. They had a son in Apulia, as his wife, being pregnant, had undertaken the journey. Since the child was too young and could not be safely transported, she left him with Lord Bohemond, her relative, and crossed the sea to visit King Baldwin, also a relative by blood. Upon her arrival, the king granted her the city of Jaffa, with its dependencies as a hereditary possession for her and her heirs. Not long after, this nobleman ended his life in death. The king then granted his widow, along with the aforementioned city, to another nobleman, Count Albert, brother of the Count of Nemours, a very powerful man from the empire, from the bishopric of Liège. However, both the count and his wife died within a short time. Hugh, who had remained a child in Apulia now grown, claimed his father's inheritance, which had devolved to him by hereditary right from the king, and obtained it. Having secured this, he married Lady Emilota, niece of Patriarch Arnulf and widow of the distinguished Lord Eustace Grenier. From her, the aforementioned Lord Eustace had twin sons, Eustace the younger, lord of the city of Sidon, and Walter, who governed Caesarea. After the death of Lord Baldwin and the ascension of Lord Fulk to the throne, serious hostilities arose between the king and the aforementioned count, due to hidden causes. Some said that the king was overly suspicious of the count, fearing he was too familiar in his conversations with the queen, for which there seemed to be many indications. Thus, inflamed by marital jealousy, he was said to have conceived an implacable hatred against him. The count was a young man, tall and handsome, distinguished in military deeds, and pleasing in the eyes of all, in whom the gifts of nature seemed to have been bestowed with full generosity. In the kingdom, he had no equal in elegance of body, nobility of birth, or military experience. He was also very closely related to the queen on his father's side, as their fathers were cousins, being the sons of two sisters. Some, however, wishing to cover up the matter, claimed that the sole cause of the king's animosity was the count's arrogance and excessive self-confidence, as he refused to submit to the king like the other nobles of the kingdom and was obstinately disobedient to his commands. Chapter 16, Book 14. Walter of Caesarea challenges the count to a duel. He joins the enemies and is abandoned by his own. Meanwhile, Walter of Caesarea, the stepson of the same count, a man of remarkable elegance in appearance, notable strength, and youthful vigor, allegedly instigated by the Lord King, rose up in the assembly of nobles. In the presence of the Lord King, where the court was most crowded, he publicly accused the count in the manner of a prosecutor, charging him with the crime of treason. He claimed that the count had conspired against the safety of the Lord King, along with certain accomplices of the same faction, against good morals and the discipline of our times. The count, however, denied the crime and offered himself, asserting that he was prepared to undergo the judgment of the court regarding the charges, as he was innocent in this matter. With these words exchanged, according to the custom of the Franks, a single combat was decreed between them, and a suitable day was appointed for the duel. The count, after the court was dismissed, returned to Jaffa. It is uncertain whether he feared his conscience, recognizing himself as guilty of the alleged crime, or whether he suspected the court. Regardless, he did not present himself on the appointed day, thereby incurring greater suspicion of the alleged crime, even among his supporters. The court and the assembly of nobles, observing his defiance, condemned him as guilty of the alleged crime, despite his absence. Understanding this, the count undertook an action unheard of until that day, worthy of public hatred and all indignation. He hastened by ship to Ascalon, a city hostile to the Christian name, and friendly to our enemies, seeking aid against the Lord King from the enemies. They, seeing the internal conflicts and domestic strife among our people as beneficial to their own cause, readily agreed. After taking hostages from him and establishing agreements on both sides, he returned to Jaffa. The people of Ascalon, driven by persistent and obstinate hatred against us and made more secure by the count's alliance and favor, invaded our borders more boldly and confidently than usual. With no one to stop them, they plundered freely, daring to run as far as Arsuf, also known as Antipatris. Hearing this, the king, having summoned military forces from the entire kingdom and a great multitude of people, besieged Jaffa. Seeing this, some of his loyal followers who were with him in the same city, namely the elder Balian and certain others who feared God, realized that the count had resolved to proceed headlong. Despite the salutary advice of his faithful friends, he could not be turned from his ruinous course, nor did he fear to pursue causes of greater danger. Abandoning the benefits they had received from him, they chose the better part and joined the Lord King. Chapter 17, Book 14. The city of Jaffa is besieged. The kingdom's leaders negotiate peace. Meanwhile, Belinus is captured by the enemy. Meanwhile, Lord Patriarch William, a man of great gentleness and a lover of peace, along with certain leaders of the kingdom, saw that these internal conflicts were exceedingly dangerous for the realm. They recalled the gospel, saying, "Every kingdom divided against itself will be laid waste, and house will fall upon house." Matthew 12:25. Fearing, as they rightly could, that this situation might provide the enemies of the Christian name with a greater opportunity to inflict harm, they positioned themselves as mediators. They endeavored to find useful negotiations for the good of peace between the Lord King and the oft-mentioned Count. Finally, after many disputes, as often happens in such matters, the peacemakers agreed that for the sake of peace, and to bestow greater honor upon the Lord King, the Count should be exiled from the kingdom for 3 years. After this period, with the king's grace, he would be allowed to re-enter the kingdom without any further accusations related to the same matter, along with those he had taken with him. Meanwhile, from the revenues of his possessions, all his debts and other obligations he had incurred would be settled. During this time, while the Lord King was occupied around Jaffa, and Lord Rainer, surnamed Bruce, along with other leaders of the kingdom, was staying there, the city of Belinos, besieged by Tiglath-Pileser, the king of the Damascenes, fell into enemy hands. This occurred before the king could provide the besieged with the aid he was diligently arranging. The city was violently breached, and its citizens, along with the mercenaries of both cavalry and infantry stationed there, were captured. The wife of the aforementioned noble and valiant man, along with others, was taken captive and suffered exile. Chapter 18. Book 14. The Count of Jaffa is treacherously wounded in Jerusalem. Tumult arises again, but after recovering, he departs by sea as agreed. Meanwhile, as the Count of Jaffa awaited passage and lingered in Jerusalem, as was his custom, an incident occurred in the district known as the Tanner's Quarter. In front of a merchant's shop, owned by a man named Alfano, while the Count was playing dice on his table, a knight of Breton origin unexpectedly drew a sword and attacked the Count, who was unsuspecting and focused on the game. The knight inflicted many grievous wounds upon him in the presence of all the bystanders. Immediately a sudden uproar ensued, and the entire city, upon hearing of this heinous act, was shaken and greatly agitated. Public opinion quickly spread that such a deed could not have occurred without the king's knowledge, and that the perpetrator, emboldened by the king's favor, dared to commit such an act. It was widely rumored that the innocent count was suffering unjust accusations, and that the king had provided clear evidence of his unwarranted hatred against the count. As a result, the count gained the favor and support of the people, and whatever accusations had been made against him seemed to stem entirely from malice. When this came to the king's attention, he wished to clear himself of any suspicion and prove his innocence with clear evidence. He ordered the perpetrator to be brought to trial, and for the notorious crime, which required neither accuser nor witnesses, as the order of law was unnecessary, he commanded that a fitting sentence be imposed. Thus, the court was convened, and by common consent, the assassin was sentenced to undergo mutilation of his limbs. When this was reported to the king, he ordered the sentence to be carried out, with the exception that the man's tongue should not be counted among the limbs to be mutilated. This exception was made, lest it be said that the tongue was deliberately removed to prevent him from confessing that he had been sent by the king or revealing the truth of the matter. In this action, the king wisely safeguarded his reputation and greatly quelled the anger directed against him. For neither in private nor in public, before or after the loss of his limbs, could the man be compelled to confess that he had acted on the king's orders or with his knowledge. Instead, he admitted that he had acted on his own initiative, hoping to gain the king's favor through this deed. The count, meanwhile, focused on caring for his own health, and, after fully recovering, left the kingdom as agreed, deeply saddened both by the recent injury and by the necessity of wandering through unknown lands, exiled from his own inheritance. He traveled to Apulia, where Lord Roger, who had already subdued the entire region, received him kindly. Roger believed that envy had driven a valiant and noble man from his kingdom, and moved by compassion, granted him the county of Gargano. However, the count was overtaken by an untimely death and, lamented by posterity, never returned to the kingdom. From that day, all those who had been accusers and instigators of hatred against the count in the king's presence, including Queen Melisande, who was also somewhat tainted by the infamy of the accusation, were tormented by the immense grief of the count's expulsion. They incurred the queen's indignation and had to exercise great caution for their own safety. Chief among them was Roard the Elder, later known as of Naples, who had primarily incited the king against the queen. The queen pursued him by all means available. It was not safe for them to appear before her, and it was wiser to avoid public gatherings. Even among the queen's supporters and relatives, the king found no entirely safe place. Eventually, through the intervention of some of their mutual acquaintances, the queen's anger was appeased, and the king, with much effort, reconciled with the other participants in the rancor, allowing them to appear before her with others. From that day, the king became so attentive to his wife that he sought to soothe the anger he had previously provoked, and he refrained from proceeding in even minor matters without her knowledge. Chapter 19, Book 14. A truce is made with the Damascenes. Captives taken at Paullinas are returned. During this time, the Damascenes requested a temporary peace from the Lord King. In addition to other concessions made to secure the treaty, they returned all the captives they had taken in the city of Paeanias, including the wife of the noble and valiant Lord Rainer Bruss, who was the city's ruler. After 2 years, this distinguished man welcomed her back into the marital embrace. However, upon later learning that she had not conducted herself prudently among the enemies, and had not observed the respect due to the marital bed with the caution expected of noble matrons, he cast her aside. She, not denying her fault, entered a convent of holy virgins in Jerusalem, binding herself with a vow of perpetual chastity, and became a nun. After her death, the illustrious man married Agnes, the niece of Lord William of Pierce. After his death, Gerard of Sidon took her as his wife, and from this union was born Reynold, who now governs the city of Sidon. The aforementioned city of Paeanias, which we mentioned was overcome during its lord's absence, had long been held by a leader of the assassins named Emir al-Aid. After receiving an agreed compensation, he had surrendered and handed it over to our people not long before, and the king had granted it to the aforementioned man to possess by hereditary right. We will later explain who the assassins are and the frivolous and God-detested traditions they follow. But for now, it suffices to know that they are a people highly suspect and justifiably feared by Christians and other sects, especially their leaders. Chapter 20, Book 14. Raymond, son of the Count of Poitiers, secretly arrives and reaches Antioch, marrying Bohemond's daughter, Constance, against the wishes and resistance of the princess, the girl's mother, and obtains the principality. Meanwhile, those sent by the people of Antioch to find Lord Raymond, son of the Count of Poitiers, as we mentioned earlier, diligently searched as instructed to discover where they might find him most easily. They learned from reliable sources that he was staying with Lord Henry, the senior king of the English, from whom he had received his knightly arms. Thus, traveling directly to England, they found the young man there. After revealing the purpose of their journey to him in secret, and with the counsel of his benefactor, the king he eagerly accepted the offer, and preparing what was necessary for the journey, set out without anyone knowing. Duke Roger of Apulia had already sensed what plans were being made in Antioch regarding Raymond's invitation. Therefore he laid traps in every maritime city of Apulia to capture him, hoping that if he could hinder his passage, he might more easily secure the desired inheritance by bribing the region's magnates with money. However, Lord Raymond, wisely concealing his intentions, set aside all pomp, and like one of the common people, sometimes on foot, sometimes riding humble beasts, traveled among the populace, never showing any sign of nobility or wealth. His companions, divided into groups, along with his household, some went ahead by 3 or 4 days' journey, while others followed, as if they had no connection to him. Thus, dressed in the garb of a pilgrim and often performing the duties of a servant, he deceived everyone with his appearance and avoided the snares of a cunning and powerful enemy. Arriving in Antioch, he delighted his friends with his arrival, but instilled considerable fear in some who supported the princess and sought to oppose his advancement. Not long before, after the aforementioned envoys had been sent to summon Lord Raymond, Princess Alice, widow of Lord Bohemond and sister of Queen Melisande, who had been ordered by her father to be content with Laodicea, and Gibua, after being excluded from the city of Antioch, had, with her sister's intercession with the king and supported by certain nobles, re-entered Antioch, acting as its lady and reclaiming all matters to her care. During this time, Ralph, the deceitful patriarch of Antioch, who was cunning in all his ways, persuaded the princess to serve and assist him against his clerics, who were persecuting him. Claiming that the summoned Lord Raymond, who was said to be coming, was destined for her and would be her future husband, he deceived her, overly credulous, with this vain hope. However, Raymond, realizing that without the favor and counsel of the patriarch he could not achieve his goal, sought through interpreters familiar to both how he might win the patriarch's favor and secure his support. Thus, Lord Raymond was required to swear an oath of loyalty to the patriarch. In return, he would easily receive the girl as his wife and the principality in peace. It was also agreed that if Raymond's brother, named Henry, came to Antioch, the patriarch would faithfully work to ensure that the girl's mother, Bohemon's widow, would marry him, along with 2 maritime cities and their territories. With these agreements made and sworn, Raymond was admitted into the city, while the mother still awaited the entire wedding preparation for herself. He was immediately led to the Basilica of the Prince of the Apostles, where with the patriarch handing over the still marriageable Constance, and at the request of all the magnates, he took her as his wife. The princess, upon hearing she had been deceived, suddenly left Antioch and returned to her own region, thereafter pursuing the prince with relentless hatred. From that day, the patriarch, becoming even more arrogant, believing he had secured a solid foundation with the prince, displayed even greater arrogance, presuming too much upon the prince, and was utterly deceived. For the prince, considering it a great disgrace that the patriarch had extorted loyalty from him, began to pursue him as an enemy, and, forgetful of the favor, joined his adversaries. Chapter 21. Book 14. The lineage and character of Raymond are described. Lord Raymond was of noble blood, distinguished by ancient lineage, and remarkable for his exceptional stature and the pleasing composition of his entire person. A young man barely adorned with the first down on his cheeks, he was handsome in appearance, surpassing the kings and princes of the earth. He was commendable for his speech and affability, and his entire demeanor displayed the charming elegance of an exceptional prince. In the use of arms and military experience, he was to be preferred over all who came before or after him. Though unlettered himself, he was a patron of the learned. He was diligent in divine matters, an eager listener to ecclesiastical offices, especially on solemn days. After marrying, he was a careful and faithful guardian of marital integrity. He was moderate in food and drink, exceedingly generous and liberal, yet somewhat imprudent, indulging more than was wise in gambling and the ruinous games of dice. Among other shortcomings he suffered, he was impulsive in spirit, impetuous in action, unrestrained in anger, lacking in reason, and not very fortunate. He was forgetful of the oath of loyalty he had promised to the Lord Patriarch, and was reckless with the faith he had pledged. Chapter 22. Book 14. The king builds a fortress named Dibelin, also known as Beersheba, to curb the insolence of the Ascalonites. In those days, the people of Ascalon had grown more insolent than usual, emboldened by their successes, and they roamed freely throughout the entire region. This city was under the control of a powerful Egyptian ruler who feared that if it were conquered, the Christian armies might invade Egypt and disturb its peace. Therefore, he spared no effort or expense to maintain it as a barrier between his land and ours. Fearing that his forces might succumb to the continuous labors and unending dangers of war, he diligently sent new troops and fresh legions every 3 months to support the citizens, along with necessary provisions and ample arms. Those who arrived newly, eager to test their strength and prove their valor, often undertook raids and expeditions, sometimes against the wishes of the veterans, frequently for the sake of experience. Seeing their audacity unceasing and their strength continually renewed, and observing that the deaths of citizens only led to more being recruited, like the heads of a hydra, decided after much deliberation that the best course of action was to build fortresses around the area. This would allow for the easier gathering of troops and more convenient restraint of the enemy's incursions, as well as more frequent assaults on the city. Having found a suitable location at the foot of the mountains, at the beginning of the plains that stretch continuously between the mountains and the aforementioned city, in the part of Judea that fell to the tribe of Simeon by lot, they planned to rebuild the ancient and ruined city of Beersheba, gathering the people of the entire kingdom along with Lord Patriarch William and the nobles. They undertook the planned work. With favorable omens, they completed the construction, building a fortress with an impregnable wall, outworks, a moat, and strong towers, 12 miles from the aforementioned Ascalon. This place, during the time of the children of Israel, was the southern boundary of the Promised Land, just as Dan, now called Panias or Caesarea Philippi, was the northern boundary, as is often found in the Old Testament, from Dan to Beersheba. Here, Abraham is said to have dug a well, which he named Abundance due to the plentiful waters. Josephus also mentions this in his Antiquities, stating, Abimelech gave him land and money, and they agreed to live without deceit, making a covenant at a certain well called Beersheba, which can be called the Well of the Covenant. Thus it is still named by the locals. It is also called the Seventh Well, and in Arabic Beth-Shebrim, which means the House of Gabriel. Once the fortress was completed and fully equipped, it was entrusted by common council to the Brothers of the Hospital of Jerusalem, who have diligently maintained it to this day, and the enemy's attacks in that area have become weaker. Chapter 23, Book 14. The Count of Tripoli is killed by treachery near Mount Pilgrim. His son Raymond succeeds him and avenges his father's death. After a short interval, Lord Pons, the Count of Tripoli, faced Bezuge, the commander of the Damascenes, who had entered the territory of Tripoli. Under the castle known as Mount Pilgrim, he bravely confronted the enemy with all his forces. However, his troops were scattered and turned to flight, leading to his capture. Betrayed by the Syrians who lived in the mountains of Lebanon above the same city, he was killed, leaving his son Raymond as heir and successor in the county. Lord Giraldus, the bishop of the same city, was also captured there. Yet, after being held by the enemy for some time without being recognized, he was restored to his former freedom by exchanging a captive who was held in chains by our people. In the same battle, a great multitude of nobles from the aforementioned city, as well as men of middle rank, fell. However, after his father's death, Raymond gathered the remaining military forces and assembled a strong infantry. He swiftly ascended Lebanon with great strength and captured all those bloodthirsty men who had persuaded the powerful man to enter the Tripolitan territory. Those he could identify as guilty of his father's murder and the public slaughter he brought to Tripoli in chains, with their wives and children. There, in the presence of the people, he subjected them to various punishments in revenge for the blood of those who had fallen in battle, forcing them to endure the harshest forms of death, deemed appropriate for the enormity of their crime. This was the first demonstration of his strength, by the young count winning the affection and favor of all. Chapter 24, Book 14. Emperor John of Constantinople, hastening towards Antioch, occupies all of Cilicia. Meanwhile, it was reported and widely spread by many accounts that Lord John, the Emperor of Constantinople and son of Lord Alexius, having summoned peoples, tribes, and languages from all corners of the empire, was preparing to descend into Syria with a multitude of chariots and unheard-of numbers of cavalry. This was not an unfounded rumor. As soon as it became known that the citizens of Antioch had handed over the city to Raymond and given him the daughter of Lord Bohemond in marriage, he resolved to come to Antioch. Greatly angered that they had presumed to arrange a marriage for his lord's daughter, or to transfer the city to another's control without his knowledge or command, he sought to reclaim it and all adjacent provinces under his jurisdiction, asserting that the great princes, men of virtue and immortal memory, sent by the Lord, who came on the first expedition, too numerous to list individually, had agreed with his father and predecessor, Lord Alexius, that any cities or castles they captured during that expedition would be subjected to his empire without contradiction, and faithfully preserved until he arrived with his forces. He claimed this was recorded in deeds and confirmed by the bodily oaths of the aforementioned princes. It is certain that these princes had made agreements with the emperor, and conversely, he had bound himself to certain conditions with them, from which he was known to have defected first. Therefore, those who were present at these conditions steadfastly asserted they were not bound to him as a violator of agreements, and they excused those who had already passed away, saying he had first acted deceitfully and inconsistently against his agreements. Thus, they claimed they were justly absolved by the law of agreements. It is unjust to keep faith with one who strives to act against agreements. After a continuous year of preparations, with agents sent throughout the kingdom to arrange the necessary imperial magnificence for the journey, with chariots, horses, and treasures beyond count, and infinite forces, he crossed the Hellespont, commonly called the Arm of St. George, and directed his path towards Antioch with a great multitude. Passing through the intervening provinces, he reached Cilicia, where he laid siege to, and violently captured Tarsus, the splendid metropolis of Cilicia Primata. Expelling the loyal followers of the Prince of Antioch, to whom the city had been entrusted, he installed his own men. He did not delay in doing the same with Adana, Mamistra, Anavarza, the renowned metropolis of Cilicia Secunda, and all the cities, municipalities, and towns of that province. Thus he claimed all of Cilicia, which had been possessed without dispute by the Prince of Antioch for 40 years, since Tarsus was restored to Christian liberty by Lord Baldwin, brother of the Duke, and Mamistra with the entire remaining region by Lord Tancred, a most illustrious man, before Antioch came under our control, against right and pious rule for his empire. From there, advancing with all his forces in the strength of his might, he hastened to Antioch. Upon reaching it, he immediately surrounded it with a hostile siege. Having arranged engines and massive siege weapons in suitable positions around the city, he began to press it more vigorously. Chapter 25, Book 14. Sanguinus besieges the fortress called Montferrand. The king and the Count of Tripoli attempt to break the siege, but fail, and are defeated. The count is captured, and the king retreats to the fortress. While these events were unfolding around Antioch, Sanguinus, a most wicked man and a fierce persecutor of the Christian name, saw that the Count of Tripoli had recently fallen with many of his men, and that the entire region was left without military aid. He then powerfully besieged the fortress situated on a mountain above the city of Raphania, known as Montferrand, which we have mentioned earlier. He fiercely attacked the besieged townspeople inside, pressing them relentlessly and causing much distress. Hearing this, Raymond, the young Count of Tripoli, son of the late Pons and nephew of the king through his sister, urgently sent messengers with all speed to the Lord King, anxiously pleading for him not to delay in providing aid in such a dire situation, where hope seemed almost lost, but to hasten to bring help. The Lord King, following his father's example, took the necessary concern for the needs of all Christian people. He quickly summoned all the princes of the kingdom and gathered military forces of both cavalry and infantry. He swiftly flew to the region and unexpectedly appeared in the lands of Tripoli. Meanwhile, messengers from the Lord Prince of Antioch also arrived, bringing troubling news. They reported in writing and by word of mouth, which was indeed true, that the emperor had besieged Antioch. They urged and earnestly requested that he descend there with all his forces to promptly aid the brothers in their grave distress. After deliberating on what should be done in such a critical situation, it was agreed by all that aid should first be given to the Christians besieged in the nearby fortress, which seemed a relatively easy task. Then, they would all proceed together to assist the people of Antioch, thus combining the forces of both the Lord King and the Count, and gathering their strength, they attempted to confront the enemy, though lacking divine favor. As they began to approach the designated location, Sanguinus, hearing of their arrival, lifted the siege, and organizing his troops, went to meet them. Our forces, too, arranged their ranks, and proceeding no less eagerly in unison, advanced towards the town to bring aid to the besieged and to replenish the fortress, which was empty of supplies, with the necessary provisions. However, the leaders of the march, preceding our army, whether by error or malice is uncertain, deviated from the more convenient and level path to the left and led our forces through the steep and narrow mountain paths. where the terrain was unsuitable for battle and not conducive to resistance or attack. Seeing this, Sanguinus, being a very shrewd man with much military experience, realized he had the upper hand. With fervor he gathered his men, and being the first among his thousands, he encouraged them with words and spurred them on by example, charging into the midst of our ranks. Fighting valiantly, he urged the slaughter of our forces and turned our front lines to flight. Seeing that the leading ranks had failed, and having no hope of resistance, and finding themselves in a narrow position without the means to aid the afflicted, our leaders advised the Lord King to seek safety by retreating to the nearby fortress. Recognizing this as the most expedient course of action for the moment, the Lord King withdrew to the fortress with a few men, while almost all the infantry were either killed or captured. The young Count of Tripoli, a man of excellent character, was captured there, along with several others of the knightly order. Those who followed the Lord King entered the fortress and sought safety and survival by any means possible. On that day they lost the entire multitude of their baggage, horses, and pack animals intended to supply the besieged town. For those who fled into the fortress entered empty-handed, carrying only the weapons with which they were armed, and brought no provisions. Among others, the noble and skilled warrior, Geoffrey Charpelou, brother of the elder Jocelyn, Count of Edessa, fell that day. His death, as a valiant man, was a cause of greater sorrow for many and shook the entire army with his mournful fate. Chapter 26. Book 14. Sanguinus besieges the castle again. The besieged call for aid from all sides. Meanwhile, Sanguinus, seeing that our forces had brought no provisions into the castle, that he held all their supplies, and had worn down all the kingdom's strength, also having the count in chains, and the king enclosed in a half-ruined and foodless castle with the kingdom's nobles, decided once more to close off the stronghold with a siege. He hoped there was no one who could provide aid to the besieged, and he did not doubt that he could conquer the garrison within a few days. Therefore, having gathered his troops together, they returned laden with the spoils of our people, disdaining greater plunder due to the multitude of their collected forces. They surrounded the castle with their legions in an urgent siege. Inside, with the Lord King, were gathered from the kingdom's nobles William of Bures, the constable, the distinguished knight Rainer Bruss, Guy Brosbear, Baldwin of Ramla, Humphrey of Toron, a young and very youthful knight, and many others. With these, the king held council to deliberate on what should be done in such a dire and pressing necessity. They unanimously decided to solicit the Prince of Antioch and Count Jocelyn, the younger of Edessa, for aid, and to invite the Lord Patriarch of Jerusalem with all the kingdom's people while they awaited their arrival by any means possible. During this time, while these events were unfolding around Montferrand, Reynold, surnamed the bishop, nephew of Lord Roger, Bishop of Lydda, and leader of the Knights of St. George, a valiant knight distinguished in military deeds, was captured. He had been pursuing the Ascalonites as usual, but incautiously fell into an ambush laid by the enemy. Meanwhile, messengers did not cease, but hurried with all speed. One urged the Lord Prince with due insistence, explaining the king's and his people's needs, reproaching delays, and advising haste. Another continuously incited the Lord Count of Edessa with exhortations. A third hastened swiftly to Jerusalem, stirring up the entire populace. However, the Prince of Antioch hesitated somewhat, uncertain of what to do. With the emperor at his doorstep, he feared for the city if he attempted to leave. Yet, he considered it too harsh and inhumane not to aid the Lord King in such dire need. Finally, sympathizing with the troubles and anxieties of the Lord King and the Christian people, he entrusted his city to the Lord, judging it better to endure adversity with his brothers than to enjoy prosperity and any tranquility while they were failing. He therefore summoned the nobles and leading citizens, revealing his conscience to all, and invited everyone to aid the king, easily persuading them. For all their desires willingly converged on this God-pleasing cause, and offering themselves ready at once, they departed the city, leaving the Lord Emperor near it, and unanimously set out to aid the Lord King. The Count of Edessa, with all his forces, also prepared with equal resolve, and hastened to the task with remarkable speed. Likewise, the Lord Patriarch of Jerusalem, William, gathered all the forces he could find in the kingdom, taking with him the venerable wood of the Lord's cross, and hurried there energetically. Gathering support from all sides, he hastened to their aid with all speed. Chapter 27, Book 14. Bezouj, the governor of Damascus, attacks and pillages Naples. While matters stood thus concerning the Lord King Bezouj, the governor of the kingdom of Damascus and commander of the army, whom we have mentioned earlier, heard that the kingdom was devoid of its usual strength. The king was trapped by a siege in distant regions, and the princes and all the people were anxiously focused on his liberation, rushing together to those parts. Believing he had found the perfect opportunity to inflict harm, he entered the kingdom with a large force. He unexpectedly attacked the city of Naples, which was unfortified, lacking walls, outer defenses, and even a moat. Suddenly, like a thief in the night, he fell upon the unsuspecting citizens with swords, unleashing his full fury without sparing age or gender. Eventually, those who remained were belatedly warned and, with great effort, retreated with their wives and children to the fortress in the center of the city, barely escaping slaughter and fires. Meanwhile, with no one to stop him, Bezouj roamed freely throughout the entire city, setting everything ablaze. He plundered the spoils, treasures, and all desirable things in the city and withdrew unscathed. Chapter 28, Book 14. Aid is hastened to the king. Meanwhile, greater hardships befall the besieged. Meanwhile, Zengi relentlessly harassed the besieged with continuous assaults, shaking the walls with siege engines and hurling massive stones and boulders into the heart of the fortress. This demolished houses within, causing great fear among those trapped inside. The violent impact of the stones and the relentless barrage of various projectiles confined them so severely that no safe place could be found within the walls to hide the wounded and the weak. Danger was everywhere. Peril was omnipresent, and the specter of dreadful death loomed before their eyes. Their minds were gripped by the fear of sudden destruction and the presence of ominous events. Moreover, the fierce leader intensified his attacks, rotating his troops in a systematic order to restore their strength. As the earlier forces grew weary, fresh troops were brought in, making the battle seem continuous rather than renewed. Our forces, lacking sufficient numbers to introduce such a rotation, had to endure the assaults both at the forefront and the rear with unbroken effort. Their numbers dwindled daily as some succumbed to the severity of their wounds and others to various illnesses. All suffered from the same deficiency and shared an equal inability to endure the constant hardships. Nights were spent sleepless on watch, and during the days, exhausted by continuous skirmishes, they were granted no respite by the enemy to restore their depleted bodies. Adding to their woes, they had brought no provisions with them, and from the previous siege, no food supplies remained in the fortress. What they had intended to bring had fallen entirely into the hands of the enemy. Thus, immediately after entering, having nothing else, they ate their horses, and when these were gone, all sustenance failed entirely. Even the bodies of the strong and robust were weakened by hunger, and the emaciation caused by starvation stole the strength even from the valiant. The multitude of those trapped was so great that there were not enough provisions for each person to receive even a small portion. The entire town was so filled with the multitude of the besieged that the streets and squares seemed as if they were strewn with reeds due to the crowd of those lying there. Carelessly launched missiles inflicted deadly wounds by chance and without the aim of the shooter. Zengi was fully aware of all these circumstances, and urged his forces to press on more boldly, confident that our men could not endure these hardships much longer. Around the town, enemy troops were so frequently stationed and guarded all entrances with such diligence that no one could approach us, nor could any of ours venture out as if attempting a hopeless task. The besieged faced increasing hardship each day, and with food supplies completely exhausted, there was no hope left. They were taught by their circumstances how tyrannical the rule of hunger is, and how true is the saying. Hunger alone conquers cities. Yet what still sustained the perishing people in any way was the expectation of aid from the prince and the Count of Edessa, as well as from Jerusalem. And because nothing seems fast enough to a longing heart, Every delay was viewed with suspicion, their desire grew with the delay, and each hour was counted as a year. Chapter 29, Book 14. Help arrives, but meanwhile the king leans toward surrender, and after making agreements, he safely returns home. Meanwhile, as these events were unfolding around the siege, Prince Raymond with his forces had already arrived, and the Count of Edessa, leading a large army, was not far behind. Additionally, the army of Jerusalem, following the Holy Wood of the Cross, was hastening their journey with unity. Upon learning this through trustworthy messengers, Zengi, fearing the arrival of such great leaders, and especially dreading that the emperor, whom he knew to be near Antioch, might hear of the besieged distress and, moved by compassion, attack him with his overwhelming forces, decided to act before this news reached the besieged. He sent intermediaries to speak with the king and his leaders, saying that the fortress, already half destroyed, could not stand much longer, that the people, fasting and suffering from hunger, had lost the strength and spirit to resist, and that his own army, in contrast, was well supplied with necessities. However, out of respect for the king, whom he acknowledged as a great and distinguished leader among the Christian people, he offered to return all the captives he had recently taken, including the count and others, and to grant the king and all his people a free and peaceful exit and return home, if they would agree to surrender the fortress to him, empty of all occupants. Our forces, unaware that help was so near, and further weakened by hunger, sleeplessness, toil, and distress, wounded with deadly injuries, rendered powerless and exhausted, eagerly accepted the offer, marveling at the unexpected humanity from such a merciless man. Whatever the reason, they gratefully accepted the terms presented. With agreements reached to the satisfaction of both sides, the Count of Tripoli was returned, along with a great number of captives. Immediately the king, having left with his people, was treated quite humanely by the enemy. Having surrendered the fortress to the Turks, he descended from the mountains into the plains near Arches, relieved from the overwhelming dangers, though humiliated. There, upon hearing of the arrival of the prince and the count, he met them with devotion, acknowledging their concern and brotherly love, though lamenting that it came too late. After expressing immense gratitude for their concern and the assistance they had provided as much as they could, and after refreshing themselves with mutual conversation, they parted ways, each returning to their own lands. Chapter 30, Book 14. The prince returns to Antioch and finds the city besieged. He opposes the emperor with all his might, but is eventually reconciled through mediation. The Lord Prince, whose affairs seemed to be in dire straits, because he had left the most powerful ruler of the world plotting hostile actions before his city, returned to Antioch with all speed. Entering through the upper gate, which is adjacent to the city's stronghold and citadel, he found the emperor still persisting in his purpose. For several days, encounters took place, with some Antiochenes frequently making secret and often open assaults on the emperor's army, inflicting significant damage and engaging with them in a hostile manner, disregarding their profession of faith. In response, the emperor, using massive siege engines and catapults, hurled enormous stones of immense weight, aiming to breach the walls and towers from the bridge gate, striving to weaken and break through the city's defenses. He arranged his legions around the city, using arrows and all kinds of projectiles, as well as the relentless hands of slingers, to keep the citizens from defending the walls from a distance. They also sought to secure access and opportunity to undermine the walls. Given these circumstances, the wiser members of both armies feared that unless a timely solution was found, the situation would deteriorate to a point where it would be difficult to apply suitable remedies as dangers arose. Therefore, men of good judgment, acting as mediators, intervened, bringing proposals of peace. Entering the emperor's camp, they endeavored to calm his anger with peaceful words and all humility. They then approached the Lord Prince prudently and very cautiously, as the situation required, to find a path to peace. Finally, it was agreed by the mediators and those seeking a treaty that the Lord Prince should approach the imperial majesty in the presence of the illustrious and renowned members of the imperial court, along with the assembly of all his nobles, and with due solemnity offer his liege loyalty. He would swear with a bodily oath that he would not deny the emperor a free and peaceful entry into Antioch or its citadel, whether the emperor came in anger or peace. If the Lord Emperor restored to the prince the cities of Aleppo, Caesarea, and Emesa, as had been included in the agreements, the prince would, content with these and other surrounding cities, return Antioch to the Lord Emperor without difficulty, to be held as his rightful property, in return for the loyalty shown. The Lord Emperor would grant the prince that if, by the grace of the Lord, he should acquire Aleppo, Caesarea, and the entire surrounding region, it would all accrue to the prince without trouble or reduction, to be peacefully possessed by him and his heirs in perpetuity as a benefice, commonly called a fief. Thus the Lord Prince, according to the agreement, went with all his noble retinue to the imperial camp. There, received with due honor by the Lord Emperor, and after reviewing the agreements to mutual satisfaction, he manually pledged his loyalty to the Lord Emperor. Immediately the Lord Emperor granted him investiture of the aforementioned cities with all their appurtenances, firmly promising that with the Lord's help he would deliver them to him in the coming summer. With the treaty thus completed and peace fully restored, the imperial banner was placed atop the main citadel tower, and the prince, laden with great gifts, returned to the city with his followers. The Lord Emperor, due to the harshness of the approaching winter, withdrew with all his armies to Cilicia, settling near Tarsus in the coastal region to winter there. Chapter 1, Book 15. The emperor besieges Caesarea. The prince and the count of Edessa join him. After spending the winter months in the regions around Cilicia, with the return of spring bringing a pleasant climate for the armies, a public proclamation was issued by imperial decree. It commanded the leaders, centurions, and officers of the legions to once again prepare the cohorts, repair the war equipment, and arm the entire populace. With embassies sent ahead, the Lord Prince, the Lord Count of Edessa, and other leaders of those regions were invited to join the Lord Emperor in battle. Once they had all gathered, around the 1st of April, the entire army was ordered to march towards Caesarea, as previously agreed upon with the prince. Entering enemy territory, they set up camp before the aforementioned city after a few days. Upon hearing this, the prince and the count, having gathered their forces from the entire region, quickly followed the emperor. They arrived before the city, driven by equal desires. The city in question is situated between a mountain and the river that flows past Antioch, resembling Antioch in its layout, with most of it lying on the plain up to the river and part on the mountain slope. The fortress, perched on the mountain's summit, is considered impregnable by human strength. Thus, with walls extending from left and right down to the river, the city is encircled along with its adjacent suburb. After crossing the river and arranging the troops in a circle, they besieged the city from the side where it seemed more vulnerable to attack, with the suburb positioned in front. Here, with siege engines strategically placed, they relentlessly battered the towers and walls, and the homes of the citizens within, with heavy stones. Through frequent strikes and repeated volleys of stones, they demolished the fortifications, which were the main hope of defense, causing great destruction among the inhabitants. The Lord Emperor, being a man of great courage, pursued his goal with fervent zeal. By offering rewards, he inspired the young men eager for glory to engage in battles and martial contests. Clad in armor, girded with a sword, and wearing a golden helmet, he mingled among the troops, encouraging them with fitting words. He led by example, like one of the common soldiers, urging them on and pressing forward with vigor to inspire others to do the same. Thus, this man, distinguished by his remarkable bravery, tirelessly moved about, enduring the heat of battle from dawn until dusk, allowing himself no rest, not even to eat. He either advised those operating the siege engines to aim more frequently and accurately, or encouraged those sweating in combat, replenishing their strength through rotations, replacing the weary with fresh troops, and maintaining strong efforts. However, the prince and the count, both young men, were said to be excessively drawn to the lighter pursuits of their age. While others toiled in battle and military affairs, they played dice games, not without loss to their personal wealth. And being less engaged in the study of warfare, they also distracted others from their fervent efforts by their example. Hearing of this, the emperor, greatly disturbed by their harmful actions, sought to admonish them privately and discreetly, offering his own example. Despite being the most powerful among the kings and princes of the earth, he spared neither his own body from labor nor his immense resources. Finally, after the army had persisted for several days in such engagements and constant skirmishes, the emperor, indignant that such a small city could resist his incomparable forces for so long, grew weary of the delay. Criticizing the delay and accusing his men of sloth, he urged them to make stronger assaults and ordered more intense attacks. As they eagerly pressed on to breach the city, they violently seized the aforementioned suburb, located in the lower part of the city, sparing none of the citizens found there, except those who by word, appearance, or any sign indicated their intention to follow the Christian faith. For the city had many faithful inhabitants from the beginning, who were unjustly oppressed under the yoke of miserable servitude by their infidel masters. Chapter 2, Book 15. Angered, he lifts the siege with the task unfinished and returns to Antioch. Thus, with the city being attacked from a certain side, the citizens, fearing violent assaults by the enemy on their wives, children, and the innermost parts of the city, requested a brief peace and obtained what they asked for. The lord of that city was a certain nobleman, an Arab by birth, named Machadalas. He secretly sent messengers to the emperor, humbly pleading for the safety of the city and the indemnity of its citizens, promising an immense sum of money for this purpose. The emperor was indignant because the prince and the count had conducted themselves so carelessly and negligently in the expedition, especially since he seemed to be laboring for their cause and to fulfill their promise. He harbored great resentment against them, considering their pledged loyalty without works as dead, more splendid than solid, and of no value. He had firmly resolved, with a few close confidants, that out of hatred for them, and as a penalty for their faithlessness, he would return home at the first opportunity that presented even a semblance of honor, lifting the siege. Having received the money agreed upon for lifting the siege, a public proclamation of peace was announced to the besieged, and the troops were ordered to prepare for their return. Thus, with the camp broken, the emperor directed the army to march toward Antioch, and the entire force hastened there. Hearing this, the prince and the count, late in their repentance, tried to persuade the emperor to abandon his decision. But the emperor persisted in his irrevocable resolve, disregarding their entreaties, and hastened his journey. It was said that the count acted with great malice in this matter, for it later became clear that he harbored hatred against his lord, the prince, and viewed all his advancements with suspicion. Being more cunning, he seduced the mind of the imprudent young man, striving with all his effort to ensure that the prince incurred the emperor's wrath, so that he would not be elevated to greater heights through him. Chapter 3, Book 15. The emperor requests the citadel from the prince, intending to stay in the region. Upon arriving in Antioch, the emperor, accompanied by his son's household and a considerable military force, entered the city. The prince and the count performed the duties of attendants, while the patriarch, along with the entire clergy and people, organized a procession as was customary, with psalms and hymns, songs and the harmonious sounds of musical instruments. Accompanied by the applause and rejoicing of the people, he was ceremoniously led first to the cathedral and then to the prince's palace. There, for several days, he enjoyed the baths and other bodily comforts, as if he were the master of the house, using his freedom as he pleased. He lavished imperial generosity profusely and almost extravagantly on the prince, the count, their nobles, and the citizens alike. Then he summoned the prince, the count, and all the leading men of the province to his presence. When they were assembled before him, he addressed the prince, saying, "My dearest son Raymond, you know how, for your sake, I have remained in this region for a long time to increase your principality and expand your possessions over the enemies of our faith, according to the agreements made between our God-beloved empire and your loyalty through the mediation of wise men. Now, with the opportunity at hand, it is time to fulfill my promises and subject the entire surrounding region to your dominion, as the terms of our pact clearly state. But you know well, and so do those present with you, that what we owe you is not a task of short duration. Your affairs seem to require a longer stay and greater expenses. Therefore, it is necessary that you assign the citadel of this city to our custody, as you are bound by our agreement, so that our treasures may be more securely stored there. You must also make the city accessible to our armies, granting them free and unrestricted entry and exit. For from Tarsus, Anavarza, or other cities of Cilicia, war instruments cannot be prepared as conveniently to lay siege to Aleppo. This city offers a far better opportunity for such uses than any other could provide. Fulfill your promise, and according to the terms of your pledged loyalty, pursue what is yours, for it will be our eminence's duty to repay you with generous interpretation and abundant measure. Upon hearing this, the prince and his followers, terrified by the harshness of the words, hesitated for a long time, anxiously pondering what response to give. It seemed harsh and exceedingly grievous that a city acquired at such peril to our people, and restored to the Christian faith at such a cost of the blood of noble princes, which had always been the head and ruler of so many provinces, should fall into the hands of the effeminate Greek people. Without it, the other parts of the region did not seem able to stand. Yet no one doubted that this was included in the prince's agreements. Moreover, he had introduced so many of his own people that it did not seem easy to resist him if he intended to use force. Thus, the situation was dire when the Count of Edessa, speaking for all, began. Lord, the speech delivered by your imperial majesty is imbued with divine eloquence and is worthy of all acceptance, for we see that its entire tenor is aimed at our complete advancement. However, a new matter requires new counsel, and it is not within the prince's power alone to bring this to effect. It is necessary that he deliberates more fully on this matter with the counsel of his own, namely mine and his other loyal followers, to ensure that your word and request achieve their due effect without the interference of a tumultuous populace which might hinder the execution of your petitions. The emperor was pleased with the count's response, and after granting a short reprieve for the proposed deliberation, the count returned home, while the prince remained in the palace, reportedly without control over his own affairs. Chapter 4, Book 15. A tumult arises in the city. The emperor fears and withdraws his request. The disturbance is quelled as he leaves the city. After the count returned home, he secretly sent messengers to incite the entire populace to arms by revealing the emperor's demands. A tumult erupted with excessive noise throughout the city, and as crowds gathered from all sides, the clamor rose to an immense level. Hearing this, the count quickly mounted a horse and hurried to the palace, as if fleeing from the onslaught of the people, and threw himself lifeless at the emperor's feet. The sudden entrance of the count left the emperor astonished, and he diligently inquired about the reason for such disorderly conduct, which was against the custom and discipline of the sacred palace. Before the imperial majesty, the count replied that necessity knows no law, and that he was compelled by the pursuit of the raging populace to come against the rules of decorum to avoid the peril of death. When the emperor repeatedly asked him to explain the cause more thoroughly, the count responded that he had withdrawn to his lodging for the sake of obtaining some peace, and had intended to focus on that, when suddenly the entire populace of the city, as if one man, stood before his door with swords and weapons provided by their fury, shouting that he was a bloodthirsty man, a traitor to his country, a murderer of the people, who intended to sell the city to the emperor for money received. They demanded the Count of Edessa to be handed over to them, and he barely escaped with his life from the house, which they had already broken into amidst 1,000 dangers. Meanwhile, a great clamor arose throughout the city, an excessive tumult, and a very famous rumor reached everyone's ears that the city had been sold to the Greeks, and the fortress already handed over to them. Citizens were to leave their ancestral homes and paternal estates. Inflamed by these rumors, the citizens attacked anyone they found from the emperor's household, dragging them from their horses, robbing them by force, beating them, and cutting down those who resisted with swords. They pursued them with drawn swords all the way to the prince's palace, fleeing injury and death. Moved by the uproar of the citizens and the vehement shouting of his own men, the emperor ordered the prince and the magnates to be summoned. Temporarily calming his indignation, fearing that something harsher might arise against him, he touched upon the speech he had given somewhat freely before the people that day and said, "I remember discussing a certain matter with you today." from which perhaps this scandal among the people is said to have arisen. Now, however, let the entire assembly of both the fathers and the people know that, since what I said seems so harsh and difficult to you, I withdraw my decision and retract what I proposed. Keep for yourselves both the entire city and the fortress. It suffices for my empire to continue the state of affairs as they have been observed until now. I know that you are truly my loyal subjects, and no day will ever be able to shake you from the promised and given loyalty. Therefore, go out and restrain the raging populace. If my stay in the city is in any way suspect to them, let them not be disturbed over this, for tomorrow, with the Lord's help, we shall depart. Having said this, all praised the emperor's decision and extolled his prudent mind, the depth of his counsel, and the judgment of his wise heart. The prince, the count, and other leading nobles went out, attempting to quell the tumult with voice, hand, gestures, and signs. Finally, after silence was imposed and the people were brought to some tranquility with friendly words, they earnestly requested them to return home and, laying down their arms, to live quietly, and so it was done. The next day, the emperor, with his sons, relatives, and household, departed and ordered the camp to be set up outside the city. Chapter 5, Book 15. Envoys are sent to appease the emperor's anger, and they succeed. The emperor returns home. Those who were of sounder mind understood that the emperor, although he concealed it with the prudence of a wise man, had harbored resentment against the prince and the leading nobles, believing that the unrest among the people and the scandal of the populace had been stirred by their instigation and secret actions. Therefore they sent capable envoys, skilled in diplomacy, to the imperial majesty to restore peace. Their task was to ensure that the prince and the region's magnates were excused before the emperor, and to assert their innocence regarding the unrest that had arisen among the people. The envoys, admitted to the emperor's audience, spoke on the assigned matter, striving to argue and persuade the emperor of the prince's innocence in this manner. The august and imperial majesty knows far better than we do that in any assembly, let alone in cities and large gatherings of people, not all shine with equal wisdom, nor are they endowed with the same discipline. With citizens affected in various ways, different behaviors and pursuits follow, so that, according to the wise saying, it is true that 3 guests seem to me to disagree, and also, as many men, so many opinions, but in this great variety of differing behaviors. It is the mark of a wise person to distinguish the quality of merits and to assign appropriate rewards to those merits. According to this reasoning, the rash fervor of the indiscreet populace should not result in harm to those of better disposition. It often happens among men that the confused populace, unaware of moderation, tends to incautiously stir up quarrels and unrest. It is certain that in all well-governed cities this ancient and time-tested custom prevails, that the moderation of the elders restrains the impulses of the populace, and the audacity ignorant of moderation is curbed. The condition of the common people would be much better than that of the nobles. The confusion of the imprudent crowd would be preferred over the experience of the discerning, unless the sins of the indiscreet populace could be attributed to the greater ones. Indeed, without the knowledge of the prince and those who manage greater affairs, the indiscreet populace err. Therefore, let them bear the punishment they deserve, while the prince and the nobles are preserved unharmed. Finally, as proof of his innocence, he is prepared to stand by the terms of the agreement, and, if permitted, to transfer the city with its garrison into the hands of the empire. Persuaded by these and similar arguments, the emperor, moved from the excessive indignation he had conceived from mere suspicion, adopted a more humane judgment. He summoned the prince, the count, and the nobles to enter his presence familiarly, and with all clouds of past resentment cleared away, he graciously received and extended mutual greetings. Finally, he informed them that he had urgent reasons compelling him to return home. Having taken leave, and firmly promising that with God's help he would return with a strong force to fulfill the agreements, he directed his entire army towards Cilicia. There, after completing affairs concerning Cilicia and Syria and preparing the troops for the journey, he returned to his own lands. Chapter 6, Book 15. The king of Jerusalem besieges and forcefully occupies a fortress beyond the Jordan. Our forces are miserably defeated at Tekoa. Meanwhile, as these events were unfolding around Antioch, not long after, during the following summer, a renowned and great man among the western princes, Lord Theodoric, Count of Flanders, and the king's son-in-law, arrived in Jerusalem. He came with a respectable company of noblemen for the purpose of prayer and devout pilgrimage. The king and the entire populace received his arrival with much joy, confident in the distinguished and robust military force he had brought with it. Together with the council of the Lord Patriarch and other leaders of the kingdom, they unanimously decided to besiege a fortress beyond the Jordan, in the territory of the Ammonites near Mount Gilead, which was very harmful to our regions. The aforementioned fortress was a cave situated on the side of a steep mountain with an almost inaccessible entrance. Above it loomed a massive precipice extending down to the depths of the valley below, contiguous with the summit of the towering promontory. On the other side, between the slope of the overhanging height and the said precipice, it was narrow and formidable. A band of harmful thieves and a crowd of robbers from the lands of Moab, Ammon, and Gilead had gathered there. After sending scouts familiar with the area and being fully informed by them about the state of our regions, they took advantage of opportunities to launch frequent and often very dangerous raids into our territories. Wishing to counter these evils, our forces planned, as mentioned, to besiege the cave. Thus, having summoned the entire populace of the kingdom and gathered military forces, they crossed the Jordan and arrived there. As the unevenness and narrowness of the region allowed, they occupied the approaches, setting up camps around it. They surrounded the place with a siege, arranging their troops in a circle. Following the rules of warfare, they turned to every means of causing harm, pressing the besieged in every way possible to force them to surrender. In turn, the besieged gathered whatever ingenuity is usually available in dire situations, arming themselves vigilantly for their defense. While nearly the entire Christian army was laboring there in unity, some Turks, seizing the opportunity of the moment, saw that the entire region beyond the Jordan was devoid of military presence and open to hostile ambushes. Crossing the Jordan, they left the region of Jericho, proceeding to the right along the Asphalt Lake, also known as the Dead Sea, and then moving to the mountains. They evaded that part of the province which had once fallen to the tribe of Judah by lot, reaching the city of the prophets Amos and Habakkuk named Tekoa, which was empty of inhabitants. They violently occupied it, killing the few they found there. The inhabitants of that place had fled, having foreseen the enemy's arrival, and with their wives, children, cattle, and flocks, they had taken refuge in the nearby cave of Adullam. At that time, by chance, a man of pious memory in the Lord, an exceptional knight and valiant in arms, noble in birth and manners, Lord Robert, surnamed Burgundian of Aquitanian origin, and master of the Knights Templar, was in Jerusalem. With some of his brothers and those who had remained in Jerusalem, along with a few knights of mixed rank, and with the royal banner carried by a certain familiar of the Lord King Bernard Vasher, they hurried with all speed to the aforementioned place, followed by the people. Hearing of our forces' approach, the Turks abandoned the place, fleeing from Habaim, the home of the prophet Joel, towards Hebron, the tomb of the patriarchs, intending to descend from there to the plains towards Ascalon. However, our forces, knowing that the enemy ranks had turned to flight, imprudently pursued the spoils of the fleeing rather than focusing on the slaughter of the enemy, as if certain of victory. Realizing this, those who had fled regrouped as usual, regaining their courage and attempted to recall their scattered ranks as much as possible. Suddenly, and with excessive confidence, they attacked our forces, who were wandering and unguarded, cutting them down with swords. A few resisted and gathered together, and a battle ensued. Meanwhile, those who had pursued different paths, alerted by the sound of trumpets, the blare of horns, the neighing of horses, the gleam of flashing weapons, the voices urging their comrades, and the cloud of dust stirred up by the horses' hoofs, hurried to the place of battle. But before they could join the ranks of those who had resisted, the first group, having been defeated and put to flight, left the enemy victorious over our forces. Pursuing our fleeing forces, through places rough with stones and utterly impassable where flight was impossible, The enemy attacked with arrows and drawn swords in their usual manner, killing some with iron and hurling others headlong. From the aforementioned Hebron, which is Kiriath Arba, to the borders of Tekoa, they inflicted a great slaughter on the people. Many noble and illustrious men fell that day, among whom was the distinguished brother of the Knights Templar, Odo of Montfaucon, whose death filled everyone with sorrow and lamentation. The enemy, having gained victory, rejoiced in the slaughter of our forces and the spoils, and returned to Ascalon. Our forces, who were on the expedition, upon learning of the misfortune that had befallen us, were indeed greatly disheartened. However, understanding that this is the nature of war, where sometimes one side, sometimes the other, becomes superior through various outcomes, they took consolation once more. With renewed fervor, they pressed on with the work they had begun, and with the Lord's help, within a few days, they captured the aforementioned fortress, returning to their own lands with glory and triumphs. Chapter 7, Book 15. Sanguinus disturbs the kingdom of Damascus. The Damascenes seek help from us and obtain it with conditions. Sanguinus returns to his own lands. Meanwhile, as these events unfold in the regions of Jerusalem, Sanguinus, like a restless worm, emboldened by his immense successes, presumes to claim the kingdom of the Damascenes for himself. Einardus, the steward of that kingdom, leader of the military, and father-in-law of the king of the Damascenes, perceiving that Sanguinus had violently entered his territories, sends envoys to the Lord King with peaceful words. He earnestly requests and implores assistance and counsel from him and the Christian people against the most cruel enemy of both kingdoms. To avoid appearing presumptuous, as if he were soliciting the Lord King and his princes for aid, without hope of significant reward, he promises to pay 20,000 gold coins monthly for the expenses necessary for this endeavor. Furthermore, should the enemy be violently driven from his borders, he includes in the agreement the city of Peneus, which had been forcibly taken from us a few years prior, to be returned to us without opposition. To ensure greater trust in all these terms of the agreement, he promises to provide as many noble hostages as necessary. Upon hearing this, the Lord King convenes all the princes of the kingdom and carefully reveals to them the nature of the embassy and the sequence of words. He seeks their counsel on what response should be given to such requests. After mutual consultation and prudent deliberation weighing the circumstances, they judge it best to offer aid to Einardus and the Damascenes against the most formidable enemy, who is a threat to both kingdoms. They decide to provide assistance freely, lest the more powerful enemy, through our negligence, gain strength by acquiring the kingdom to our detriment. Moreover, the added conditions make the cause more favorable. What inclines everyone more towards this decision is the inclusion of the city of Peneus at the end of the negotiations. Chapter 8, Book 15. The city of Peneus is besieged with aid from Damascus. With the General Council's approval, and after receiving and securing the aforementioned hostages, a vast assembly of both cavalry and infantry from all corners of the kingdom was promptly ordered to gather at Tiberias. Meanwhile, Zengi, confident in his military strength, entered the borders of the same province with a massive cavalry force. Leaving Damascus behind, he advanced to a place called Razalet. There he camped for some time, uncertain about the arrival of our forces, but confident that unless our strength thwarted his plans, he could easily achieve his desired goal. Our forces were informed that Zengi was stationed at the aforementioned location, and that the Damascenes had already left the city waiting for the arrival of the king and our forces at Nuara. Upon learning this, our troops broke camp and, with banners leading the way, marched unanimously to the specified location. Hearing this, Zengi, a prudent man, feared and gagged him in battle on enemy soil with two armies before our forces could join with the Damascenes. Thus, he abandoned the location, avoiding our forces and those of the Damascenes to the left, and hastened his retreat to the region commonly known as the Valley of Bekar. Nevertheless, our forces reached the designated location and, mingling with the Damascenes, were fully informed of Zengi's departure. By common counsel, as agreed upon in the pact, they directed all their armies against Peneus. As we mentioned earlier, Doldaquin, the king of the Damascenes, had willingly occupied this city a few years prior, However, the magistrate who had been entrusted with it later defected from the Damascenes and allied with XIII. Therefore, they worked more faithfully to ensure the city was handed over to the king, preferring it to be restored to the Christians, with whom they enjoyed favor, rather than allowing such a formidable and suspicious enemy to possess it. This enemy could cause them greater harm and inflict more severe troubles from such a close proximity. Chapter 9. Book 15. The Prince of Antioch and the Count of Tripoli joined the siege, and the city is vigorously attacked. This is Panias, commonly called Balinas, which was formerly known as Lezin before the Israelites entered the Promised Land. The sons of Dan later received it as their inheritance and named it Lezin Dan, as it is written in Joshua. The sons of Dan went up and fought against Lezin, captured it, and struck it with the edge of the sword, and possessed it, and dwelt in it, calling it Lezin Dan after the name of their father Dan. Joshua 19:47. Subsequently, it was called Caesarea Philippi because Philip the Tetrarch, son of Herod the Great, expanded it in honor of Tiberius Caesar and adorned it with remarkable buildings, so that it bore a name combining that of Caesar. With the troops turned toward the city, they arrived on the 1st of May and surrounded the city with a siege on all sides, and are positioned as forces to the east, between the city and the forest in a place called Kohagar. Meanwhile, the king and our army stationed their legions to the west toward the plains. Thus, with the positions carefully arranged in a circle, they ensured that all access was denied to those inside, and no one could freely enter or exit. Furthermore, it was agreed and decreed by common council to send trustworthy messengers to summon Lord Raymond, the Prince of Antioch, and the Count of Tripoli to aid in the present endeavor, which was done. Meanwhile, they, along with the equally fervent Turks, engaged in daily skirmishes, relentlessly pressing the besieged with constant assaults. They used siege engines known as petraries to hurl large stones, shaking the walls and destroying buildings within the city. Additionally, with volleys of missiles and a heavy rain of arrows, they so wearied the townspeople that no safe place could be found within the walls for hiding. Barely protected by the walls and battlements, those inside dared to look out at the attackers, whether hurling stones or using bows. It was a sight to see enemies provoking each other with the fiercest of martial fury, with all pretense cast aside, seriously arming themselves for mutual destruction. It was difficult to discern which side more aggressively seized arms against their common foes, pressed harder in engagements, or persevered with greater endurance in the weight of battle. For our soldiers and the Damascene cohorts shared an equal spirit and harmonious desire. Their experience and use of arms were quite different, but their will to harm was no less. However, the besieged, though worn out by continuous assaults and the burden of excessive labor, resisted manfully. Striving to protect their freedom, wives, and children, they became more resourceful under pressure, turning to every means of resistance. After several days of this, it seemed that would make no progress unless they applied a wooden tower to the walls to attack the besieged from above, since suitable materials for such a purpose could not be found in the entire region. Messengers were sent to Damascus by the order of Lord Einard to have tall beams of immense size, previously designated for this purpose, transported and to return with all speed. Chapter 10, Book 15. The prince and the count arrive, and a siege engine is constructed to attack the city. The citizens defend themselves vigorously, hoping for aid. Meanwhile, the Prince of Antioch and the Count of Tripoli, summoned by our envoys, arrived with great forces and a strong hand, joining our camp as eagerly anticipated. Their arrival doubled the fear of the besieged, and all hope of resistance seemed to vanish. As these newly arrived forces eagerly tested their strength, driven by a desire for praise and the pursuit of glory, they attacked the city with separate battalions. This increased the fear and doubt among the besieged, while for our forces the hope of victory became more certain, lifting their spirits, reducing their weariness, and making them stronger in their daily assaults. Without delay, while these events unfolded around the city, those who had gone to Damascus returned, bringing with them beams of remarkable size and desired solidity. These were swiftly smoothed by craftsmen and woodcutters, and joined with iron nails for proper strength. Suddenly, a siege engine of immense height was erected, from which the entire city could be seen. From this vantage point, arrows and all kinds of missiles, as well as stones thrown by hand, were used to repel the townspeople. Once erected, the ground between the machine and the wall was leveled, and the engine was placed against the walls, overlooking the entire city, as if a tower had suddenly been built in the city's midst. At this point, the condition of the besieged became extremely dire, pushing them to the brink of collapse. There was no remedy for the stone projectiles and missile attacks that those in the fortress persistently launched at them. No place inside could be found to provide safe shelter for the wounded or weak, nor could those still strong and able find refuge after their labors to defend others. Movement along the wall was denied, and with their comrades failing, it was impossible to offer aid without risking death. The burdens and threats of war from below, when compared to the diverse dangers looming from above, seemed negligible or minimal. It appears as if the battle was not so much against men as against the heavens. From the beginning, the besieged had hoped, and continued to hope until this critical moment, that Zenji would provide them with assistance, as he had pledged with a sworn promise. But as the danger pressed upon them, neither aid nor a place of defense seemed to remain. Chapter 11, Book 15. A legate of the Roman Church arrives, joins the siege. The city is captured, and a bishop is appointed. All the princes depart for Jerusalem. While these events were unfolding on the expedition, a certain legate of the Roman Church, named Alberic, the bishop of Ostia and a Frenchman by birth from the diocese of Beauvais, arrived at Sidon. He had been sent specifically for the matter that had arisen in the church of Antioch between the Lord Patriarch and his canons. For this reason, the venerable Lord Peter, Archbishop of Lyon, had come to Syria a few days earlier, serving in the office of legate. But he was overtaken by death and could not complete the task assigned to him. Therefore, Alberic was appointed in his place to bring a proper end to such a significant controversy, as will be explained later. Upon hearing that the entire Christian army was detained at the siege of Peneus, and that the Lord Patriarch of Jerusalem, William, and the Lord Fulcher, Archbishop of Tyre, along with other princes of the kingdom, were present there, Alberic hastened to join them with all speed. Arriving there, although the work was not languishing, but was being pursued fervently by those who had besieged the city, he, supported by the authority of a prudent man and apostolic backing, encouraged them towards their goal. Adding the spur of an exhortative speech, he incited them to attack the city with even greater vigor. Meanwhile, those assigned to the siege engines were pressing the citizens with continuous assaults. Denying them rest, they increased their troubles with constant fatigue, casting down causes of terror and danger from above. With some of them already slain by the sword, others mortally wounded, and still others fainting from exhaustion, their numbers were dwindling, and they could not repel the attackers as they had before. Understanding this, Eynard, the prudent and faithful commander of the Damascus forces and a staunch adherent to the treaty he had made with us, knowing that distress opens the ears to negotiation, and that extreme misery often leads to desperate measures, secretly sent some of his trusted men to invite the besieged to surrender with the hope of safety. Initially they resisted and pretended to hold out, as if they still had some hope of resistance. However, in the end, they eagerly and gladly accepted the offer. The magistrate, whom they call the Emir, a noble and powerful man, added conditions to the offer, requesting that, in consideration of the city's surrender, some compensation be made to him at the discretion of a good man, so that he would not be left in need. It would indeed be shameful and indecent for a nobleman and lord of such a famous city to be driven from his inheritance and forced to beg. Eynard, seeing that the nobleman's request was quite reasonable and just, and eager to bring the city under our control, agreed to their desire. He pledged that up to a certain amount, agreed upon between them, he would assign annual revenues from baths and orchards, and he would ensure a free exit for the people wishing to leave with all their possessions. To those who wished to remain in the city and on their urban or rural estates, either temporarily or permanently, he promised a peaceful stay under good conditions with faith pledged. The Lord King and the rest of the people, accepting this proposal with pleasure, were ready to hand over the city without delay. Eynard, Seeing that the agreements had reached the desired harmony, and that the matter was no longer wavering, met with the Lord King, the Patriarch, the Prince, and the Count more intimately. He carefully revealed the details of the secret negotiations and urged them to consent in every way he could. They, considering his prudence and the sincerity of his faith, approved the conditions and, granting their free consent, firmly committed to carrying out everything according to his arrangement. Thus, with the city surrendered, the citizens, having a free exit with all their belongings, along with their wives and children, moved to their desired locations. Our forces having taken the city, with the Lord Patriarch overseeing the matter, and the Lord Fulcher, Archbishop of Tyre, whose metropolitan jurisdiction it was known to belong to Paneas, granting and approving the election, chose Lord Adam, Archdeacon of Acre, as bishop of that place. They entrusted him with the spiritual care of the faithful wishing to remain there, while the temporal jurisdiction was restored to Lord Rayner, surnamed Bruss, from whom it had been violently taken a few years earlier. Then, to offer thanks to God in solemn sacrifices, the Lord King, along with the Lord Prince of Antioch, the Lord Patriarch, and the Lord Legate, set out for Jerusalem. After completing the customary prayers and staying in Jerusalem for several days, the Lord Prince, having tested the mind of the Lord Legate regarding what intentions he had against his patriarch, invited him not to hesitate to come, but to come boldly, and assured of his support, returned to Antioch. For as we mentioned earlier, the same legate had been sent to investigate certain charges brought against the patriarch by some of his canons, and to bring the matter to a proper conclusion. Now it is time to fulfill what we previously mentioned about the said patriarch, which, to be more easily understood, requires a brief recapitulation of earlier events. Chapter 12, Book 15. The Prince of Antioch conspires with the enemies of the Patriarch of Antioch. The Patriarch travels to Rome. He is captured by Duke Roger of Apulia, but eventually reconciled with him, he reaches Rome. When Lord Raymond first approached Antioch, as we have previously mentioned, before he had taken his destined wife, he offered his loyalty to Lord Ralph, who was then presiding over the Church of Antioch. He did this manually, pledging with an oath that from that day forward he would not be involved in any counsel or action that would cause the loss of honor, life, or limb, or result in wrongful capture, as is contained in the form of the oath of loyalty. However, he did not persevere in this loyalty for even a short time. For as soon as he married and received the entire region, he joined with Ralph's adversaries through his own efforts and work, providing aid and counsel against the obligation of his loyalty to Ralph's detriment. Having such a collaborator in their endeavors, Ralph's enemies pursued their attacks more vigorously and set out for Rome. His adversaries were Lambert, the archdeacon of the same church, a learned man of honest conduct, but with little or no experience in worldly matters, and Arnulf, a Calabrian by birth, noble by lineage, learned and astute in worldly affairs. These men, with words of appeal interposed, and with the consent and favor of the prince, set out for Rome, compelling Ralph, even against his will, but forced by the prince, to take the same path. It happened that Arnulf went ahead and traveled to Sicily by a direct route. There, having gathered friends and relatives, since he was originally from Calabria, where he later became the Archbishop of Cosenza, for he was very noble, as we have said, he met with Lord Roger, Duke of Apulia, to whom he was known. He said, "Behold, noble prince, into your hands, as you have wished and freely, is given your most formidable enemy, the Patriarch of Antioch, who has taken Antioch from you and your heirs forever, elevating an unknown man there against the order of law. Behold, the Lord has delivered him to you, and his completed sins have brought him here. Arise, consider how you might seize him. Be certain that through him the entrance to the inheritance rightfully due to you by legitimate succession, which he unjustly denied you, may again be opened." Moved by these words, the Duke of Apulia, being a most astute man, ordered ambushes to be set in every coastal city, so that upon his arrival Ralph would be immediately captured and bound, and then sent directly to Sicily. Ralph, however, enjoying a favorable voyage and suspecting nothing of the sort, landed at Brindisi. According to the Duke's command, All that he had brought with him as a most powerful prince was taken, his entire household scattered, and he was handed over in chains to Arnulf to be brought before the Duke in Sicily. At first, Arnulf was given free rein to unleash his wrath upon his enemy and impious persecutor, and to repay with equal measure for the double injuries he had received from Ralph's hand, eventually brought before the Duke. And after having private conversations and agreements with him, as Ralph was a wise and eloquent man with a most honorable presence, he was restored all that he had lost with complete integrity, and his household was returned, promising that on his return he would have safe passage through the same Duke. He was allowed to proceed to Rome with all honor. Upon reaching Rome, he initially faced difficulties in gaining access to the Pope, as he was seen as a persecutor of the Roman Church, one who sought to diminish and infringe upon the unique primacy of the Apostolic See, raising a rival seat against Rome. As an offender of majesty, he was barred from entering the sacred palace and suspended from the Pope's audience. Chapter 13, Book 15. He is accused by his adversaries. Finally, with full grace, he returns to his own. Moreover, both the Lord Pope and the entire Church were more inclined to burden the Lord Patriarch, seizing any honorable occasion, and they showed great favor to his adversaries. He was highly suspect to them because he was a wealthy and magnificent man, and he disdained to have the see he presided over, namely Antioch, subjected to Rome. Instead, he strove to make it equal in all respects, saying that both were chairs of Peter and that it was distinguished by the prerogative of the firstborn. Thus they endeavored in many ways to oppress him. Finally, through the assistance of certain friends, with the intervention of both the Lord Pope and his associates, who directed the paths, he was admitted to the presence of the Lord Pope and the solemnly gathered court, and he was received with great magnificence. However, once and twice entering the consistory, his adversaries took the opportunity to come forward publicly, and having presented accusatory documents, they were prepared to proceed with all legal formality to accuse him. Yet the entire court recognized that those who had come forward to accuse were not sufficiently prepared to provide full proof of the charges to the Lord Pope and his assessors. It was indicated to both parties that they should remain quiet for the time being, until the Lord Pope could send someone from his side to the regions of Antioch, who, with ample witnesses and documents, could more fully understand the case there. Meanwhile, having resigned the pallium, which the Patriarch himself had taken from the altar of the Church of Antioch by his own authority, allegedly to the injury of the Apostolic See, and having handed it over to the cardinals, another was given to him, taken from the body of St. Peter, in a solemn manner by the prior of the deacons. Thus, after staying in Rome for as long as his business seemed to require, with full grace, yet with the question unresolved, he took leave and returned to Duke Roger in Sicily. The Duke received him honorably upon his return, and after they had engaged in many mutual and familiar conversations, discussing various matters that seemed sufficient, the Duke provided him with as many galleys as were necessary for his return journey. With favorable winds, he was conveyed to Syria and reached the mouth of the Orontes River, which flows past Antioch. This place is commonly called the Port of St. Simeon, located approximately 10 miles from Antioch. Chapter 14, Book 15. Upon returning, he is not received by his clergy due to the prince's influence. He withdraws to the land of the Count of Edessa. Finally reconciled with the prince, he enters Antioch. After the Lord Patriarch arrived in Coele-Syria, as previously mentioned, and came near to his city, he wrote to his church, instructing them to meet him on the appointed day outside the city at the designated place with a solemn procession. However, relying on the prince's favor, who, as we have said, pursued him with relentless hatred against the obligation of loyalty he owed him, they refused entirely to comply or obey him. They even, through the prince's force, completely forbade his entry into the city. Understanding the malice of his clergy and the aversion of those from whom he had deserved far differently, as well as the prince's obstinate indignation, he withdrew to the mountains adjacent to the city, commonly called the Black Mountains. There, residing in the monasteries with which that place abounds, he awaited the time when, with their rancor set aside, both the Lord Prince and his clergy would recall him to the city with a more humane judgment. The prince, however, opposed him more openly and vehemently than usual. Arnulf had increased the hatred and added fuel to the fire by writing to the prince from Sicily that the patriarch had entered into secret agreements with Duke Roger, his rival, against it. As evidence of his claim, he pointed out that when the patriarch returned through Sicily, he had been received with gifts and great honor, and had been provided with galleys necessary for his journey, all of which seemed to lend credence to his persuasion. While he stayed in the aforementioned places, Jocelyn the Younger, the Count of Edessa, both out of hatred for the prince and favor for the patriarch, diligently invited him, sending special messengers to assure him that he could safely and confidently come with all his retinue to his land. The bishops of that region favored the patriarch and revered him devoutly as their lord and father, namely, the archbishops of Edessa, Caristia, and Hierapolis. Drawn by their invitation, he went down to them and was treated with great honor by all the prelates of that region. The count, as he had promised, received him with utmost kindness and devotion, warmly embracing his stay. The prince, reportedly having been bribed, restored his favor to the patriarch in words, not in heart, through the intervention of certain mutual acquaintances. He sent messengers to invite him back to the city and to return to his own with deceitful words of peace. Hearing this, the patriarch hastened his return, and taking with him those neighboring bishops whose devotion he had found necessary during his adversity, he arrived at Antioch. There, the entire church and all the people, along with a great multitude of knights with the prince, met him with hymns and psalms. Clad in his pontifical vestments, he was solemnly led into the city, into the great church, and then into his palace. Chapter 15. Book 15. The Archbishop of Lyon, a papal legate, dies at Acre. Alberic, Bishop of Ostia, a synod is convened at Antioch. Meanwhile, a certain legate out of the Roman Church named Peter, a Burgundian by birth and the Archbishop of Lyon, was sent by Pope Innocent to bring the aforementioned matter to a proper conclusion. He arrived in Syria, landing at Acre. He was a man of venerable life, simple and God-fearing, advanced in years and already leaning into old age. As soon as he entered Syria, he traveled to Jerusalem for the sake of prayer. From there, urged by Lambert and Arnulf to hasten to Antioch to bring the matter to a close, he returned to Acre. There he was seized by a severe illness and, as it is said, was suddenly struck down by poison administered in a drink, leading to his death. The aforementioned patriarchs, his adversaries, hurried to Antioch, but found themselves entirely without support. Disappointed by the hope they had placed in the legate's arrival, and weary from the journey and the many hardships they had endured over time, they humbly sought peace through intermediaries they deemed suitable for the task. They implored for the restoration of their benefices, were ready to renounce their accusations, and pledged their loyalty. Lambert was restored to his archdeaconry. Arnulf, finding no humanity, once again relied on the prince's aid, and with his usual perseverance, prepared for further efforts and travel. He set out for Rome, persistently knocking at every opportunity, and finally, through relentless petitions, secured the dispatch of the aforementioned legate to Syria. Upon arriving in Jerusalem, as we have mentioned, and having completed his prayers, he summoned the patriarch and all the bishops of the kingdom to a synod to be held at Antioch on the day before the Kalends of December. With all haste, he made his way there. Chapter 16, Book 15. An accusation is brought against the patriarch in a council of bishops. He is summoned, but delays coming. Serlo of Apamea, his supporter, is deposed. On the appointed day, present from the diocese of Jerusalem, were Lord William the Patriarch, Gaudentius the Archbishop of Caesarea, and Anselm the Bishop of Bethlehem. Also present was Lord Fulcher the Archbishop of Tyre, a man very devoted and faithful to the Holy Roman Church, in whom the entire hope of resolving the matter rested. He was a magnanimous and very discerning man. He attended with two of his suffragans, namely Bernard of Sidon and Baldwin of Beirut, from the province of Antioch. Since they were closer, all were present, though their desires were very varied and discordant. For Stephen the Archbishop of Tarsus, Gerard of Laodicea, and Hugh the bishop of Gabala supported the case of the canons against the Lord Patriarch. However, Franco of Hierapolis, Gerard of Chorus, and Serlo of Apamea, although initially an adversary, had turned to support the Lord Patriarch, openly offering him their patronage. Others seemed not to clearly incline to either side. On the appointed day, with the archbishops, bishops, and abbots seated as usual in the church of the Prince of the Apostles, dressed in their pontifical garments, and with the Lord Legate presiding and holding the place of the Lord Pope. The tenor of the Lord Pope's mandates was read publicly. After it was read and thoroughly understood, the accusers, the oft-mentioned Arnulf and Lambert the archdeacon, came forward publicly. Although Lambert had previously conspired with the Lord Patriarch in deceit and obtained the restoration of his benefice, he had turned into a crooked bow and again set himself as an accuser. Many others joined them, seeing that the times were not favorably responding to the Lord Patriarch. Here it was clearly evident what our Ovid proverbially taught. As long as you are fortunate, you will count many friends. If times become cloudy, you will be alone. Thus, the accusers came forward into the public assembly, declaring themselves ready to proceed with the accusation according to the rules of law, presenting their written charges, and willing to face retaliation if they failed. The chapters on which they intended to impeach him were inscribed on documents. Some concerned his enormous and undisciplined entry, contrary to the rules of the Holy Fathers. Others concerned his incontinence and simoniacal acts. Urgently demanding that he present himself, messengers were sent to solemnly invite him to the synod and to admonish him to come and respond to the charges. He utterly refused to come. Therefore, nothing further was done on that day, except for exchanging exhortatory speeches among themselves, as is customary in such matters. On the second day, gathering again and sitting in order, they once more solemnly summoned the Lord Patriarch with a citation edict. He, as on the previous day, utterly refused to come. Meanwhile, Serlo, the Archbishop of Apamea, sitting in the choir of bishops without the nuptial garment, for he was not dressed in pontifical attire like the others, was questioned by the Lord Legate why he did not agree with the other brothers, and why he did not proceed to accuse as he had. Once done, he replied, what I once did, I did with unconsidered heat and against the salvation of my soul, detracting from my father, and uncovering his shame like the accursed Ham. And now, recalling myself from my erroneous path with the Lord's help, I will neither accuse nor presumptuously judge him, but I am prepared to fight for his status and safety, even unto death. He was therefore ordered to leave, and a sentence of excommunication and degradation was pronounced against him, whether justly or otherwise, and he was deposed from all priestly and episcopal office. Such was the fear of the Lord Prince, excessively inclined to the side of the legate, that no liberty to contradict was granted to anyone. The same prince, less prudent and discerning, was incited by a certain Peter Armoinus, the custodian of the city's fortress, a man exceedingly malicious, hoping that if the Patriarch were deposed, he could, through the misguided prince, elevate his nephew Emeric, whom the Lord Patriarch had made dean of the same church to his own detriment, to that seat, which indeed happened. Thus Serlo, whether de facto or de jure deposed, left Antioch and returned to his diocese. Arriving at the castle of Herink, he was overcome by illness, and weighed down by the burden of cares, took to his bed, and turning to the wall, unable to bear the enormity of the injuries, he expired. Chapter 17. Book 15. The Patriarch is deposed in absentia as defiant. Treated shamefully, he is imprisoned. He travels to Rome again, gains partial favor, but dies from poison on his return. On the third day, they convened again in order, and sent a third summons, commanding the Patriarch to appear and respond to the charges against him. Whether he was troubled by his conscience, or knew that the synod was gathered against him with malice, or feared the prince's violence, we do not know for certain, but he refused to come, just as before. He was in his palace with his household, surrounded by a large company of knights and commoners, for all those from the city had gathered to support him, and if they had not feared the prince's power, they were ready to drive the legate and all those assembled for his deposition out of the city with disgrace. Seeing that the patriarch refused to come to him, the legate, relying on the prince's support and strength, went up to the palace. There he pronounced the sentence of deposition upon him, forcing him to surrender his ring and cross violently. Then, by the legate's order, he was handed over to the prince, miserably bound in chains and treated shamefully as a man of blood. He was imprisoned at the monastery of St. Simeon, situated on a very high mountain near the sea. This Lord Ralph, for we ourselves saw him in our youth, was a man of handsome appearance, tall in stature, with slightly slanted eyes, though not to an unbecoming degree. He was moderately learned, but very eloquent, with a most pleasant manner of speaking, possessing great charm. He was exceedingly generous, having gained considerable favor among military men, and those of the second class. However, he was easily forgetful of promises and agreements, changeable and inconsistent in his word, deceitful and exceedingly complex in all his ways, yet prudent and discerning. He was found imprudent only in that he did not admit into his favor those adversaries he had rightfully provoked, even when they wished to reconcile with him. It was said, and truly so, that he was arrogant and presumed too much of himself, which led him into a downfall that he could have easily avoided, had he been a little more cautious. Captured and chained, he was held in the monastery for a long time. Eventually he escaped and went to Rome. There he gained some favor with the apostolic see, but as he hastened to return, he miserably perished from poison administered by an unknown agent of the crime. In his own experience, he fully tested whatever fortune could do, like another Marius. Chapter 18, Book 15. The legate returns to Jerusalem, holds a synod, dedicates the temple of the Lord. The legate, having deposed the patriarch and completed the business for which he had come to Antioch, returned to Jerusalem. There he remained until the solemnity of Easter. After consulting with the prelates of the churches on the third day after Holy Easter, together with the Lord Patriarch and several bishops, he solemnly dedicated the temple of the Lord. Present on the day of dedication were many great and noble men from both the regions beyond the sea and those this side of the sea. Among them was Lord Jocelyn the Younger, Count of Edessa, who was magnificently residing in the city during the solemn days of Easter. Once this celebration was completed, the legate convened a council with the archbishops, bishops, and other church prelates, along with the Lord Patriarch, in the original and mother church of Holy Zion. There they discussed matters deemed appropriate for the present time. Attending this synod was Maximus, the pontiff of the Armenians, indeed the leader and distinguished teacher of all the bishops of Cappadocia, Media, Persia, and both Armenias, who is called the Catholicos. With him a discussion was held on the articles of faith, in which his people seemed to differ from us, and he promised correction in many areas. After these matters were duly completed, the aforementioned legate returned to the city of Acre, and from there, with a prepared ship, returned to Rome. Meanwhile, the clergy of Antioch, especially those who had conspired in the deposition of Lord Radulf, with the instigation and suggestion of the prince, and, as it is said, through the intervention of great gifts, elected for themselves a certain subdeacon of the same church named Emeric, a native of Limoges. He was a man without learning and of not entirely honorable conduct, whom the aforementioned Lord Radulf, hoping to make him more obligated and faithful to himself, had promoted to dean of the same church, but was disappointed in his hope. For from that day, Emeric is said to have joined with his adversaries and conspired in the deposition of his benefactor, unmindful of his loyalty. It is said that a certain Peter, surnamed Armoinas, the castellan of the same city, accomplished this promotion through his own devices and a lavish distribution of gifts, persuading both the clergy and the prince to this end, as Emeric was his kinsman. Chapter 19. Book 15. The emperor returns to Syria and invites the prince to renew previous agreements. Around this time, scarcely 4 years after, he had departed from Tarsus in Cilicia and all of Syria, Emperor John of Constantinople, having restored his strength and recalled his legions, was stirred by frequent messages from the Lord Prince and the people of Antioch. Once again he directed expeditions and armies toward Syria, proceeding with a multitude of his forces in chariots and on horses, with infinite treasures and countless supplies, setting his course towards the regions of Antioch. After crossing the Bosphorus, which is understood to be the boundary between Europe and Asia, and traversing the intervening provinces, he reached Italia, a great city located on the seashore, the metropolis of the province of Pamphylia. While the emperor lingered there, two of his sons, namely Alexius the firstborn and Andronicus II, were seized by a severe illness and died, closing their final day. The emperor then called upon his third son, Isaac by name, to attend to the funerals of his deceased brothers, ensuring that the last rites were conducted with the dignity befitting imperial magnificence, and sent him back to Constantinople. There, after the brothers were buried according to their father's command, Isaac remained in the city until his father's death. The father, taking with him his youngest son Manuel, continued the journey he had begun. After passing through Isauria, he reached Cilicia, and having swiftly traversed Cilicia, with news of his arrival barely preceding him, he unexpectedly entered the land of the Count of Edessa with all his forces and encamped before Tebessel. This place is a very wealthy fortress located about 24 miles or slightly more from the Euphrates. Upon reaching this location, the emperor requested hostages from Count Jocelyn the Younger, who, astonished and amazed by the suddenness of his arrival, and seeing his incomparable forces, which no king of the earth seemed able to withstand, and finding himself unprepared and entirely unable to resist, made a virtue of necessity. He gave one of his daughters, named Isabella, as a hostage. This was demanded for no other reason than to bind the count more closely to him with this bond, so that he might have a more faithful ally in carrying out his commands. From there, directing all his armies towards Antioch and hastening there with all speed, he encamped near a certain town called Gaston on the 25th day of September. Then, sending messengers to the prince, he commanded that, according to the terms of the agreement previously made between them, the city, along with its garrison and all the fortifications of the city without distinction, be surrendered to him. This was so that he might wage war on the neighboring enemy cities more conveniently from a nearby position. In return, he steadfastly affirmed that, as far as it depended on him, he was prepared to fulfill the agreements previously set down in writing with generous interpretation, and to add a good and abundant measure according to the quality of the merits. Chapter 20, Book 15. The citizens send an embassy to the emperor, opposing the agreements and preventing his entry. The Prince of Antioch, Lord Raymond, who had previously summoned him with such frequent messages, found himself in a difficult position, knowing he was bound by the terms of the agreements. He hesitated, uncertain of what to do, and called together the leading figures and nobles of both the city and the entire region to deliberate and seek counsel on what action was necessary in such a perilous situation. After much deliberation, they unanimously agreed that it would not be beneficial for the region's stability for such a noble, powerful, and fortified city to be handed over to the emperor under any agreement. They feared that due to the Greeks' cowardice, as had happened more than once before, the city, along with the entire region, would fall into the hands of the enemy. However, to prevent the prince from being justly accused of breaking faith, they sought a pretext to cover the prince's less commendable action. For it had been agreed upon during the emperor's previous visit, as we have mentioned, that the city would be handed over to him without difficulty. The prince had promised in good faith to uphold this agreement, inviting the emperor to come to Syria with frequent messages. To excuse the prince in this matter, they sent envoys to the emperor, chosen from the noblest of the region, to inform him on behalf of St. Peter, the Lord Patriarch, and all the citizens that they would not consider the prince's previous actions valid. They declared that the prince did not have the right to make such agreements concerning his wife's inheritance, nor did she have the power to transfer dominion to another person without the consent of the citizens and nobles. Neither of them had the authority to negotiate to the detriment of the citizens or the region's leaders, as no right had been granted to either of them. If either or both presumed to persist obstinately in this matter, they warned that they would be expelled from the city and all its territories, made exiles from the inheritance they had proposed to sell unjustly, to the detriment of their faithful followers. Moved by these words and aware of the sentiments of the citizens and all the provincials, the emperor, greatly angered, ordered his army to return to Cilicia. He intended to take advantage of the milder climate of the coastal regions as winter's harshness approached, for the air is usually gentler in the maritime areas during winter days, providing a more suitable environment for the troops to recuperate. Chapter 21, Book 15. The emperor sends envoys to the king of Jerusalem, feigning a desire to visit the holy places, and receives a response from the king on the same matter. Seeing that the desired entry into the city was entirely denied to him and his followers, the emperor hoped that once winter had passed, and the pleasant mildness of spring returned, he might achieve something near Antioch according to his wishes. Even against the will of the citizens, to conceal his true intentions, he sent men of great nobility to Lord Fulk, king of Jerusalem, indicating that he wished to come willingly for the sake of devotion and prayer, and to offer aid against the enemies in those regions, if it seemed agreeable to the Christians. The king, after consulting, sent back envoys with a response to his request. He dispatched Lord Anselm, Bishop of Bethlehem, Lord Geoffrey, abbot of the Temple of the Lord, skilled in the Greek language, and Lord Castellan of the Jerusalem citadel. They conveyed that the kingdom was very narrow, and did not have an abundance of supplies to sufficiently support such a large multitude, nor could it sustain such armies without the danger of famine and lack of necessities. However, if it pleased his God-beloved empire to come with 10,000 men to the blessed city and the holy places of our salvation, and to arrange something according to his wishes, all would go out to meet him with the greatest desire, and they would receive his arrival with all joy and exultation of spirit, and obey him as Lord and greatest prince of the world. Hearing this, the emperor, considering it beneath imperial glory to set out with such a small force, who was accustomed to always proceed surrounded by so many thousands, refrained from action. He sent back the envoys, having treated them with great generosity, honor, and grace, and spent the winter near Tarsus in Cilicia, awaiting the coming spring. He promised and intended to accomplish something great and worthy of eternal memory in the regions of Syria in the coming summer. Meanwhile, a certain nobleman named Paganus, who had previously been the royal cupbearer and later held land beyond the Jordan after Roman of Pi and his son Ralph were disinherited and alienated from it, due to their own merits, built a castle in the borders of II Arabia. This castle, called Crac, was very fortified by both the nature of the place and human craftsmanship near the ancient city of the same Arabia's metropolis, formerly called Rabbah, where Uriah the Innocent is recorded to have been killed by the command of David and the efforts of Joab during its siege. Later it was called Petra of the desert, from which II Arabia is today called Arabia Petrea. Chapter 22, Book 15. While staying in Cilicia, the emperor is mortally wounded during a hunt. Meanwhile, around the beginning of spring, before kings usually led their armies to war, the emperor of Constantinople, a fervent lover of forests and woods for the sake of hunting, sought to relieve his boredom, as was his long-standing custom. He entered the woods with his usual company assigned for this purpose, while diligently pursuing wild beasts, carrying a bow in his hand and a quiver full of arrows as usual. A boar, caught by the skill of the dogs and wearied by their persistence, driven by their fierce barking, had no choice but to pass in front of the emperor, who was lying in wait. With remarkable speed, the emperor seized an arrow, drew the bow excessively, and with the arrow's poisoned tip, wounded himself in the hand that held the bow. Thus, receiving a death sentence from such a minor cause in his own body, he left the woods compelled by the distress of his ailment, and returned to the camp. Summoning a multitude of physicians, he revealed the situation and did not hesitate to say that he was the cause of his own impending death. The physicians, greatly concerned for their lord's health, applied their care, but the deadly poison having taken hold internally, ignored remedies, and as it spread inward and advanced further, it blocked all paths to recovery. They suggested one singular remedy, though unworthy of such a great prince. If the injured hand where the entire force of the malady still resided were amputated before it could infect the rest of the body, which was still in harm. Hearing this, the magnanimous man, though tormented by immense pain and not doubting that death was at his doorstep, steadfastly maintained his imperial dignity and refused. He is said to have replied, "It is unworthy for the Roman Empire to be ruled by one hand." Thus, struck by this unfortunate event, more perilous than any other that could have occurred, the entire army was shaken. Grief seized all the legions due to the loss of such a great leader. Sorrow and anxiety claimed the hearts of each individual, and the camp was unexpectedly filled with bitterness. Chapter 23, Book 15. The younger son is elevated to the empire. The emperor dies. The army, with Emperor Manuel as leader, returns home. Meanwhile, the Lord Emperor, being a prudent and discerning man, saw that the day of his death was certainly approaching. He called to him his relatives and in-laws, who always followed him in great numbers, along with the leading figures of the sacred palace and the chiefs of the army. He raised the question among them about the successor to the empire, being very uncertain about what to do. Should he entrust the governance of the empire to his elder son Isaac, whom he had sent back to Constantinople from Italia with the funerals of his brothers, as we have mentioned, and who seemed to have the rightful claim to the throne? Or should he entrust it to his younger son who was with him, a young man of excellent and outstanding character, who was said by all to be destined for greatness? He also presented the cause of his doubt, saying, "If we grant the scepters of the empire to this one, we will seem to contradict the laws of humanity, which rightly make the firstborn superior. But if we confer the governance of the empire on the other, following common judgments, there will be no one to lead these armies and the entire strength and glory of the Roman Empire safely home. With enemies lying in wait and plotting ambushes and gathering support from all sides, it seems certain that the legions could not pass through without danger, without a leader. Among the princes, there was a magnificent man named John the Megadomesticus, who greatly desired to preserve the empire for Isaac with his followers. He endeavored to reassure the doubting emperor about the safe return of the legions to their homeland. However, Manuel, the younger son who was present with his father, was extolled by the entire army, especially by the Latins, with favor and praise. Some of the princes also worked diligently for his promotion in every way. The father's affection and favor inclined more towards him as well, because he seemed more prudent, more valiant in arms, and altogether more affable. The care for the army also greatly troubled him. Thus, after much deliberation, with the Lord's guidance, the younger son prevailed. In the presence of his father, and at his command, he was shown imperial reverence and was adorned with purple boots, as is the custom in that empire. He was eagerly proclaimed Augustus by all the legions. Thus, with Manuel elevated to the imperial pinnacle, his father, a man of illustrious memory, noble, generous, pious, merciful, and compassionate, passed away. He was of medium stature, dark in complexion and hair, which is why he is still called the Moor today. His face was unremarkable, but his character was notable, and his military deeds were distinguished. He died near Anavarza, a very ancient city, the metropolis of II Cilicia, in the place called the Meadow of Tents, in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1137, in the month of April, in the 27th year of his reign. After settling affairs in that region, the Lord Emperor safely led his armies back to Constantinople. There, upon hearing of his father's death, his elder brother, who had already taken possession of the palace, was unexpectedly captured and imprisoned by Mysticon, who was in charge of the palace and all the treasures, through secretly sent letters. However, after Manuel solemnly entered the royal city, he was reconciled with his brother through the intervention of their common relatives and the faithful efforts of the princes of the sacred palace. Thus, with due tranquility according to his father's final judgment, Lord Manuel obtained the monarchy, continually honoring and favoring his brother as the firstborn with greater honor and abundant grace as long as he lived. Chapter 24, Book 15. The king and the princes of the kingdom built a fortress near Ascalon named Ibelin. Meanwhile, King Fulk of Jerusalem and the other princes of the kingdom together with the Lord Patriarch and other church prelates, sought to curb the excessively insolent attacks of the Ascalonites and to somewhat restrict their freedom to roam the region. By common agreement, they decided to build a fortress in the plains near the city of Ramla, not far from Lydda, which is Diospolis. In that region, there was a slightly elevated hill, upon which tradition holds that one of the cities of the Philistines, named Gath, was established near another of their cities called Ashdod, 10 miles from Ascalon and not far from the seashore. Gathering there in unity as planned, they constructed a stronghold on the aforementioned hill with a very solid structure laying deep foundations. It was built with 4 towers using stones from ancient buildings, many remnants of which still remained, providing an ample supply of materials. The wells from ancient times, which were numerous around the ruins of the city, provided an abundance of water, both for the needs of the construction and for human use. Once the fortress was completed and fully finished, it was entrusted by common council to a noble and prudent man, Lord Balian the Elder, father of Hugh Baldwin, and Balian the Younger, all of whom took the name of Ibelin from this place. This was the name of the location even before the fortress was built there. The aforementioned man maintained diligent vigilance in its defense and in the pursuit of enemies, for which purpose the stronghold was established. After his death, his aforementioned sons, noble men and valiant in arms, continued to guard it with the utmost diligence until the aforementioned city was restored to the Christian name. Chapter 25, Book 15. Once again a castle is built before Ascalon by the common council of the princes, named Blanchgard. In the following year, the princes of the kingdom, seeing and fully understanding through experience that they had made significant progress in the foundation of the 2 fortresses, namely Beersheba and Ibelin, against the arrogance of the Ascalonites, and that their insolence was largely suppressed. Their attacks slower and their efforts weakened, decided to build a 3rd. This was to afflict the city with greater troubles and encircle it with multiplied fortifications, instilling fear and sudden dangers, as if it were under siege. In that part of Judea which descends from the mountains and begins to border the plains near the lands of the Philistines, in the tribe of Simeon 8 miles from Ascalon, there was a certain place. Compared to the mountains, it could be called a hill, but compared to the flatter region, it could be considered a lofty mountain. The place was named in Arabic Telesafi, which translates to bright hill or clear mountain in our language. This location pleased the more prudent among them for establishing a fortress, as it seemed closer to the city and more fortified in position and site than other fortifications made for similar purposes. Thus, fulfilling their intention, the Lord King and his princes, together with the Lord Patriarch and the prelates of the churches, gathered at the place around the beginning of spring after winter had passed. Calling upon craftsmen and the entire populace to provide the necessary resources, they built a town on solid foundations with squared stones, including 4 towers of suitable height. From there was an unobstructed view to the enemy's city, making it very unpleasant and formidable for enemies wishing to go out for plunder. They gave it the common name, Blanchgard, which in Latin means White Watchtower. The completed castle, finished in all its parts, was taken into the custody of the Lord King. It was sufficiently fortified with provisions and arms and entrusted to prudent men experienced in military affairs, whose loyalty and proven devotion were well known. These men frequently, and more often with soldiers from other fortifications, built for similar purposes, confronted the enemy when they ventured out, thwarting their plans. Sometimes they even provoked the Ascalonites, causing them significant harm and often triumphing over them. Moreover, those who possessed the surrounding region, relying on the aforementioned fortification and the proximity of the castles, built many suburban settlements, housing numerous families and farmers. The habitation of these people made the entire region more secure, and a great abundance of provisions was brought to the neighboring places. Meanwhile, the Ascalonites, seeing their city surrounded by impregnable fortifications, began to lose confidence in their usual state and frequently urged the powerful prince of Egypt, their lord, who had nothing left of the entire region, to take concern for the city, which was the strength of his empire. Chapter 26, Book 15. The queen builds a monastery at Bethany and endows it generously, appointing her sister as its head. Meanwhile, through the abundant grace of the Lord, as the kingdom was brought to some tranquility, Lady Melisande, the queen of blessed memory, conceived the idea of founding a monastery for holy virgins for the salvation of her soul and her parents, as well as for the health of her husband and children, if she could find a place that suited her heart. She had a younger sister named Yvette, who had professed a monastic life in the monastery of St. Anne, the mother of the Holy Mother of God. The queen was greatly moved by this consideration towards her intended purpose, for it seemed unworthy to her that the daughter of a king should be subject to a mother in some cloister as if she were one of the common people. After thoroughly considering the entire region and diligently investigating which place might be most suitable for founding a monastery, she finally decided after much deliberation on Bethany, the castle of Mary and Martha and their brother Lazarus, whom Jesus loved, a familiar lodging of the Lord and the dwelling of the Savior. This place is 15 stadia from Jerusalem, according to the word of the evangelist, situated beyond the Mount of Olives to the east on the slope of that mountain. The place belonged to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. In exchange for it, the queen gave the canons the city of the prophets, Tekoa, and received the place as her own, since it was almost in solitude and could be exposed to the ambushes of enemies. She ordered a very strong tower to be built with squared and polished stones, equipped with necessary facilities at great expense, so that the virgins dedicated to God would not lack the impregnable comfort of protection against sudden attacks. With the tower constructed and the place somewhat prepared for religious worship, she introduced holy women, appointing as their mother an elderly and religiously proven venerable matron, endowing the church with many estates, so that in temporal goods it was considered inferior to no monastery, whether of men or women. Indeed, it is said to have surpassed any other church in abundance. Among the various possessions she granted to the venerable place was the most famous site, rich in all conveniences, located in the plains of the Jordan, Jericho, with its appurtenances, which she generously assigned. She also bestowed upon the monastery sacred utensils made of gold, gems, and silver in great quantity, as well as silks for the adornment of the house of God, and garments, both priestly and Levitical, of every kind, as ecclesiastical discipline required. After the venerable matron she had appointed to that place passed away, returning to her intention, she appointed her sister, with the consent of the Lord Patriarch and the agreement of the holy sisters, to the monastery. With her, she added many more ornaments and chalices, books, and other items related to ecclesiastical use, continually expanding the place for the sake of her soul and her sister, whom she loved uniquely as long as she lived. Chapter 27, Book 15. The king, while hunting a hare in the plains of Acre, falls from his horse and dies. He is buried in Jerusalem among his predecessors. In those days it happened that the Lord King, along with the Lady Queen, was staying in the city of Acre after autumn had passed. The queen, seeking relief from boredom, wished to go outside the city to some suburban areas, watered by springs, for recreation. The Lord King, not wanting to miss the queen's company, decided to set out with his usual retinue. As they were on their way, it happened by chance that the boys leading the procession startled a hare lying in the furrows, and as it fled, the entire group gave chase with shouts. The king, seizing a lance to pursue the hare, was driven by an unfortunate accident to urge his horse in that direction, and pressed the chase vigorously. Finally, in his reckless haste, the horse was driven headlong, falling to the ground. It threw the king forward, and as he lay stunned by the pain of the fall, the saddle crushed his head, causing his brain to be expelled through both his ears and nostrils. At this calamity, the entire company, both those who were ahead and those who followed, turned back, terrified by the severity of the event, and wishing to help the fallen king, found him lifeless, without voice or sense. The queen, upon learning of her husband's sudden death and the unfortunate accident, tore her clothes and hair, wailing and expressing the enormity of her grief with sighs and lamentations, fell to the ground and embraced the lifeless body. Her eyes could not hold back the tears, so abundant was her continuous weeping. Her voice, the interpreter of her sorrow, was frequently interrupted by sobs, and her grief was insatiable, though she was concerned with nothing else but satisfying her sorrow. The household, too, expressing their mourning with Tyre's voice and demeanor, displayed signs of excessive anxiety. Meanwhile, the news spread and was circulated throughout the city of Acre by rumor, announcing the king's tragic demise. Crowds eagerly gathered in those parts, wishing to witness the unprecedented event that had occurred. From there, he was carried with tears into the aforementioned city, and for 3 days, though without consciousness, he still clung to life, until finally, on the 4th day on the Ides of November, in the year of the Lord's incarnation 1142, and the 11th year of his reign, he passed away in good old age. He was then transported to Jerusalem with due honor, where the entire clergy and people met him, and he was buried with royal magnificence in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, to the right as one enters under Mount Calvary, near the gate. Among other kings of blessed memory, his predecessors, by the hand of Lord William, the venerable Patriarch of Jerusalem and of pious memory. He left behind 2 surviving children, still minors, Baldwin, the firstborn, aged 13, and Amalric, aged 7. The power of the kingdom remained with Lady Melisande, the beloved Queen of God, to whom it rightfully belonged by inheritance. Chapter 1, Book 16. A brief preface is provided. Upon the death of Fulk, his son Baldwin III succeeds. His physical appearance is described. Upon the death of Lord Fulk, the 3rd Latin king of Jerusalem, his son, Lord Baldwin III, succeeded him. Baldwin was the son of Queen Melisande and had a younger brother named Amalric, who was 7 years old at the time, as we have previously mentioned. Amalric would later succeed Baldwin in the kingdom after Baldwin died without heirs, as will be explained in the following chapters. Lord Baldwin was 13 years old when he began to reign, and he ruled for 20 years. He was a young man of excellent character, showing clear signs of promise, which he later fulfilled as he matured into adulthood, demonstrating his capabilities through full experience. As a man, he stood out with exceptional elegance in his appearance and the entire bearing of his body, surpassing others in distinction. Similarly, he excelled in the liveliness of his mind and the eloquence of his speech, easily outshining all other princes of the kingdom. He was tall, taller than average, with a body that was proportionally well-formed, so that no part of him deviated from the harmony of the whole. He was indeed handsome, with a most elegant face, a lively complexion that indicated innate vigor, clearly resembling his mother in this aspect and not differing from his maternal grandfather. His eyes were of medium size, slightly prominent with a moderate brightness. His hair was straight, not entirely blonde. His beard covered his chin and cheeks with a pleasing fullness. His body was of moderate build, neither fatter like his brother, nor as thin as his mother. In summary, his appearance was so distinguished that even those unaware of his identity could perceive a certain royal majesty shining through him. Chapter 2, Book 16, on his character and conduct. To this great physical beauty, his well-ordered mind corresponded equally. He possessed a remarkably quick intellect and a natural fluency of speech, with a unique gift for eloquence. In the dignity of commendable manners, he seemed inferior to no prince. He was exceedingly affable and merciful, and although he showed generosity to nearly everyone beyond his means, he was not greedy for others' possessions. He did not harass the patrimonies of the churches, nor did he, like a spendthrift, covet the wealth of his subjects. Remarkably rare for his age, even in his youth, he was God-fearing and held complete reverence for ecclesiastical institutions and church leaders. Gifted with a lively intellect, he also had the benefit of a faithful memory. He was well educated, even more so than his brother, Lord Amalric, who succeeded him. Whenever he could spare time from public duties, he eagerly devoted himself to reading, especially listening to histories, diligently investigating the deeds and customs of ancient kings and noble princes. He greatly enjoyed conversations with learned men and wise lay people. He excelled in the grace of affability to such an extent that he would unexpectedly and by name greet even the most insignificant persons. To those wishing to approach him or who met him by chance, he would either willingly offer the exchange of conversation or not deny it to those who asked. Thus, he won such favor with both the common people and the nobles that he was more beloved by both classes than any of his predecessors. He was also patient in labor and, like the best of princes, exceedingly prudent in the uncertain outcomes of wars. In the greatest necessities, which he often endured for the kingdom's growth, he displayed royal constancy and never abandoned the security of a strong man. He had full experience of the customary law by which the Eastern Kingdom was governed, so much so that in doubtful matters, even the senior princes of the kingdom would consult his experience and marvel at the wisdom of his counsel. He was also of pleasant and witty conversation, adapting himself with a certain favorable disposition to all persons, making himself agreeable to every age and condition. He was of exceptional urbanity, however. He used excessive freedom in speech, so that he would publicly point out to friends their notable and reprehensible faults, without regard for whether it pleased or offended them. Yet, since he spoke not with a harmful intent, but with a certain cheerfulness, or rather lightness of mind, he did not greatly lose the favor of those he addressed with such frankness. It seemed more forgivable because he would bear with equanimity the sharp words turned back on him in return. Moreover, he followed games of dice and harmful gambling more than was fitting for royal majesty, and he was said to have wronged others' marriages by indulging in carnal desires. But this was in his youth, for when he became a man, according to the apostle, he put away childish things. With the virtues that followed, he compensated for the vices of his earlier years. For after taking a wife, he was said to have lived with her in utmost continence. The things he had done in his youth, less pleasing to God and subject to reproach, driven by the instability of age, he later corrected with wiser counsel and reformed with healthier zeal. Furthermore, in taking bodily nourishment, he was exceedingly sober and more abstemious than his age required, abhorring drunkenness, which he declared to be the root of the worst crimes, both in food and drink. Chapter 3, Book 16, on his promotion to the kingdom, and how long he reigned under his mother's guardianship, after the death of his father, on the 10th of November. And shortly thereafter, on the day of the Lord's Nativity, in the year of our Lord's Incarnation, 1142, with Lord Eugene III presiding over the Holy Roman Church, Lord Amory over Antioch, Lord William over Jerusalem, and Lord Fulcher over the Church of Tyre, the princes, and all the prelates of the churches gathered, as was customary. In the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, through the hands of Lord William, the Patriarch of Jerusalem of blessed memory, he was solemnly anointed, consecrated, and crowned alongside his mother. His mother was a most prudent woman, possessing nearly complete experience in all secular affairs, clearly surpassing the condition of her female sex. She extended her hand to mighty deeds, striving to emulate the magnificence of the best princes, and to follow their pursuits with no lesser step. She governed the kingdom with such industry and moderation while her son was still in his youthful years, that she was rightly said to equal her predecessors in that regard. As long as her son chose to follow her counsel, the people enjoyed the desired tranquility, and the affairs of the kingdom proceeded with prosperous progress. However, those of lighter mind, noticing that the queen's prudence greatly obstructed their efforts to entangle the young king in their schemes, persuaded him with their advice. They urged him to withdraw from his mother's guardianship and govern the ancestral kingdom himself, claiming it was unworthy for a king, who ought to preside over all others, to always depend on his mother's care as if he were a private citizen's son. This matter, which began from thoughtless levity or the malice of certain individuals, nearly brought the entire kingdom to ruin, as will be explained in more detail below, when these matters are discussed. Chapter 4, Book 16, Sanguinus besieges Edessa, description of the city's location. In the same year, during the interval between the death of his father and the ascension of Lord Baldwin to the throne, Sanguinus, a wicked man and the most powerful among the Turks in the east, lord and ruler of the city once called Nineveh, now renamed Mosul, and the metropolis of the region, formerly known as Assyria, laid siege to the great and renowned metropolis of the Medes called Edessa, which is also known by the more common name Rages. He did this with a great multitude, relying heavily on the strength and numbers of his people, as well as on the dangerous disputes that had arisen between Prince Raymond of Antioch and Jocelyn, the count of the same city. The city was situated across the Euphrates, a day's journey from the river. However, the aforementioned count, contrary to the custom of his predecessors, had abandoned residence in the city and established a permanent dwelling near the Euphrates. In a place called Tyre, due to the fertility of the land and the peace it offered, being far from the tumult of enemies, he indulged in pleasures and neglected the care due to such a noble city. The city was inhabited by Chaldeans and Armenians, men unskilled in arms and only familiar with the art of trade, and it was rarely visited by Latins, having very few of them as citizens. Its defense was entrusted to mercenaries, who were often not paid according to the time or manner of their service, and they frequently had to wait a year or more for their agreed wages, both Baldwin and Jocelyn the elder. After acquiring the county, had established permanent residence there, diligently bringing in supplies of food, arms, and other necessities from neighboring areas, ensuring not only its safety but also making it formidable to nearby cities. As mentioned earlier, there were open hostilities between the Prince of Antioch and the Count, which had escalated to manifest hatred. Consequently, each showed little or no concern for the other's troubles or misfortunes, even rejoicing in their losses and adverse events. Sanguinus, the great prince, seized this opportunity, gathering countless horsemen from the entire eastern region and summoning the people of neighboring cities to besiege the city. He blocked all access, preventing the besieged citizens from leaving or anyone from entering. The besieged suffered greatly from a lack of food and supplies. The city was surrounded by a solid wall and fortified with high towers, with an upper part of the city that could serve as a refuge, even if the city were taken. However, these defenses are only useful against enemies if there are those willing to fight for their freedom and oppose the enemy bravely. Without defenders, towers, walls, and ramparts are of little use. Finding the city empty and thus more confident of success, Sanguinus surrounded it with legions and positioned commanders, appropriately weakening the walls with siege engines and constantly harassing the citizens with a barrage of arrows. Denying them any respite, meanwhile news spread that the aforementioned city, devoted to God, was suffering the siege and distress from enemies of the Christian faith and name. Hearing this, the hearts of the faithful far and wide were moved, and zeal began to arm them for the punishment of the wicked. The Count, upon hearing this, and struck by the severity of the situation, quickly gathered military forces. Remembering the city too late, as if preparing the funeral of one already dead, he sought help for the city he had neglected when it was ailing and in need of remedies. He appealed to the faithful solicited friends and earnestly urged Prince Raymond of Antioch, his lord through messengers, to sympathize with his struggles and liberate the city from the yoke of impending servitude. News of this dire situation also reached the king of Jerusalem, confirming the siege and the distress suffered by its citizens. The queen, who governed the kingdom after consulting with the nobles, dispatched Manasses, the royal constable, and her kinsmen, along with Philip of Naples and Elenand of Tiberias, with a military force to provide the desired relief to the count and the afflicted citizens with all speed. However, the Prince of Antioch, rejoicing in the count's adversities and not considering the common good, nor that personal enmity should not result in public harm, found excuses to delay providing the requested assistance. Chapter 5, Book 16. The city is captured and its people slain. Meanwhile, Zengi, pressing the besieged with continuous assaults, explored every means of causing harm. He left nothing untried that could increase the citizens' distress or grant him the ability to seize the place. He sent miners through tunnels and underground passages, leading a mine near the wall, which he supported with wooden beams. When these were set on fire, a large part of the wall collapsed, creating a breach more than 100 cubits wide, accessible to the enemy. The enemy, having the entrance they desired, poured into the city from all sides, slaughtering the citizens they encountered with their swords, sparing neither rank, age, nor sex. It seemed as if it could be said of them. They killed the widow and the stranger, and murdered the fatherless, the young man and the virgin, the infant with the old man, thus with the city captured and handed over to the enemy's swords. The more prudent or agile citizens fled to the fortresses within the city with their wives and children, hoping to preserve their lives, albeit for a short time. There was such a tumult at the entrance of the converging crowds that many were miserably suffocated and perished. Among them, it is said, was the most reverend man, Hugh, the archbishop of the city, along with some of his clerics. However, some blame for this miserable event is attributed to the aforementioned bishop by those who were involved in the affair, for it was said that he had amassed an immense amount of money, which, if distributed to the soldiers, could have aided the city. Yet he preferred to cling greedily to his wealth rather than assist the perishing people. Thus, gathering the fruits of avarice, he shared an indifferent death with the populace, not much secure from even a bad report, unless the Lord mercifully intervenes. For such the Scriptures speak terribly, saying, "May your money perish with you." Thus, while the Prince of Antioch, overcome by indiscriminate hatred, delayed providing the necessary aid to his brothers, and while the Count awaited help from others, the ancient city, devoted to the Christian name since the times of the apostles, through the word and preaching of the apostle Thaddeus, was subjected to the undeserved servitude. It is said that in the same city the body of the blessed apostle Thomas is buried, along with the bodies of the aforementioned apostle and the blessed King Abgar. This is the illustrious toparch Abgar, whose letter sent to the Lord Jesus Christ is asserted by Eusebius of Caesarea in his history, which he calls ecclesiastical. He also shows that Abgar was deemed worthy of a reply from the Lord, presenting both letters and concluding thus, "These we found described in the public archives of the city of Edessa, where the aforementioned Abgar reigned, preserved in those documents which contain the deeds of King Abgar from ancient times." But enough of this. Let us now return to the history. Chapter 6, Book 16. A fortress beyond the Jordan, named the Valley of Moses, is acquired by the king. In the first year of King Baldwin's reign, the Turks, with the support and invitation of some local inhabitants, seized one of our fortresses called the Valley of Moses, located in Syria Sobol, beyond the Jordan. This town is near the waters of Meribah, where Moses, responding to the cries and thirst of the Israelites, brought forth streams from the rock, and the entire people and their livestock drank. Upon learning that the enemies held the aforementioned fortress, having killed our men stationed there, King Baldwin, though still very young, gathered military forces from all around and set out for the location. Crossing with his troops the illustrious valley where now lies the Dead Sea, also known as Lake Asphaltites, he ascended the mountains of Arabia Petraea, on the borders of Moab. From there, passing through Syria Sobol, known today as the land of Montes Regalas, they reached their intended destination. The local inhabitants, upon hearing of our approach, had retreated with their wives and children into the fortress, relying on its fortifications, as it seemed impregnable. Our forces, seeing the difficulty of the location and the formidable defenses, after spending several days in vain efforts, hurling stones, shooting arrows, and employing other means of attack, turned to other strategies. The entire region was densely planted with olive trees, so thick that they shaded the entire surface of the land. The inhabitants, like their ancestors, relied on these for their sustenance, and without them, they would lose all hope of survival. It was therefore decided to uproot and set fire to these trees, hoping that the loss would compel them to despair, and that they would either surrender the fortress to us or expel the Turks they had sheltered. This plan proved fruitful. As soon as they saw their beloved trees being cut down, they changed their minds and pursued other courses of action, under the condition that the Turks they had brought in would be allowed to leave freely and without danger, and that neither they nor their wives and children would be punished with death for their offenses. They surrendered the fortress to King Baldwin. Having regained the fortress, placed guards within, and supplied it with provisions and arms, the king, having successfully completed this task at the beginning of his reign, returned victorious and unharmed with his entire army. Chapter 7, Book 16. Sanguinus dies, while besieging Kalajanbar, his son Nur ad-Din succeeds him. Meanwhile, Sanguinus, whom we mentioned earlier after subjugating the city of Edessa, was so greatly emboldened by his immense success that he proceeded to besiege the fortified city named Kalajimbar, situated above the waters of the Euphrates. While he persisted in this siege, the lord of the aforementioned city, plotting and arranging with certain chamberlains and eunuchs of his household, took advantage of a night when Sanguinus, heated with wine and lying supine in his tent due to excessive drunkenness, was stabbed to death by these same servants with swords. Upon hearing of his death, one of our people remarked, "What a fortunate outcome! The bloodthirsty man, guilty and named Sanguinius, is stained with blood. Those who killed him were received within the city walls by the lord of the besieged city, as previously agreed, and thus escaped the avenging hands of the slain man's kin. The entire army of Sanguinus also fled, deprived of their leader's support and guidance. After his death, his son succeeded him, one in Mosul, further east, the other, the younger, named Nur ad-Din, in Aleppo. Nur ad-Din was a prudent and discerning man who, according to the superstitious traditions of his people, feared God. He was also fortunate and an expander of his father's inheritance. Chapter 8, Book 16. A noble from Damascus, the governor of the city of Bostra, makes a pact with the king, and the army of the kingdom marches towards Bostra. Ainardus, the governor of Damascus, tries to hinder the plan, not long after. In the second year of King Baldwin's reign, a certain noble Turkish satrap, having incurred the displeasure of Meherdin, the king of Damascus, and having lost the favor of his governor Mehedin, also known as Ainardus, whose authority in all the lands of Damascus was much greater than that of the king himself, came to the Lord King and his mother in Jerusalem with an honorable retinue. He asserted that if the Lord King would assign him a compensation deemed sufficient by a good man, he would surrender the city of Bostra, which he governed, along with the town of Selkat, to the Christians. Bostra is the metropolis of Arabia Prima, known today by the common name Bussareth. This noble man, as it was said, was of Armenian descent, tall in stature, with a handsome face, and his entire physique exuded a manly vigor. His name was Tantes. Therefore, having convened all the princes of the kingdom for this matter, and weighed the parts of the deliberation with appropriate balance, and having heard the reason for the arrival of such a man, it was agreed by common council that a suitable and honorable recompense should be made to the aforementioned man. The armies were summoned, and expeditions were directed towards the regions of Bostra. They judged it a great and God-pleasing increase for the kingdom if, through this man's efforts, the aforementioned city could be added to the Christian faith, and our jurisdiction in perpetuity. With agreements on both sides brought to a suitable harmony, the entire populace of the kingdom was gathered by public proclamation. After invoking help from above and taking with them the life-giving wood of the cross as a safeguard, both the Lord King and all the princes reached Tiberias, where they camped near the bridge from which the waters of the Jordan divide from the sea. However, the aforementioned Ainardus had previously entered into a pact in temporary peace with the Lord King, as well as with his father. Therefore, it was necessary to formally notify him so that he might have the legitimate time, according to the custom of the region, to prepare and gather his army for resistance. Otherwise, if the Lord King were to enter his borders in a hostile manner suddenly, and without formal warning, it would seem contrary to the terms of the pact. Thus messengers were sent to the same governor, but as a shrewd man he deliberately delayed giving a response, and nearly a month had passed. During this time he did not cease to summon all the neighboring nobles of his people, both near and far, to his aid, both by persuasion and by reward, with an immense number gathered from all sides. He sent a message to the Lord King and the princes, saying, "You are preparing to enter my lord's land against the law of the established pact, and you are striving to protect his rebellious servant, who acts against the laws of due loyalty, with undue patronage. We humbly beseech the Lord King to desist from this unjust intention, and to preserve the integrity of the previously established pact. We are prepared to reimburse the Lord King for all of the expenses he has incurred for this expedition with full integrity." To this the Lord King with common counsel responded, saying, "We do not intend to violate the terms of the established pact and treaty in any way. However, since the aforementioned nobleman came to us to speak with us in a friendly manner, We cannot, with our honor, completely abandon a man who places his hope in our kingdom. It will suffice for us to be allowed to introduce him without difficulty into the city he abandoned for our sake. Once he has returned to his own stronghold, let his Lord deal with him according to the laws of the land, and grant him rewards according to his merits. For whether in going or returning by the Lord's guidance, we will avoid causing injury to the Damascene king, our friend, as we are bound to do. This same Einardus was a very prudent man and a friend of our people. He had 3 daughters, one of whom he gave to the aforementioned king of Damascus, another to Nur ad-Din, son of Zengi, and the third to a distinguished knight named Mangwarth. He thus had the care of the kingdom, both because he was the king's father-in-law, and because he was a very circumspect man. The king, however, was idle, drunken, and devoted to feasting, entirely given over to pleasures and dissoluteness. As we have said, he strove to earn the favor of our people by whatever services he could, and the merits by which friends are usually acquired were not idle in him. Whether this proceeded from genuine affection and sincerity of love, or whether necessity compelled him unwillingly, was a matter of inquiry among the wise. Both could indeed be the cause, for he had considerable suspicion of his son-in-law, Nur ad-Din, as he had previously of his father, fearing that he might again remove the king, his son-in-law, a man utterly useless and sunk in gross ignorance, from the kingdom and from administration. Therefore he considered the favor of our people necessary for himself, and aspired to obtain it by every means he could. He seemed to be a discerning man with a prophetic spirit, for what he feared came to pass. Immediately after his death, the aforementioned Nur ad-Din, with the consent of the Damascenes, violently excluded the reigning king and seized the kingdom. He therefore labored faithfully that the Lord King, having been reimbursed for the expenses he had incurred for the expedition, might return to his own lands unharmed. Undoubtedly, he would have acted less hostilely in this matter against the Lord King and the Christian army if he could have restrained the foreign nations he had summoned according to his own will. For we have known through certain experience many proofs of his sincerity and constancy and faith in various matters. Chapter 9, Book 16. The advancing army endures countless dangers. However, while the envoys, among whom was a prominent member of the king's household named Bernard Vasher, were delivering their message, the people began to shout that this same Bernard was a traitor, claiming that anyone who sought to hinder this endeavor was not faithful to the Christian people. The indiscriminate crowd also began to loudly proclaim that they must advance, asserting that such a noble city should not be easily abandoned. They expressed gratitude to the noble man and declared that his proposal should be embraced faithfully and devoutly, as he had offered a benefit to Christendom that would be memorable for ages, and that they should fight for it even unto death. In this great tumult, the opinion of the crowd prevailed, disregarding the counsel of those with sounder judgment. Thus, having packed their belongings and broken camp, they set out towards the aforementioned town. After passing through the valley of Rub, they reached the plain called Medan, where annual fairs of the Arabs and other eastern peoples are customarily held. There, such a multitude of enemies began to appear before them that those who had previously insisted on proceeding with the endeavor now preferred, if possible, to retreat, judging it more advantageous. Yet upon seeing the enemy ranks and astonished by their numbers, our forces prepared themselves as if they were about to engage in battle. The king, following the advice of those experienced in military matters, immediately ordered the camp to be set up. Once this was done, they took care of their bodies as best they could under the circumstances, spending a sleepless night. Meanwhile, the enemies, having multiplied beyond count, surrounded our legions on all sides, confidently expecting to capture them as spoils and worthless captives by the next day. Our forces, however, kept vigilant watch, prudently fulfilling the duties of brave men with all diligence. At dawn, after consulting together, they decided to advance, for retreat seemed not only full of disgrace, but almost impossible. Yet the surrounding enemies appeared to obstruct both options. Finally, our forces, pressing forward more boldly, cut a path through the enemy lines with their swords and unanimously made their way to the intended location. However, burdened with armor, helmets, and shields, they advanced at a slow pace, further hindered by the surrounding multitude of enemies. The cavalry, though able to move more swiftly, had to match the pace of the infantry to prevent the formation from breaking and giving the enemy an opportunity to attack. Thus, the cohorts supported each other, and the entire populace was united as if with one spirit. The cavalry showed such care for the infantry that they dismounted, sharing the labor with them, and offered themselves as vehicles for the weary, thereby lightening the burden of the journey. Meanwhile, the enemies, harassing the army with frequent volleys of arrows, sought to disrupt our ranks with increasing troubles. Yet the more they saw the enemy pressing and becoming more troublesome, the more our forces clung to each other and fervently continued their journey without fear. Adding to the burden of their troubles was the harsh thirst, intensified by the difficulty of the labor and the heat of summer. Their path lay through arid and waterless places, for that entire region is devoid of springs. In winter, they usually collect rainwater in both natural and man-made reservoirs. However, during those days, these two had become useless, for there had been an unusual plague of locusts in that province, which had contaminated all such pools with filth, rendering the water unfit for use, due to the decay caused by the dying locusts. This region through which our forces traveled is called Trachonitis, mentioned in the Gospel of Luke, which states, Philip was tetrarch of Iturea and the region of Trachonitis, Luke 3:1. It seems to us that the name derives from Trachones, referring to the hidden and subterranean passages with which that region abounds, for nearly the entire population of that region lives in caves and caverns, making their homes in these tracts. Chapter 10, Book 16. Upon reaching the designated place, they find the city occupied by enemies. A retreat is ordered with the mission unaccomplished. After traversing that region with great peril, they arrived around the last hour of the day, at a place known in ancient times as Adratum, now commonly called the city of Bernard de Stempis. It is one of the suffragan cities that looks to the metropolis of Bostra. There, with the inhabitants of that place joining the enemy's numbers, our troubles increased. Even when our men thought they could easily draw water from the cisterns, whose openings they saw exposed, they lost their buckets with damage. Those hiding in the underground caverns cut the ropes to which the drawing instruments were tied, sending back shortened ropes, and thus, thwarted in their hope for water, they were driven to greater thirst, laboring in vain for a long time to draw water. For 4 continuous days, without any granted rest, our men were relentlessly afflicted, barely having time at night to attend to their bodily needs in any way. Meanwhile, the enemy's numbers increased daily, while our ranks diminished. Some were killed, others mortally wounded, and others despairing of life and struck with excessive fear, added to the crowd of baggage and impediments, hiding among the horses and beasts, gaining incapacity to avoid being compelled to bear the brunt of the enemy's attacks. The density of arrows and missiles was almost continuous over our army, descending like hail or rain, so that both men and beasts seemed covered with projectiles. Observers could marvel at either the enemy's skill in shooting or our men's invincible patience in enduring the labor. Our men also pressed on, launching arrows and missiles, but the enemy's forces, having more freedom of movement, were rarely harmed by our arrows. On the 4th day, after continuing the journey with such danger, they approached the designated place and saw the city from afar. With much difficulty violently excluding the enemies, they occupied the waters trickling modestly within the rocks and set up camp around them. There, taking a little time for refreshment, they indulged their bodies as much as was allowed. That night, having some semblance of rest, they awaited the following day with great anticipation. But in the silence of the dead of night, someone secretly left the aforementioned city, and passing through the enemy lines, came to our army, bearing a message of ill omen. Upon arrival, he requested to be brought before the king, claiming to have secret words to deliver. Admitted, and with the leaders gathered, including the noblemen who had governed that city and led us through dangers. He announced that the city had been betrayed to the enemy by the wife of that nobleman, and their forces had taken control of the citadel and fortress, excluding others. With this unfortunate news, our men were greatly dismayed and deliberated on what action was necessary. Finally, it seemed more expedient to hasten a return home, despite any danger, however. Some of the kingdom's leading nobles secretly advised the king, suggesting that he take the wood of the life-giving cross and mount the horse of Lord John Goman, which was said to surpass all other horses in the army in speed and endurance, and seek his own safety alone. They said this, utterly despairing of a return and fearing the imminent destruction of all. The king, though still in his youth, rejected this advice with royal magnificence, indicating what he would be like in greater age, saying he utterly scorned his own safety if such a devout people were to perish in such a lamentable fate. Seeing the king not acquiescing to their counsel, though given out of affection, they turned to other plans and began to discuss a retreat, realizing they could not proceed further without the destruction of all. Then, for the first time, with such hope dashed and all efforts seen as futile, the labor became doubly more burdensome. For although they had previously endured very harsh and nearly intolerable conditions, not inferior to anything that might happen afterward, the hope and confidence of capturing the city had encouraged the spirits of those laboring, spurring them to endurance with certain incentives. Seeing themselves utterly deceived in their hope, they resolved firmly on what they had decided and prepared for the journey, announcing the retreat to all with a herald's voice. Chapter 11, Book 16. The returning army suffers intolerable dangers. The enemies are amazed by our perseverance. As daylight returned to the land, behold, Nur ad-Din, summoned to aid his father-in-law, arrived from the aforementioned city, bringing with him an endless host of Turks to join the enemy ranks. Our forces, however, began their journey back according to their plan. Seeing this, the adversaries, clamoring loudly, rushed to intercept them, aiming to hinder their retreat. Yet pressed by the surrounding difficulties, our men grew bolder, cutting through the opposing lines with swords and steel, violently carving a path for themselves at great peril and with the loss of their own. It was publicly decreed among our troops that the bodies of the fallen should be placed on camels and other animals assigned to carry baggage, so that the sight of our casualties would not embolden the enemy. The weak and wounded were also ordered to be mounted on beasts, so that none of our men would be perceived as dead or debilitated. They were also instructed to draw their swords and at least appear strong. The more prudent among the enemy marveled that despite the heavy barrage of arrows, frequent skirmishes, and the extreme discomfort from thirst, dust, and oppressive heat, no one was ever found dead or failing. They judged our people to be made of iron, able to endure such continuous hardships with such perseverance. Seeing that their efforts were in vain, the enemies turned to other schemes. The entire region was covered with thickets and low shrubs, dry thistles, and mustard plants, along with old stubble and crops now ripe. They set fire to all these, with the wind blowing towards us, providing fuel and strength to the flames. The dense smoke and the oppressive heat from the nearby fire greatly troubled our men. Then the entire populace, with cries and lamentations, turned to the venerable Lord Robert, Archbishop of Nazareth, who was carrying the Holy Cross. Pleading with tears, "Pray for us, Father, and through this wood of the life-giving cross, which you bear in your hands, on which we believe the author of our salvation hung, deliver us from these evils, for we can endure no longer." Like blacksmiths in their workshops, were discolored by the soot driven by the wind, their faces and entire bodies blackened. Afflicted by the doubled heat of summer and the fires, they were tormented by thirst beyond their strength. At the cries of the lamenting people, the man beloved by God, deeply moved and compassionate, raised the holy wood against the fires that threatened them with all their might. Invoking aid from above, divine power immediately intervened, and with the winds suddenly turning in the opposite direction, the fires, along with the thick cloud of smoke, were driven towards the enemies who were ahead of our army. What they had prepared to harm us, they saw turned against them to their own destruction. The enemies were astounded by the miraculous event and regarded the Christian faith as extraordinary, capable of obtaining such immediate favor from their Lord God according to their prayers. Preoccupied with their own needs, they granted our forces some respite and allowed them a moment to breathe. Chapter 12, Book 16. An envoy is sent to the enemy for peace. A noble from the enemy falls. The enemy army disperses. Our forces advance more freely. While our army was oppressed by such intolerable hardships, the leaders, doubting the endurance of the common people, and those with more seasoned judgment, approached the king. They persuaded him to send an envoy to Einard, asking for peace under any condition, as long as the army could return home. A certain man was chosen who was suspected of having acted maliciously against the people of Christ on a similar mission before. However, because he was said to have a great familiarity with the language, the task was assigned to him again. When he was urged to carry out his duty faithfully, he is reported to have said, "I am unjustly and undeservedly suspected, yet I will go. If I am guilty of the crime alleged, may I never be allowed to return, but perish by the swords of the enemy." The wretched man, having pronounced a death sentence upon himself, immediately experienced divine judgment, for before he reached the enemy and fulfilled his mission, he was killed by the enemy's weapons. 4 illustrious Arab princes, brothers and sons of a distinguished and eminent Arab satrap named Nurel, had gathered for the same expedition with an innumerable band of their followers. While they harassed our forces with excessively bold attacks from the flank, our men, bound by the proposed terms, did not dare to break ranks and charge at them, lest they face harsher judgment as deserters of their positions. One of the family of that Turk who was with us, unable to bear their arrogance and wishing to repel the injury to our men, recklessly disregarded the proposed terms. Boldly spurring his horse, he directed the lance he held in his hand at one of those 4, striking him with a sword in the midst of his own ranks, and brought him down lifeless to the ground. He then immediately returned safely and unharmed to our army. Thus, a countless multitude gathered around the body of the deceased, and realizing that he had already breathed his last, they burst into lamentation, expressing their immense grief with abundant tears. Our men, rejoicing, diligently sought to know who had exposed himself to such danger, and whose remarkable deed deserved eternal glory. Upon learning that it was a foreign man who was allowed to be ignorant of the proposed terms, especially since he did not understand the public edict due to the lack of language commerce, they mercifully pardoned him for his ignorance of the law. They embraced the man's deed, commendable not so much by reason as by outcome. Thus the enemy's ranks were broken on that side, and our army, having more open space, relieved the straits they were suffering by moving to more open areas. After several days of continuous march, they reached the Kavia Rub again. Since the place was narrow and could be dangerous for those passing through, the leaders wisely ordered it to be avoided. The aforementioned steward of the Damascenes, Einard, seeing that the king with his armies was heading towards the aforementioned valley, sent messengers offering to prepare an honorable meal for him beyond the Kavia, knowing that the army had been suffering from a lack of provisions for several days. Whether this offer was made out of sincere affection or deceit, intending to trap our forces in the narrow dangers of the valleys, we do not know for certain. However, it is generally believed that the gifts of enemies are rightly regarded with suspicion. Therefore, by general decree, they decided to proceed by the upper route, as it was flatter and less dangerous. Since they did not have a guide to lead the troops and who had knowledge of the places they were to pass through suddenly, an unknown knight appeared leading the cohorts, riding a white horse bearing a red banner, clad in armor with sleeves cut short to the elbows. He went ahead of the army. Like an angel of the Lord of Hosts, he followed the shortcuts of the roads and led them to previously unknown waters, teaching them to camp at suitable and convenient stations. Thus, while it had taken 5 days to barely reach the aforementioned Kavia, they then traveled under the guidance of this leader and pathfinder, reaching Gadara in 3 days. Chapter 13, Book 16. Our legions reach Gadara, the place is described, and the army returns home. Gadara is located in the region known as the Decapolis, mentioned in the Gospel of Mark. Jesus, leaving the borders of Tyre, came through Sidon to the Sea of Galilee, in the midst of the borders of the Decapolis, Mark 7:31. In this region, as the name suggests, there are 10 cities, Hippus, Pella, Gadara, which is the subject of our discussion, along with 7 others. When the first of our legions reached this place, situated on the border between enemy territory and our own, the enemies began to rage anew, as if with a revived malice and renewed madness, attacking the rear guard. However, seeing that they were not succeeding and that our forces had already regrouped, they, exhausted by the smoke, the oppressive heat, and weariness, began to disband and return home in groups. Our forces, likewise, after passing a night of greater tranquility than usual, granting their bodies the rest due from their labors, reached the city of Tiberias the following day. Those who still have a fuller memory of this event unanimously assert that no one knew the leader of this journey we mentioned, for when it was time for the army to camp, he would suddenly disappear and was nowhere to be seen in the camp. Yet, in the morning he would again lead the army. The memory of those present does not recall any expedition during the time of the Latins in the entire East that was so perilous without a clear victory over the enemy. Thus, with the king returning to his kingdom and the Holy Cross restored to Jerusalem, the remaining people rejoiced at the return of their people, saying, "He was dead and has come to life again. He was lost and has been found." Luke 15:24. Later, however, this same noble man, called by Einard with deceitful words under the guise of reconciliation, was treated very badly, for having his eyes gouged out, he was forced to end his life miserably in extreme poverty and misery. Chapter 14, Book 16. The citizens of Edessa call the Count. The Count hastens and recovers the city from unaware enemies. While these events were unfolding around us, a lamentable incident occurred in the region of Edessa, worthy of being recorded in writing. To fully understand it, we must briefly revisit some earlier history. After the death of Zengi, the greatest persecutor of the Christian name, his son, Nur ad-Din, was preoccupied with securing his succession to his father's principality in Mosul, and was detained there by these matters. Observing that only a few of his household remained in the city, who were assigned to guard the fortifications, while the rest of the population was entirely steadfast in the Christian faith, the citizens of Edessa secretly sent messengers to the aforementioned Count Jocelyn. They informed him that the city was empty of Turks, except for a few guarding the fortifications, and was left solely to the citizens. The citizens of that city had been rooted and grounded in the faith of Christ since the days of the apostles, so much so that, as previously mentioned, either very few or no individuals of another profession lived among them. They also pleaded and urged, with all insistence, that he quickly gather military forces and hasten to the city, which the citizens would hand over to him without danger or difficulty. The Count, with all speed, took with him Lord Baldwin of Mares, a noble and powerful man, and gathered all the cavalry and infantry of that region. Crossing the river suddenly, he approached the city with his entire company by night. There, in the silence of the dead of night, while those assigned to the watches were asleep, they were let in by ropes and ladders by the citizens, so they could open the gates for those waiting outside. Once the gates were opened and everyone was let in indiscriminately, they quickly spread throughout the city, killing all the enemies they encountered with the sword. However, some of them fled and, avoiding the danger of death, retreated to the fortifications. Thus the Count and the Christian army with him held the city in this manner for several days. However, they could not capture the fortifications, as they were well supplied with provisions, arms, and troops, and were more diligently fortified. Moreover, they neither brought siege engines nor found materials to make them within the entire city. Chapter 15, Book 16. Nur ad-Din arrives. Besieging the city, he grievously troubles our people. Messengers were dispatched to inform our people, scattered far and wide, of the success that had occurred, and to invite neighboring allies to provide assistance. With their support, they hoped to maintain the city they had regained with the Lord's favor and preserve it for Christian worship. Upon hearing this, the Christian populace everywhere rejoiced, and the consolation they received seemed to match the extent of the sorrow they had felt over the city's captivity. However, the height of joy was soon overtaken by grief. The music turned to mourning, and a sorrow, worse than before, was reborn. For Nur ad-Din, upon hearing that the Count had taken the city from the citizens who surrendered it, gathered military forces from all over the eastern regions and summoned the people of neighboring cities with a public proclamation. He suddenly appeared and surrounded the city with his legions, laying siege to it. Thus it was for our people, as it is written, outside the sword and inside terror, Deuteronomy 32:25. The enemy forces outside denied any escape, prepared for battle and threatened death. Inside, those in the city's garrisons instilled fear and continually harassed with vexations. Caught in such dire straits, our people were uncertain of what to do, frequently reconsidering their plans, but finding no safe course of action, no outcome without the risk of death. Finally, given the situation and the time, it seemed best to all that regardless of the danger or risk of death, they should leave the city. They did not doubt that it was better to attempt to engage the enemy and carve a path with swords to ensure their safety than to endure the siege, which, if prolonged, would lead to everyone perishing by the sword or being forced by lack of food into the enemy's chains, enduring a harsh servitude worse than any kind of death. This decision pleased everyone, and although it was extremely perilous considering the worse alternatives, it was judged the more expedient. Hearing this, the citizens who had helped the Count and his men enter the city, realizing that all hope of resistance and means of salvation had failed, feared that if they remained in the city after the Count's departure, they would be severely punished with death for being seen as the instigators of this deed. Therefore, they chose to take their wives and children and leave with the Christian army, preferring to face certain fortune with their brethren, rather than succumb to certain death or endure the harsh yoke of servitude under infidel enemies. More dreadful than any kind of death. Chapter 16, Book 16. The Count departs with his men, seeking to return home. Nur ad-Din pursues. The army is cut down. The Count escapes by flight. With the gates opened as if this were the only remedy and sole path to safety, everyone eagerly rushed to exit. Although they did not doubt that they must carve a path through the enemy ranks, they considered any danger that might befall them outside the city to be insignificant. Meanwhile, some of the enemy, as the defenders opened the way, entered the city and pressed hard from behind, forcing a hasty departure. Those outside, hearing that their comrades had partially entered the city and were already engaged in battle with our forces, sought to join them. They violently seized the gate our men had opened to exit, and gathering a large multitude from all ranks, blocked the exit and attempted to enter the city. Thus, a fierce battle ensued between the two sides, as much as the narrow space allowed, posing great danger to both parties. Finally, those pressing from within, providing strength and courage to our side, forced the path with swords through the reluctant and resisting enemy outside, spilling out into the open fields. It was a scene both pitiable to behold and sorrowful to recount. The unarmed populace, the defenseless citizens, the elderly, the sick matrons, with young maidens, aged mothers with infants and nursing children, were trampled under the horses' hooves at the narrow gates, suffocated by the pressing crowd, or slain by the unrelenting enemy's swords. Nearly all the citizens of both sexes who had decided to follow our departing army were killed there, with only a few escaping, either by their own strength or by the aid of horses, able to accompany the retreating army. Seeing our forces preparing to retreat, Nur ad-Din gathered his troops to pursue the departing forces, arranged his ranks, and followed, pressing them with continuous attack from behind. Our route was toward the Euphrates, which was about 14 miles from the aforementioned city. Throughout this journey, the Count and his army faced constant battle and unending danger. Nearly every step involved skirmishes, both large and small, with many falling on both sides. There, the noble Lord Baldwin of Mares, whom we mentioned earlier, distinguished by his military deeds, perished. Many other commendable and memorable men also fell, whose souls may enjoy holy rest. Though we do not know their names, it is certain, however, that they are recorded in heaven, for they died gloriously for the cause of faith and the freedom of the Christian people. The Count, finally overwhelmed by superior forces and with many of his men lost, unable to withstand the relentless enemy assaults, sought safety in flight. Crossing the Euphrates, he retreated to Samosata. Others scattered in various directions, as each deemed most expedient, abandoning their baggage and equipment to save their lives. This news spread widely through the surrounding regions. Those who had previously rejoiced at the capture of the city of Edessa were now saddened by its loss, the slaughter of the nobles, and the confusion of the Christian people. struck by this harsher calamity. Chapter 17, Book 16, The Death of Patriarch William of Jerusalem. Fulcher, Archbishop of Tyre, succeeds him. Ralph, the royal chancellor, is forcefully installed in the Church of Tyre. During this time, Lord William of blessed memory, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, a simple man who feared God, departed this life. He died on the 27th of September in the 15th year of his pontificate. Subsequently, in January, on the 25th of January, Lord Fulcher, the Archbishop of Tyre, was appointed as his successor, being the third in the number of our predecessors. Around the same time, near the day of Epiphany, a divinely sent lightning bolt struck the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and Mount Zion with a dangerous blow, which we believe portended misfortune and alarmed the entire city. A comet was also seen for many days, and other unusual signs appeared indicating future events. In those days, while the Church of Tyre was vacant, it happened that both the king and his mother, who held the care and governance of the kingdom, along with the patriarch who had been taken from the same church and the bishops, suffragans of the same church, gathered in the aforementioned city to provide for the church. While they were discussing the election of a bishop, as often happens in such matters, the electors were divided into two factions. One group demanded Lord Ralph, the king's chancellor, a learned man, but very worldly, of English nationality, handsome in appearance, and highly favored by the king, queen, and all the courtiers. This group had the king and his mother as their supporters and patrons. However, others, led by John of Pisa, the archdeacon of the same church who later became a cardinal of the Roman Church of Saints Sylvester and Martin, along with Bernard of Sidon and John of Beirut, bishops, followed the patriarch, and did not wish to promote the aforementioned route. They raised a voice of appeal against the others, presuming royal violence, and with the patriarch as their patron, they opposed by all means. It happened that through violence, the aforementioned chancellor obtained possession of the church and its goods, holding them for 2 years until the matter was resolved by the Roman pontiff, with both parties present, under the guidance of Lord Eugene. And the actions of the aforementioned chancellor were annulled. Subsequently, the same Ralph, with the favor of Lord Adrian, the pope, who was his compatriot, was appointed to the Church of Bethlehem and ordained as its bishop. In the aforementioned metropolis, by the common consent of all, with the agreement of everyone, a man of remarkable simplicity and gentleness, who feared God and shunned evil, whose memory is blessed before the Lord and men, Lord Peter, the prior of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, was appointed. He was born in the nearer Spain in the city of Barcelona, noble by birth, but nobler in spirit. His life and conduct require longer and more diligent discussion, but our history calls us to set aside individual matters and discuss public affairs. Chapter 18, Book 16, The Western People are stirred. Roman Emperor Conrad and King Louis of France, along with many other princes, set out to aid the Eastern Christians. After the city of Edessa was captured, as we have previously mentioned, the deadly rumor spread more fully, and it was frequently reported throughout the entire West that the impious race of the Turks, not only having taken the aforementioned city, but also traversing the entire region of the East with greater freedom, were ravaging our cities, villages, and towns, and were afflicting the Christian people more than usual with battles and frequent invasions. There were those who spread such words far and wide among peoples and nations, urging provinces, which had become idle and weakened by long peace, to avenge such great injuries. Moreover, Pope Eugenius III, a man full of God, bearing fatherly concern for the affliction of his Eastern sons, as it was said, and sympathizing with them with greater affection, sent religious men who possessed the grace of exhortative speech, powerful in deed and word, to various parts of the West. These men were to announce to peoples, tribes, and languages the intolerable pressures on their Eastern brothers, and to encourage them to avenge the injuries of fraternal blood. Among these was the man of immortal memory and a mirror of honorable conduct, Lord Bernard, the abbot of Clairvaux, of pious and in every way commendable memory in the Lord. He was chosen as the principal executor of this God-pleasing task. A diligent executor of the charge entrusted to him, he tirelessly and indefatigably, despite being of weak body due to advancing age and almost continuous fasting, and a very meager diet, traveled through kingdoms and regions. Preaching everywhere the kingdom of God, he carefully revealed the affliction of the people in the East and the troubles by which they were incessantly oppressed. He vividly presented the cities of the faithful, once devoted to the Christian faith, now suffering under the yoke of persecutors of the Christian name and enduring the harshest servitude. He also taught more fully about the brothers for whom Christ wished to die, who were enslaved in chains and shackles, worn by hunger, confined in the dreadful dungeons of prisons, filthy with squalor, clothed in bitterness, sitting in poverty and iron. To this end he invited them to their liberation. He incited them to repel the injuries of their oppressed brothers, promising that help from above would not be lacking for those willing to undertake this most pious labor. He also promised eternal rewards with the elect for these efforts. As he spoke with pious patience among nations, principalities, and kingdoms, both the favor of the fathers and the people freely supported him. Giving spontaneous assent to his exhortations, they committed to the journey to Jerusalem, and, fitting the sign of the life-giving cross to their shoulders, they prepared for the journey. This persuasive speech proved effective, not only among the common people and popular crowds, but also reached the highest rulers of the world and those who seemed to hold the chief positions of the kingdoms with no less effect. For the illustrious and most powerful kings of the earth, namely Lord Conrad, the Roman emperor, and Lord Louis, King of France, along with many princes of both kingdoms, embraced the word with unanimous agreement and equal desires. They impressed the saving sign of the life-giving cross upon their necks and garments as a pledge of their future departure with all devotion. Chapter 19, Book 16. The emperor arrives at Constantinople with his forces. The Sultan of Iconium lays ambushes against him. Having established a suitable governance for their realms, and with those who were bound by vows of fervent desire for the same cause, they prepared the necessary provisions for the journey, as befitted royal dignity. In May, they unanimously embarked on the pilgrimage pleasing to God, but under ill-fated omens and sinister signs. It was as if divine favor was against them and angered, for they undertook the journey. Throughout this expedition, due to our sins, they accomplished nothing pleasing to God. Instead, they worsened the condition of those they intended to aid. They decided to proceed separately, leading their armies apart from one another to prevent disputes among the people and to more conveniently provide necessities for their legions. This also ensured that fodder would not be lacking for the horses and beasts of burden. After crossing Bavaria and the great river Danube at Regensburg, keeping the river on their left, they descended into Austria and then entered the borders of Hungary, where they were honorably received by the king of that province. Having traversed the kingdom and passed through both Pannonias, they moved through the provinces of the Bulgarians, namely Moesia and Inland Dacia, leaving Ripens on their left. From there they reached Thrace and passed through the renowned cities of Philippopolis and Adrianople, arriving at the imperial city. There, after a familiar conversation with Emperor Manuel of Constantinople, and after the necessary rest and recreation for the armies, they crossed the Hellespont, which borders the city and marks the end of Europe and the beginning of Asia. They camped in Bithynia, the first of the Asian provinces they encountered in the district of Chalcedon, from where the abandoned city was visible nearby. This is Chalcedon, an ancient city where the Holy Synod of 636 fathers convened under Emperor Marcian and Pope Leo of Rome against Eutyches, the monk and abbot who asserted only one nature in the Lord Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, the Sultan of Iconium, upon hearing of the arrival of such great princes and suspecting their entry for a long time, summoned military aid from the farthest reaches of the east. He was anxious about how to extricate himself from the imminent dangers posed by such formidable enemies. He fortified cities, repaired ruins, implored the support of neighboring peoples, and with continuous anxiety awaited the arrival of those he had heard were thieves, expecting daily the destruction of his people and the desolation of his homeland. It was said that an unheard-of multitude was approaching, and their cavalry was said to cover the entire surface of the land, that even the largest rivers were insufficient for their drinking needs, and fertile regions could not provide enough food for them. Although the rumor greater than the truth preceded them, the reality was enough to instill great terror in the non-Christian princes. For as those present on the expedition assert, in the emperor's retinue alone, there were 70,000 armored men, excluding foot soldiers, children, women, and lightly armed cavalry. In the army of the King of France, the number of strong men in armor was estimated at 70,000, excluding the Second Fleet. If the Lord's grace had been merciful, favorable in accompanying them, and if the Lord had deemed them worthy of his favor, they could have subjected not only the Sultan, but all the provinces of the East to the Christian name. However, by a hidden yet just judgment, the Lord rejected their service and did not accept the offering, which perhaps was presented by unworthy hands. Chapter 20. Book 16, Emperor Conrad, is deceived by Greek treachery after crossing the Hellespont, and his army is led into great peril. Meanwhile, Emperor Conrad, having transported all his legions across the Bosphorus, with only a few close noble companions, received permission from the emperor and crossed the Bosphorus by ship. He ordered the army to begin its march, appointing individual leaders over each legion. Leaving Galatia and Paphlagonia to the left, and both Pontus regions, and on the right Phrygia, Lydia, and Asia Minor, he traveled through the middle of Bithynia. Passing near the metropolis of that region, Nicomedia and Nicaea, where the council of 318 holy fathers convened during the time of Emperor Constantine against the impious doctrines of the unfortunate Arius. He left this on the right and traversed the entire region. Then, following a shorter route through Lycaonia, whose metropolis is Iconium, the entire army, with its ranks arranged, reached the destination. There, the aforementioned Sultan, having gathered military forces and a great multitude of Turks from neighboring regions, awaited to confront them at an opportune place and time, and to create obstacles to prevent their advance. For he had incited all the kings, leaders, and any kind of princes of those provinces up to the farthest reaches of the east, both by persuasion and by payment, to harm us. He asserted and frequently declared through messengers that if such a large and well-armed multitude were allowed free passage, they would violently subjugate the entire east to their dominion. Thus, from both Armenia, Cappadocia, Isauria, Cilicia, Media, and Parthia, an infinite number of people flocked to his call, and an unprecedented multitude was gathered. Relying on the assistance of all these, he hoped to be able to resist with equal forces the immense multitude he had heard was approaching. The Byzantine emperor had provided, at the departing emperor's request, guides for the journey, knowledgeable about the regions and possessing complete understanding of the neighboring provinces, but they were of little faith. These guides were believed to have been given to lead the army faithfully, so that the troops would not encounter dangerous narrow passages unawares, or lack provisions if they followed impassable routes. After leading the cohorts into enemy territory, they instructed the leaders of the army to take necessary food supplies for certain days, during which they would have to pass through deserted areas for the sake of a shortcut. They firmly promised that after a few days, the army would reach the renowned city of Iconium and enter a region abundant in resources. Trusting their word, the army loaded carts, beasts of burden, and any vehicles with provisions, and in the simplicity of their spirit, they followed the guides. However, the Greeks, driven by their innate malice and customary hatred towards us, whether by the command of their lord or corrupted by enemy money, deliberately and with intent began to lead the legions through remote paths. They led them into places where the simple people would be more easily oppressed and attacked by the enemy, providing far greater opportunities for their adversaries. Chapter 21. Book 16. The Greek guides maliciously abandoned the emperor's army, endangering it. The emperor, seeing that the appointed number of days had already passed, and that the expeditions had not yet reached the desired and promised location, ordered the Greek guides to be summoned. He began to question them more diligently in the presence of his princes. Why had the army taken longer than they had initially planned, and why had it not reached the designated place? The guides, resorting to their usual fabrications, confidently asserted that, with the Lord's help, all the legions would reach Iconium within 3 days. Persuaded by their words, as he was a simple man, the emperor agreed to wait patiently for these 3 days, trusting in their promises. On the following night, after the camp had been set up in the usual manner, and the rest of the army had retired to rest from their labors, these treacherous men secretly fled from the army under the cover of night, leaving the people without a guide, who had been entrusted to their care. When daylight came and it was time for the army to set out, those who usually led the troops were nowhere to be found. Eventually, the emperor and the leaders of the army were informed of the fugitives' deceit, and their malice was discovered by all. To prolong their wickedness and add sin to sin, these men of Belial hurried to the army of the king of the Franks, who was said to be nearby, falsely claiming that the emperor who had crossed the strait with their guidance had achieved everything successfully, that Iconium had been violently captured, completely destroyed, and that he had triumphantly defeated the enemies. We believe they asserted these things with the intention of either luring the king into the same danger and persuading him to take the same path, or perhaps to prevent aid from reaching their struggling brothers, as they would believe everything was going according to plan. Or perhaps they fabricated this story to avoid being punished as traitors if they admitted the army had perished due to their treachery. Whatever their intention, it is certain that the army, deceived by their treachery, descended into the peril of death from which it fell. Seeing the army deprived of its guides, the emperor convened a council of all the leaders to deliberate on what action should be taken. Some argued for retreat, while others insisted on proceeding, resulting in such a discord of opinions that it could truly be said, contention poured out upon the princes, and the Lord made them wander in a pathless waste, not in a way. Psalm 106:40. While they were thus uncertain of their location and anxious due to the lack of provisions, for both the horses and beasts of burden were entirely without fodder, and the men without any kind of food, it was reported, and not far from the truth, that the enemy forces were nearby, and an innumerable multitude of Turks was present. The army was situated in a barren wilderness, far from cultivated land, as it had been deliberately led there by the aforementioned deceivers. 4. Deviating from the right path through Lycaonia, where their journey should have taken them and where they could have easily arrived in a shorter time with abundant supplies by following cultivated areas. They took the left path and forced the entire army to deviate into the wilderness of Cappadocia, far from Iconium. It was publicly said, and not far from plausible, that these perilous schemes were constructed with the knowledge and command of the Greek emperor, who envied our progress. The Greeks are said to have always been suspicious of our growth, especially that of the Germans, as they see them as rivals to their empire. They are particularly aggrieved that our king of the Romans calls himself emperor, for in this, their emperor, whom they claim to be the sole monarch, singularly ruling over all, seems to be greatly diminished. Chapter 22. Book 16. The Turks suddenly attacked the German legions and cut them down. The emperor, however, escapes. Thus, as the emperor's army was struggling with hunger, ignorance of the terrain, the prolonged duration of their labor, the difficulty of the roads, the exhaustion of their horses, and the burden of their baggage, the Turkish satraps and various commanders, having first gathered military reinforcements for this very purpose, suddenly launched a hostile attack on their camp. With this unexpected assault, they threw the legions into confusion, who were suspecting nothing of the sort, relying on their swift horses, which lacked nothing necessary. And the lightness of their arms, namely bows and quivers, they surrounded the camp with loud cries, and, with their usual agility, launched dangerous attacks on our men, who were slow and burdened with heavy armor. Our forces, weighed down by breastplates, greaves, and shields, had horses fatigued by hunger and the long journey, insufficient for sustaining pursuits. Although they excelled in strength and skill with arms, they were unwilling to pursue the enemy far from the camp or engage them in battle. Conversely, the enemy, attacking in groups, launched an infinite number of arrows from a distance like hail, wounding their horses and riders, inflicting death from afar. Using the speed of their horses, they escaped the swords of our men who wished to pursue them. Thus, our army was encircled, anxiously pressed to the point of death by the barrage of missiles and arrows, unable to retaliate or engage the enemy in close combat, as they had no means to capture their adversaries. Whenever our ranks attempted to charge the enemy, they would break formation, eluding our efforts and scattering in different directions. When our forces retreated to the camp, the enemy would regroup and encircle our army again, pressing harder and denying any respite, as if besieging them. By the hidden yet just judgment of God, the entire strength of those great leaders, which previously seemed incomparable in arms, strength, courage, and numbers, was suddenly crushed and weakened in a languid battle, so that scarcely any trace of their glory remained, and barely a remnant of their forces survived. Of the 70,000 armored knights and the vast number of infantry, whose numbers were countless, scarcely a tenth part escaped, as reported by those present, with some perishing from hunger, others by the sword, and some even captured by the enemy. The emperor, however, escaped with a few of his princes and with the remainder of his forces, though with great difficulty he made his way to the region of Nicaea after several days. The victorious enemy is laden with spoils and enriched with abundant treasure, filled with horses and arms to excess, returned to their strongholds, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the King of France, who was said to be approaching the same regions. They hoped that since they had defeated the greater forces of the emperor, they could more easily overcome the retinue of the King of France, which indeed came to pass. However, the Sultan of Iconium did not participate in this significant affair. Rather, a certain noble leader of his military, a great Turkish satrap named Paramum, inflicted this blow permitted by the Lord against expectation. This occurred in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1146, in the month of November. Chapter 23, Book 16. The king of the Franks, having crossed the Hellespont, arrives with his legions at Nicaea in Bithynia. They confer with each other. The emperor returns to Constantinople. Meanwhile, the king of the Franks, following almost the same path with his army, had arrived at Constantinople. There, after engaging in private discussions with the emperor for a short time, he was dismissed with great honor and many gifts. His princes were also greatly honored, crossing the sea with all his legions between the royal city and the Black Sea, which is 30 miles away, where the Hellespont is narrowest and barely a mile wide. He descended into Bithynia, after circling the Gulf of the Sea, named after the adjacent metropolis of Bithynia, Nicomedia, which is also part of the Bosphorus or Hellespont. He set up camp in the district of Nicaea, not far from Nicaea itself. There he deliberated on which route to take, and diligently sought news about the emperor who had preceded him. Suddenly it was reported that the emperor, having lost his army, had escaped as a wanderer and fugitive with a few princes. At first, this was a doubtful rumor without a certain source, but over time it became more certain. For shortly thereafter Lord Frederick, Duke of Swabia, a young man of admirable character and the emperor's nephew from his eldest brother, who today succeeds his uncle Conrad and vigorously and successfully administers the Roman Empire, left the emperor's camp and hurried to the army of the king of the Franks. He confirmed more fully and certainly the same news they had previously heard from an uncertain source. He had come to invite the king to a conference with the emperor, so that, although late, they might discuss the journey with common counsel. Upon hearing of the danger to their brothers and the emperor's unfortunate fate, the entire army of the Franks was understandably disturbed and sympathized deeply. Finally, moved by the duke's words, the king, after deliberation with his men, set out with a few of his princes, guided by the duke, to the emperor's camp, which was nearby. After exchanging the duke greetings and the kiss of peace, they engaged in familiar discussions and decided to pursue their purpose and march together with united forces. However, many from both armies, but especially from the German camp, having lost their provisions and funds necessary for the journey, and deterred by the immense toil, forgot their vows and returned to Constantinople. After consulting with the leaders of both armies, they left the path the emperor had previously taken to the left, directing their forces towards Asia Minor, leaving both Phrygias to the right and Bithynia behind them. They traveled sometimes by inland routes, sometimes by the coast, bypassing Philadelphia to the left, and reached Smyrna, and from there Ephesus, the metropolis of Asia, renowned for the presence, preaching, and tomb of John the Evangelist. Here the emperor, either because he was with fewer men than he had before, or unable to bear the pride of the Franks, or for other hidden reasons, sent the remaining legions overland and returned to Constantinople by ship from Ephesus. There he was received by the emperor with much greater honor than on his first arrival, and stayed with his princes until the beginning of the following spring. There was a bond of kinship between them, as their wives were sisters, daughters of Berengar, the elder Count of Solsapak, a great and distinguished prince and very powerful in the German kingdom. Hence, there was an abundance of grace towards him, and he was obliged to show greater generosity to him and his men, especially with the empress's intervention, to lavish even more abundantly. Chapter 24, Book 16. The king of the Franks takes another route and reaches Ephesus. Count Guy of Ponthieu dies there. The Franks cross the Meander River despite the enemy's resistance. Meanwhile, the king of the Franks, deeply concerned about the journey with his leaders, stayed at Ephesus to refresh his army. During this time, Guy, Count of Ponthieu, a man renowned for his military prowess and distinguished actions, succumbed to a severe illness and passed away. He was honorably buried at the entrance of the church there. The king then set out with his army, hastening his journey eastward as much as possible. A few days later, they reached the fords of the Meander, a river beloved by swans. This is the river about which our Ovid speaks in his heroic book. Thus, when fate calls, cast down in the wet grass, the white swan sings at the fords of the Meander. They camped on its banks in pleasantly green pastures. Here, for the first time, the Franks were able to see their enemies as they had wished, for when they tried to approach the waters, the enemies, in great numbers, occupied the opposite bank and denied our men access to the water. However, after finding the fords and crossing the river, despite the enemy's resistance, our forces charged, killing many of them and capturing many others in chains, driving them into flight. They seized the enemy's camp along with rich spoils and all their equipment, bravely claiming the far bank of the river for themselves. Having achieved such a victory and made joyful by the enemy's loot and plunder, they spent that night in peace. With the morning light, they prepared for the journey once more. Reaching Laodicea, a city of the same region, they gathered provisions for several days and continued their journey in unity, as was their custom. Chapter 25, Book 16. The army of the Franks is overwhelmed by a miserable misfortune. The part that went ahead escapes. The army faced a mountain exceedingly steep and difficult to ascend, which they had to cross that day, according to the plan of their march. It was customary during the expedition to assign certain nobles each day to lead the troops and others to follow for the protection of the non-combatant populace, especially the infantry. They would also confer with the leaders about the route, the distance to be covered, and the location of the next day's camp. On that day, a nobleman from Aquitaine named Geoffrey of Rancon, called by lot in the order of his turn, led the way with the royal banner. Having ascended the mountain with the leading troops, he reached the summit. Although it had been prearranged that those leading would camp at the mountain's peak, he decided, against the established plan, to proceed a little further. He thought the army had advanced too little that day, and much of the day still remained. Encouraged by the guides who promised a more suitable location nearby, he continued onward. Those who followed, believing they would camp at the mountain's summit, and thinking only a short distance remained for the day's journey, began to follow slowly and more leisurely. As a result, with some having crossed the mountain and others still lingering around it, the army became divided. The enemy forces, who had been observing the army from a distance and were always ready to attack if an opportunity arose, seized the chance. Seeing the narrowness of the terrain and that the larger and stronger part of the expedition had gone ahead and was separated, they believed the followers could neither know their condition nor come to their aid. They occupied the mountain slope to widen the gap between the leading and following troops. With their lines drawn up, they attacked our forces, and before our men could seize their weapons, they violently broke our ranks. No longer using arrows or bows, but pressing closely with swords, they brought battle and death, fiercely pursuing those ready to flee. Our forces were hindered by the narrow terrain, the horses weakened by the long and difficult journey, and the multitude of baggage also posed significant obstacles. Nevertheless, they resisted with united spirits, fighting bravely for their lives, their freedom, and their fellow travelers. They fought with swords and lances, encouraging each other with words and examples. The enemy, on the other hand, motivated by the hope of victory, reminded their own men that a few days earlier they had defeated much larger forces with less danger and had easily triumphed over many and much stronger foes. Thus, they fought for a long time with uncertain and doubtful outcomes, but in the end, due to our sins, the hand of the infidels prevailed. Our army was reduced to a small number, with many killed and countless captured. That day, noble and illustrious men fell, singularly distinguished in military affairs, worthy of pious remembrance. The Count of Guérenas, an eminent man among the great Gaultier of Montchier, Urard of Breteuil, Itter of Magnac, and many others whose names we do not hold, but we believe are written in heaven, whose memory will be blessed forever. On that day, unfortunate and adverse for us, the great glory of the Franks perished. The valor that had been formidable to nations was crushed and fell, becoming a mockery to the impure and those ignorant of God, whom it had previously terrified. What is it, blessed Lord Jesus, that this people, so devoted to you, wishing to adore the footsteps of your feet, desiring to kiss the venerable places consecrated by your bodily presence, suffered ruin at the hands of those who hate you? Truly your judgments are a great abyss, and there is none who can comprehend them. For you alone, Lord, can do all things, and there is none who can resist your will. Chapter 26, Book 16. The king escapes by chance and joins those who went ahead. The rest of the army reaches Italia and crosses to Syria. Meanwhile, the king, escaping more by chance than by skill from such a great and confused danger, ascended the slope of the often-mentioned nearby mountain. With a few companions in flight, without a guide, he made his way in the silence of the dead of night to his camp, which was situated somewhat farther away. Those who had gone ahead, following the royal banner as we mentioned earlier, had crossed the mountain's narrow passes without difficulty and had set up camp in a quite suitable location, with no one to hinder them, completely unaware and ignorant of all that had befallen those who followed. However, those who had gone ahead sensed something amiss when they saw the broken ranks and the long delay of those following, suspecting that something unfortunate had occurred, and not everything was as they wished. Once they were informed by those who had escaped and joined the king in the camp about the disastrous event that had occurred, grief immediately overtook everyone, and sorrow and anxiety claimed the hearts of each individual. While each person lamented the loss of their closest companion with mournful voices and tearful sighs, and failed to find the one they sought in their multiplied grief, the troops resounded with wailing, and the cohorts were consumed with groaning. There was no place in the camp untouched by personal grief and domestic loss. One searched for a father, another for a master. One woman for a son, another for a husband, searching everywhere. As they did not find what they sought, they spent the night sleepless under the weight of their worries, fearing the worst for those absent. However, that night some returned from both divisions, who, avoiding the danger of death by hiding in thickets, rocks, and caves of the earth, joined the camp more by chance than by prudence, protected by the cover of night. This occurred in the year of our Lord 1146, in the month of January. From that day, bread and all sustenance began to fail in the camp, nor did they have any trade of another kind for many days thereafter. Worse still, without a leader or guide, they wandered aimlessly, now here, now there, having no knowledge of the places. Finally, entering Pamphylia through the rugged mountains and steep valleys with great difficulty, but without conflict with enemy, they reached Italia, the metropolis of that region. Italia is a city situated on the seashore under the rule of the Emperor of Constantinople, with fertile land yet useless to its citizens. Besieged by enemies on all sides who did not allow them to cultivate the fields, the land lay barren, as there was no one to tend to its fertility. However, it had many other advantages, often proving hospitable to guests, with clear and healthy waters flowing, surrounded by fruitful orchards and pleasing in its delightful setting. It usually had supplies of grain brought across the sea and provided sufficient food for travelers. However, being too close to the enemy and unable to endure their constant harassment, it became tributary to them, maintaining necessary trade with the enemy. Our people, not skilled in the Greek language, called it Satalium with a corrupted name. Hence, the entire Gulf, from the promontory of Lycidona to the island of Cyprus, is called the Gulf of Italia, known in common speech as the Gulf of Satalia. Upon reaching this place, the King of France and his men suffered such a shortage of food due to the multitude of people gathered that nearly the entire remaining army, especially the poor, perished from starvation. The king himself, with his nobles, leaving the infantry behind, hastened by ship, leaving Azoria and Cilicia to the left and Cyprus to the right, driven by favorable winds, entered the mouth of the Orontes River, which flows past Antioch. This place is today called the Port of St. Simeon, near the ancient city of Seleucia, and is 10 miles from Antioch. Chapter 27. Book 16. Prince Raymond of Antioch receives the King of France. Honorably at the port of St. Simeon, he escorts him to Antioch, but eventually they part on bad terms. Upon hearing that the King of France had arrived in his lands, Prince Raymond of Antioch, who had long awaited his coming with eager anticipation, gathered the nobles of the entire region and the leading men of the people. With a select company, he went to meet the king and, showing him every respect, magnificently escorted him into the city of Antioch, where the entire clergy and populace came out to greet him. Raymond had conceived the idea long before, upon hearing of the king's arrival, that with his help he might expand the principality of Antioch. Therefore, he had sent honorable gifts and presents of great value to France, even before the king set out on his journey, to win his favor through generosity. He also relied on the intervention of the queen with the king, as she was an inseparable companion on this pilgrimage, and was the niece of the prince, being the eldest daughter of his brother William, Count of Poitiers. As we have said, Raymond showed the king every courtesy upon his arrival. He also extended similar efforts and acts of exceptional generosity to the nobles and princes who accompanied the king, honoring each according to their merits with full munificence. He had great hope that, with the king's support and the aid of his forces, he could subjugate neighboring cities, namely Aleppo and Caesarea, among others. He would not have been disappointed in this hope if he could have persuaded the king and his nobles to undertake this endeavor. For such fear had fallen upon our enemies at the king's arrival, that they not only doubted their own strength, but seemed to despair of their very lives. Therefore, in a formal assembly, in the presence of both the king's and his own nobles, the prince presented his plans to the king, which he had sometimes discussed in private, showing that his requests were feasible and aligned with both honor and utility. However, when he saw that he was not making progress, as the king was irrevocably determined to go to Jerusalem with burning zeal, Raymond, frustrated in his hopes, changed his approach. He began to abhor the king's plans, openly plotting against him and arming himself for his harm. He even proposed to abduct the king's wife, who was complicit in this scheme, either by force or through secret machinations. As we mentioned earlier, and as was later revealed by clear evidence, she was a foolish woman, neglectful of royal dignity, forgetful of marital law, and unfaithful to the marriage bed. Once the king learned of this, he preempted the prince's schemes, and considering his own life and safety, heeding the counsel of his nobles, he hastened his journey. He secretly departed from the city of Antioch with his followers. Thus, the favorable situation changed, and the latter actions were unlike the former. The king, who had been received with such glory upon his arrival, departed ingloriously with his fortune reversed. Some attribute this to the king's excessive malice, saying that he deservedly suffered this fate for not heeding the requests of such a great man who had shown him and his followers such goodwill. They assert that he could have easily obtained one or more of the aforementioned cities if he had been willing to make the effort. Chapter 28. Book 16. After winter passed, Emperor Conrad travels by sea to Syria. Count Anthosus arrives at Acre and dies at Caesarea. Meanwhile, after winter had passed, the emperor, having been treated with great courtesy in the royal city by the Lord of Constantinople, as befitted such a great prince, and having been showered with lavish gifts upon his departure, set sail on a fleet provided by imperial magnificence. Accompanied by some of his princes, he reached the port of Acre in the east. From there he journeyed to Jerusalem, where he was met outside the city by King Baldwin and the venerable patriarch Fulcher, along with the entire clergy and people, who greeted him with hymns and songs. He was then escorted into the holy city. Around the same time, the illustrious and noble Count of Toulouse, named Anthusis, son of the elder Count Raymond, who was such a great prince of notable merit during the first expedition, also arrived at the port of Acre. Anthusis was a man distinguished by his titles, yet even more renowned for the pious memory of his father. As he set out for Jerusalem to give thanks to the Lord for the successful completion of his pilgrimage, he reached the maritime city of Caesarea. There, a few days after his arrival, he died reportedly poisoned, though the perpetrator of such a heinous act remained unknown. The entire populace eagerly awaited the arrival of this man of illustrious memory, hoping that he would bring the same good fortune and happy omen to the kingdom as his father had. Chapter 29, Book 16. The king of the Franks departs from Antioch and hastens to Jerusalem. The patriarch of Jerusalem is sent to meet him. Meanwhile, it was reported in Jerusalem that the king of the Franks had departed from Antioch and was approaching the region of Tripoli. Therefore, by the common counsel of all the princes, Lord Fulcher, the patriarch of Jerusalem of blessed memory, was sent to meet him. His task was to invite the king into the kingdom with appropriate exhortations and salutary advice, lest perhaps he be detained either by the prince, who might recall him with restored favor, or by the Count of Tripoli, his kinsman, and thus delay the desires of Jerusalem. The entire region of the Latin East was divided into 4 principalities. The first, from the south, was the kingdom of Jerusalem, beginning at the river between Byblos and Beirut, the maritime cities of the province of Phoenicia, and ending in the desert beyond Darum, which faces Egypt. The second was the county of Tripoli to the north, beginning at the aforementioned river and ending at the river between Marclea and Velenia, also maritime cities. The third was the principality of Antioch, which began at the same river and extended westward to Tarsus in Cilicia. The fourth was the county of Edessa, which stretched eastward beyond the Euphrates from the forest called Marib. All these great and powerful men had initially hoped that with the arrival of the aforementioned kings, they could expand their territories and extend their borders immensely through their efforts and assistance. They had many fierce enemies and hostile cities bordering them which they wished to annex. Therefore, they were very concerned about domestic and familial growth. Hence, each king invited them with messages and gifts, eager to outdo the others. Among them, the Lord King and those in the kingdom seemed to nurture greater hope for themselves, both due to the reverence for the venerable places, whose love and devotion attracted everyone more, and because they had the Lord Emperor with them, to whom it was believed the king of the Franks would come, both to complete his prayers and pilgrimage, and to proceed with common counsel in some work for the advancement of Christianity. Therefore, as we have said, the Lord Patriarch was sent by the kingdom's princes, who greatly feared that he might be detained around the region of Aleppo by the prince, to whom he was related, and seemed to be bound by a closer bond of affection, especially through the intervention of the queen, as it seemed likely. However, upon learning that they had parted less amicably, their hope increased that he would proceed without delay to Jerusalem. Yet against the snares of fortune, and because it is wise to fear whatever might happen, they sent the venerable patriarch ahead, whose authority might move him. Nor were they disappointed in their hope, for following his word, he came to Jerusalem without hesitation. Upon his arrival, he was received into the city with due honor and glory, met by the entire clergy and people with hymns and psalms, along with his princes, and was led to the venerable places. Finally, after completing the customary prayers, a general council was convened at the city of Acre to discuss the fruit of such a pilgrimage. the end of such great labors and the desired increase of the kingdom. At last, on the appointed day, they gathered at the designated place as they had planned, and began to deliberate more diligently with the magnates of our kingdom, who had fuller knowledge of the matters and places, about what course of action would be most expedient. Chapter 1, Book 17. A general council is held at the maritime city of Acre. The princes who attended are named. We believe it is fitting and appropriate for the present history to record for posterity the names of the princes who attended the aforementioned council, having come from such distant regions. Present first was Lord Conrad of illustrious memory, King of the Germans and Emperor of the Romans. Among his ecclesiastical princes were Lord Otto, Bishop of Freising, a learned man, and his brother, Lord Stephen, Bishop of Metz, Lord Henry, brother of Lord Theodoric, Count of Flanders, Bishop of Toul, and Lord Theotinus, a German by nation, Bishop of Porto, and legate of the Apostolic See, who had followed the emperor's camp by the mandate of Pope Eugene. Among the laymen were Lord Henry, Duke of Austria, the emperor's brother, Lord Duke Welf, a distinguished and powerful man, Lord Frederick, the renowned Duke of Swabia and Bavaria, the emperor's nephew from his eldest brother, a young man of exceptional character who later succeeded him, and today vigorously and manfully administers the Roman Empire, Lord Hermann Margrave of Verona, Lord Berthold of Andechs, who later became Duke of Bavaria, Lord Margrave of Montferrat, the emperor's brother-in-law, and Count Guido of Blandrada, who had married the Margrave's sister, both from Lombardy, great and illustrious princes. There were also several other noble and notable men whose names or titles we do not retain. Present was Lord Louis, the most pious king of the Franks, of illustrious memory in the Lord, and with him Lord Godfrey, Bishop of Langres, Lord Arnulf, Bishop of Lisieux, Lord Guido of Florence, cardinal priest of the Roman Church, of the title of St. Chrysogonus, legate of the Apostolic See, Lord Robert, Count of Perche, the king's brother, Lord Henry, son of the elder Count Theobald, Count of Troyes, the king's son-in-law, a young man of excellent character, Lord Theodoric, the magnificent Count of Flanders, brother-in-law of the king of Jerusalem, and Lord Ivo of Nesla, a faithful and prudent man from Soissons. Many other noble, powerful, and memorable men were present, whose names we deliberately omit to avoid excessive length. From our own regions, Lord Baldwin, King of Jerusalem, a young man of illustrious character, was present, along with his mother, a prudent and circumspect woman, possessing a manly heart and wisdom equal to any consulted prince. With them were Lord Fulcher, the Patriarch, Lord Baldwin, Archbishop of Caesarea, Lord Robert, Archbishop of Nazareth, Lord Rorgo, Bishop of Acre, Lord Bernard, Bishop of Sidon, Lord William, Bishop of Panias, Lord Gerald, Bishop of Bethlehem, Robert, Master of the Knights Templar, and Raymond, Master of the Hospital. Among the laymen were Manasses, the king's constable, Philip of Naples, Helenand of Tiberias, Gerard of Sidon, Walter of Caesarea, pagans, Lord of the region beyond the Jordan, Balian the elder, Humphrey of Toron, Guido of Beirut, and many others too numerous to list individually. All these, as we have said, gathered in the city of Acre to deliberate on what seemed most fitting for the place and time, aiming first, with the Lord's guidance, to enhance the kingdom and the glory of the Christian name. Chapter 2, Book 17. They proposed to besiege the city of Damascus and proceed towards it as planned. After carefully weighing the different parts of the deliberation and considering the various opinions from different factions, as is customary in such matters, it was deemed more expedient by common council to besiege the city of Damascus, which was harmful to us. With this decision firmly made, a proclamation was issued, instructing that on the appointed day everyone should be ready to direct their forces to that region. Therefore, on the 25th day of May in the year of our Lord 1147, with military forces gathered from the entire kingdom, both cavalry and infantry, composed of both locals and pilgrims, and led by the life-giving wood of the Holy Cross, the aforementioned God-fearing kings, along with their armies, arrived at the city of Tiberias as planned. From there, taking the shortest routes, they led the entire army along the Sea of Galilee to Panias, which is Caesarea Philippi there. After consulting with those who had knowledge of the layout of the city of Damascus and the surrounding region, and after discussing with the senior leaders, they judged it more advantageous to besiege the city in such a way that the orchards, which largely surround the city and seem to provide significant fortification, would be occupied first. They believed that once the orchards were taken, capturing the city would be much easier. Thus, following the agreed plan, they set out on their journey, crossing the famous Mount Lebanon, which lies between Caesarea Philippi and Damascus, and descended into the Damascus plain at a village called Tyre, 4 or 5 miles from the city. From there, the entire city and the surrounding region could be seen clearly from the plain. Chapter 3, Book 17, Description of the City of Damascus. Damascus is the largest city of Lesser Syria, also known as the metropolis of Phoenicia Lebanica, as it is written. The head of Syria is Damascus, Isaiah 7. It is named after a servant of Abraham who is believed to have founded it. The name is interpreted as bloody or blood-stained. The city is situated on a plain in a barren and arid field, except where it is irrigated by the benefit of ancient water channels. A river descends from a nearby promontory in the upper parts of that region, and is channeled to be more freely directed across the plains, enriching the barren lands. The surplus water, being abundant, nourishes orchards on both banks, planted with fruit-bearing trees, and flows past the city wall towards the east. The aforementioned kings having arrived at the place called Tyre with the city now nearby. Arranged their battle lines and assigned marching orders to the legions to prevent disorderly movement that might provoke conflicts among them and hinder their future endeavors. The king of Jerusalem was ordered to lead with his forces, primarily because his troops were said to have knowledge of the terrain as decided by the common agreement of the princes, and to open the way for those following. The king of the Franks was commanded to hold the second and middle position with his forces to assist the vanguard if necessary. The emperor was instructed to maintain the third and rearmost position, ready to resist any attack from the rear, and to secure the leading troops from that direction. With these 3 armies arranged in proper order, they advanced their camps towards the city. The city, from the western side, where our forces approached, and from the northern side, is surrounded by orchards extending far and wide, resembling dense groves and shady forests, stretching over 5 or more miles towards Lebanon. These areas, to avoid uncertain ownership and to prevent unrestricted entry, are enclosed by a wall, albeit made of mud, as the region lacks abundant stone. They are enclosed, according to designated possessions, surrounded by such a wall, leaving paths and public roads, though narrow, for gardeners and those tending the orchards to bring their produce to the city with their beasts of burden. These orchards serve as the city's primary defense, due to the density and frequency of the trees and the narrowness of the paths. It seemed difficult and nearly impossible for anyone to pass through to reach the city. However, it was decreed by our leaders from the beginning to lead the army through these areas and open access to the city for 2 reasons. First, to occupy the more fortified places where the people of Damascus had greater confidence, making what remained seem lighter and easier to complete. Second, to ensure the expeditions had access to fruit and water, the king of Jerusalem first sent his troops through the narrow paths of the orchards. But the army could barely proceed with great difficulty, hindered by the narrow paths, harassed by ambushes from those hiding in the thickets, and engaged in open conflict with enemies who had blocked the entrances and occupied the winding paths. The city's populace had unanimously come out and descended into the orchards to prevent the army's passage through both hidden and open confrontations. Moreover, within the orchard enclosures, there were tall and prominent houses fortified by those whose possessions were nearby, from which they defended the orchard enclosures with arrows and other projectiles, preventing anyone from approaching and making the public road very dangerous for those wishing to pass. The ambushes were not formidable to our forces from just one side. Danger awaited the unwary from every direction, and the threat of sudden death was equally feared. Additionally, There were men with spears hiding inside the walls, who, through small openings carefully arranged in the walls, could see those passing by without being seen themselves, and they would stab passers-by from the side. Many are said to have perished miserably that day due to this. Countless other dangers also awaited those attempting to pass through those narrow paths. Chapter 4, Book 17. Our forces violently break through the city gardens and seize the river against the will of the enemy. The emperor's remarkable and admirable deed is described. Understanding this, our forces pressed on more fiercely, and violently breaking through the garden enclosures, eagerly occupied the orchards. Those they found within the enclosures or in such houses were either pierced with swords or captured and thrown into chains. Hearing this, those who had gone out for similar tasks, fearing to perish by the example of others, abandoned the gardens and retreated in groups into the city. Thus, with them turned to flight or slain by the sword, the way forward was open for our forces. The cavalry, both of the citizens and those who had come to their aid, realizing that our army would come to besiege the city from those parts, had approached the river that flows past the city. They intended to prevent our fatigued troops, suffering from thirst, from reaching the river with their bows and crossbows, denying the desperately needed water to the thirsty. Our forces, eager to quench the thirst they had accumulated from the difficulty of the labor and the dense cloud of dust stirred by the feet of horses and men, hurried to the river they had heard was nearby. When they saw such a multitude of enemies along the bank, they paused for a moment. Gathering their strength, with necessity providing courage and boldness, they attempted once and again, but in vain, to claim the waters for themselves. While the king of Jerusalem and his men were sweating profusely and laboring in vain over this, it was reported to the Lord Emperor, who was in charge of the rear divisions, as he inquired about the reason for the army's halt, that the enemy, holding the river, would not allow our forces to approach. Upon learning this, inflamed with anger, he swiftly advanced with his leaders through the ranks of the French king to the conflict of those contending for the river. There both he and his men dismounted and, becoming foot soldiers, as is the custom of the Germans in dire necessities to handle military affairs, shielded themselves and engaged the enemy in close combat with swords. Unable to withstand their assault, those who had previously resisted strongly turned to flight, abandoning the river and retreating into the city with great speed. In this encounter, a deed by the Lord Emperor is said to have occurred that will be remembered through the ages. For it is reported that he struck one of the resisting fighters who was bravely and vigorously fighting, and although armored with a single blow, he cut off his head and neck, along with the left shoulder, and part of the side beneath. This act so terrified the citizens, both those who witnessed it and those who learned of it from others, that they despaired entirely of resisting and of their lives. Chapter 5, Book 17. The citizens despair and consider fleeing. They bribe some of our leaders with money, persuading them to move the army to the opposite side of the city. Having gained control of the river and freely accessed its banks, our forces set up camp far and wide around the city. They used the advantages of the river as they pleased and violently overcame the orchards. The citizens, astonished by the size and strength of our army, began to lose confidence in their own abilities, feeling unable to resist. Hearing sudden attacks from our forces, they considered nothing safe, as they recalled their experiences in the battles of the previous day. After deliberation, they resorted to the cunning that often adds those in dire straits, turning to desperate measures. They covered all the streets of the city on the side where our forces were camped with large and tall beams. Their hope was that, while our forces were busy breaking through these barriers, they could escape with their wives and children to the opposite side. It seemed likely that the Christian people would soon capture the city if divine providence favored us. However, it was otherwise decreed by him who is terrible in his counsels over the sons of men. For while the city was in a tight spot and its citizens had no hope of resistance or salvation, preparing to leave with their belongings, they began to exploit the greed of our men due to our sins. They attempted to corrupt the spirits of those they could not conquer physically, using money as their tool. With all their efforts focused on various schemes, they promised and gave vast sums of money to some of our leaders, persuading them to act like Judas the traitor and break the siege. These leaders corrupted by promises and gifts, and following the root of all vices, greed, descended into such wickedness that they persuaded the kings and foreign leaders, who trusted in their loyalty and diligence, to move the expeditions to the opposite side of the city, leaving the orchards. To disguise their treachery, they claimed that on the opposite side, facing south and east, there were no orchards to strengthen the city, and that access to the wall was not hindered by a ditch or river. They asserted that the wall was low and made of unbaked bricks, barely able to withstand the first assaults. They claimed that neither machines nor much effort was needed, but that the wall could be torn down with the first attacks, making it easy to break into the city. Their sole intention was to move the army from the side where it was positioned and where the city was most pressured. It could not endure long, knowing that they could not maintain the siege on the opposite side. The kings and the leaders of the entire army believed them, and abandoning the places they had previously seized with much effort and loss, they moved all their forces. They camped on the opposite side of the city, led by the deceivers. There, seeing themselves far from the convenience of water, lacking the abundance of fruits, and their supplies running out, they realized, though too late, that they had been deceived and maliciously moved from fertile places. Chapter 6, Book 17. Supplies fail in our camp. The treachery of traitors is revealed. Our forces lift the siege and return. Supplies were failing in the camp, for they had brought provisions sufficient only for a few days, having been persuaded that they would quickly capture the city. This was especially true for the pilgrims, who could not be much blamed, as they were unfamiliar with the region. They had been convinced that they would take the city immediately and without difficulty in the first assaults. Meanwhile, they were assured that the army could be well sustained by the fruits that would freely present themselves, even if other food was entirely lacking. In doubt about what to do, they deliberated both in private and in public. Returning to the places they had left seemed harsh and impossible, for as soon as our forces had departed, the enemies, seeing their desires fulfilled, entered those places much more strongly than before. They blocked the roads our forces had used to enter with large beams and barriers, and deployed countless archers to prevent anyone from entering. On the other hand, attacking the city from the side where they had set up camp seemed to require a delay, but the scarcity of provisions did not allow for a long pause. Thus, the pilgrim leaders, conversing among themselves and seeing the clear malice of those to whom they had entrusted their lives and affairs, realized they were not making progress, and decided to return, detesting the deceptions of those who had misled them. Thus, the kings and princes, as numerous as we have not read of gathering in ages, were compelled to return in shame and reverence due to our sins, with their mission unaccomplished, by the same route they had come back to the kingdom. From then on, not only while they remained in the east did they regard all the paths of our leaders with suspicion, rightly avoiding their overly malicious counsel, and showing themselves lukewarm in matters of the kingdom, but also after they were allowed to return to their own regions, they perpetually remembered the injuries they had suffered and abhorred the malice of those same leaders. They not only made themselves, but also others who had not been present, less enthusiastic about the love of the kingdom. As a result, from then on, neither as many nor as fervent pilgrims undertook this journey, and even those who arrived, unwilling to be ensnared by their deceptions, hastened to return home, even to this day. Chapter 7, Book 17. Various opinions on the author of such treachery. They attempt again to besiege Ascalon, but do not succeed. I remember frequently asking wise men, those who still had a solid memory of that time, with the specific intention of recording in this history what the cause of such evil was, and who were the authors of such a crime, and how such a detestable plan could be brought to fruition. In assigning the cause, however, I found differing accounts, for some believed that a certain action by the Count of Flanders provided the occasion for this evil. As we mentioned before, he was in that army. After our forces approached the aforementioned city, and the city was besieged with the orchards and river violently seized, he is said to have approached each of the kings individually and separately, pleading profusely that the captured city be given to him. It is also said that he obtained this promise, which, when heard by some of our kingdom's nobles, with the consent of several others, caused indignation. They were angered that such a prince, who had enough of his own and seemed to serve the Lord freely, was asking for such a large portion of the kingdom to be given to him. They hoped that whatever increase came to the kingdom through the efforts and labor of these princes would accrue to them. Thus, in their indignation, they descended into such a heinous crime that they preferred to preserve it for the enemies rather than let it fall to the aforementioned count. It seemed utterly disgraceful to them that those who had served the kingdom their entire lives, enduring countless labors, would be neglected and without hope of reward, while others who had recently arrived would gather the fruits of such great labors. Others say that the Prince of Antioch, angered that the King of France had turned away from him and ungrateful for his benefits, had not helped him at all, instructed certain leaders in the army and persuaded them to ensure that his efforts would not reach the desired conclusion, and to arrange matters so that he would be forced to return ingloriously with the task unfinished. Others claim that nothing else intervened except that those who orchestrated this great evil were redeemed by infinite sums of money from the enemies, and they often recount as a great miracle that afterward all that ill-gotten money was found to be worthless and utterly useless. As for who were the ministers of such a detestable crime, there were likewise various opinions, but I have not discovered anything for certain. Whoever they are, they should know that they will one day receive due rewards for their deeds, unless the merciful Lord graciously forgives those who make worthy amends. Thus, as we mentioned before, our forces returned without glory. Damascus rejoiced at their departure, for their fear had weighed upon them. But for us, on the contrary, the harp was turned into mourning, and we became a song for our enemies all day long. Job 30:31. The aforementioned kings, having returned to the kingdom and once again convening a council of nobles, attempted, but in vain, to undertake some action by which they could leave a commendable memory for posterity. There were some who suggested laying siege to Ascalon, which was still held by the infidel people, and was situated almost in the middle of the kingdom, and to which all necessary supplies could be easily brought. They said it would be easy and straightforward to restore it to Christian worship, but after many such words like the aforementioned plan, it suffered an abortion, and while it was still being initiated, it was cut off. For the Lord, in his anger, seemed to thwart all their efforts. Chapter 8. Book 17. Emperor Conrad returns home while the King of France remains in Syria. Seeing, therefore, that the Lord had withdrawn his favor from him, and that his affairs in the kingdom were not progressing, Lord Conrad the Emperor prepared a ship, and having obtained permission, returned to his own realm. Upon his arrival, he died within a few years at Bamberg, where he was magnificently buried in the great church. He was a pious and merciful man, notable in appearance, distinguished by nobility, possessing perfect military experience, and commendable in life and manners in every way, whose memory is blessed. His successor in the empire was Lord Frederick, the illustrious Duke of Swabia, who had been an inseparable companion on the same pilgrimage, a young man of renowned character, the nephew from his elder brother, whom we mentioned earlier. He now vigorously and successfully administers the Roman Empire. Meanwhile, the King of France, after spending a year with us, returned home around the time of the vernal equinox, having celebrated Easter in Jerusalem along with his wife and his nobles. Upon his return, remembering the injuries his wife had inflicted upon him during the journey and throughout the pilgrimage, he solemnly celebrated a divorce in the presence of the bishops of his kingdom, separating from his wife by raising the issue of consanguinity. Without delay, Henry, Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou, married her before he returned to his own Aquitaine, which was his paternal inheritance. Immediately after marrying her, he succeeded to the throne of England upon the death of Lord Stephen, King of the English, who died without male heirs. The King of France, more fortunate in his second marriage, took as his wife Mary, the daughter of the Emperor of Spain, a virgin pleasing to God, commendable for her morals and holy conduct. Chapter 9. Book 17. Nur ad-Din enters the territory of Antioch. Prince Raymond confronts him. They battle. Prince Raymond is killed. From that day, the condition of the Eastern Latins began to clearly deteriorate. Our enemies saw the greatest of our princes and kings, who seemed to be the strongest foundations of the Christian people, and they mocked their fruitless labors, their ineffective efforts, their weakened strength, and their shattered glory. The very names that once struck fear into our enemies were now disregarded without harm. This emboldened them to such presumption and audacity that they no longer feared our strength nor hesitated to attack us with their usual ferocity. Thus, immediately after the departure of both kings, Nur ad-Din, the son of Zengi, whom we mentioned earlier, gathered an immense force of Turks from all over the east and began to ravage the regions around Antioch more aggressively than usual. Seeing that the land of the Latins was deprived of the support of its princes, he also laid siege to the castle called Nephin. When this became fully known to Lord Raymond, Prince of Antioch, being a bold and impetuous man who was not guided by the counsel of others in such matters, he imprudently hastened to those parts with a few men, without waiting for the company of his knights, whom he had ordered to be summoned. He found Nur ad-Din still persisting in the siege around the aforementioned fortress. Hearing of the prince's arrival, Nur ad-Din, fearing that he might bring larger forces with him, was afraid to wait and engage with him. He withdrew from the siege, retreating to a safe place, and eagerly sought to learn through frequent messengers what kind of support the prince had brought with him, and whether greater reinforcements were approaching. The prince, however, elated by his present success and, as usual, presuming more than was reasonable, began to act more recklessly, although he had nearby strongholds where he could have kept himself and his men safe and brought them back unharmed. He preferred to trust the open fields, deeming it unworthy to appear to have retreated even temporarily out of fear of him, and chose instead to expose himself to the enemy's ambushes. That night, seeing that no greater forces had joined the prince, Nur ad-Din hoped to easily overcome those he had brought with him. He surrounded the prince's company, arranging his troops in a circle, and besieged them like a city. When morning came, the prince, seeing the multitude of enemies and beginning to doubt his own strength, though too late, nevertheless arranged his battle lines and organized his troops as if he were about to engage the enemy in close combat. In the ensuing battle, those who were with him, unable to withstand the enemy's numbers, turned to flight, leaving the prince with a few men. The prince, however, being magnanimous and singularly valiant in arms, fought bravely. Exhausted and spent from the slaughter he had inflicted in the midst of the enemy, he was pierced by swords and perished. His head and right arm were severed from his body, and his mutilated corpse was left among the other slain. Among others, a great and powerful man fell there, Lord Reynold of Mares, who was mourned perpetually by his region, and to whom the Count of Edessa had given his daughter in marriage. Several other noblemen also fell, whose names we do not hold. Lord Raymond was a magnanimous man, highly experienced in military affairs, exceedingly formidable to his enemies, yet not very fortunate. Many of his deeds, which he performed strenuously and magnificently during his principality, deserve special treatment. However, as we hasten to pursue common matters, we cannot dwell on each of these events or commit them to writing. He was killed in the year of the Lord's incarnation, 1148, in the 13th year of his principality, on the 27th day of June, on the feast day of the holy apostles Peter and Paul, between the city of Apamea and the town of Rugia in the place called Fons Moratus. His body, recognized by certain marks and scars, was found among the other deceased bodies brought to Antioch, and solemnly buried in the vestibule of the Church of the Prince of the Apostles among his predecessors. Chapter 10, Book 17. Nur ad-Din governs the entire region at his discretion. The king hastens there to provide aid. The Sultan of Iconium enters the land of the Count of Edessa. Nur ad-Din, seeking to enhance his glory and as a sign of victory, and to be believed the greatest persecutor of paganism, sent the head and right hand, which he had ordered to be severed from the body of the aforementioned man, to the greatest prince and monarch of the Saracens, namely the Caliph of Baghdad, and to other Turkish satraps established throughout the East. Deprived of the support of such a great leader, the region of Antioch gave itself over to lamentation. Unable to restrain its weeping, and indicating its grief with frequent sighs, recalling the noble deeds of the valiant man with mournful and tearful voices. The news of his death saddened not only the neighboring peoples, but also spread far and wide, leading both the great and the small into bitterness of spirit, and consuming them with deep sorrow. Meanwhile, Nur ed-Din, the greatest persecutor of the Christian faith and name, following in his father's footsteps, seeing that the prince of the region and the greater part of his strong men had fallen in battle, and that the entire province lay subject to his will, immediately sent his forces to hostilely encircle the entire region. Passing near Antioch and setting everything on fire, he ascended to the monastery of St. Simeon, situated in the high mountains between Antioch and the sea, exercising his own authority there and managing everything with unrestricted power. From there he descended to the sea, which he had never seen before, and in a sign that he had reached the sea as a victor, he bathed in it before his men. Returning from there, he passed by and occupied the fortress of Herring, scarcely 10 miles from Antioch, fortifying it with arms, soldiers, and provisions, so that it could withstand a siege of many days. And the land was humbled before him, for the Lord had delivered into his hands the strength of the military and the prince of the region, and there was no helper, nor anyone who could bring protection against the impending dangers. The administration of the state and principality was left solely to the prince's wife, Constance, with her 2 sons and as many daughters, still minors. Nor was there anyone to fulfill the prince's duties and lift the people's spirits at that time. However, Lord Amory, the patriarch of the same city, a wise and very wealthy man, valiantly offered himself as a protector to the afflicted region, and to gather military forces he provided funds generously, contrary to his usual practice. Meeting the needs of the time, meanwhile, the king of Jerusalem, hearing of the dangers in those parts and learning of the prince's death, was greatly disturbed in mind. He quickly summoned his army and hastened to the region of Antioch to bring aid to his oppressed brothers, offering consolation with his presence to those who were despairing and disheartened. Gathering military forces, both from his own men, whom he had brought with him, and from the entire region, he invited them to resist. And so that they might learn to breathe again with renewed courage, he besieged the fortress of Herring, which we mentioned earlier as newly captured. But after several days, making no progress because it was well fortified, he returned to Antioch with the task unfinished. The Sultan of Iconium, also hearing of the prince's death, descended into Syria with a large force, capturing many cities and several fortresses, and besieged Turbasol, although the count was inside with his wife and children. Meanwhile, the king sent Humphrey the constable with 60 knights to defend Hassart, lest it be seized by the Turks. Finally, the count, having given the sultan all the captives he held from his region and the arms of 12 knights, made peace, and with the sultan departing, he was freed from the siege. On the same day, he came to Hassart, and from there he hastened to Antioch to thank the Lord King for the kindness he had shown him. After seeing the king and receiving permission from him, he returned to his own lands with the small company he had brought, the king meanwhile taking care of the distressed region of Antioch and staying there for a while. Having arranged matters as best as the place and time allowed, and with some tranquility restored, returned to his kingdom, called back by domestic concerns. Chapter 11. Book 17. The Count of Edessa is captured by enemies after the king's departure from Antioch, where he dies ignominiously. Meanwhile, the Count of Edessa, Jocelyn the Younger, a man lacking in virtue and degenerate from the honor of his homeland, indulging in filth and dissolved in lust, scorned better things and pursued destructive ones. He thought himself fortunate because the prince of Antioch, whom he pursued with insatiable hatred, had died. He paid little heed to the saying, "Your own affairs are at stake when your neighbor's house is on fire," while he was, as it is said, summoned by the Lord Patriarch to Antioch and set out by night, he became separated from his company. With only a young man who led his horse, he sought, as it is said, to relieve himself and attend to nature's private needs. Unbeknownst to those who went ahead or followed, he was captured by robbers lying in ambush. Taken in chains, he was brought to Aleppo. There, reaping the fruits of his unclean ways, He was worn down by the squalor of prison and the weight of chains, consumed by the constant distress of body and spirit, and ended his life in a miserable manner. When daylight returned, those in his company, completely unaware of what had happened to him, anxiously searched for their missing lord. Seeing that their search was in vain, they returned and reported what had occurred to them. Once again, the entire land was filled with astonishment and dismay. Although they had not known how to sympathize with the misfortunes of their neighbors, now, oppressed by personal dangers, they learned through this experience how to empathize with the sufferings of others. Finally, after several days, through the report of some who had learned the truth, they discovered that he was detained in chains at Aleppo. His wife, a modest, sober, and God-fearing woman, the kind God loves, remained with their young son and 2 daughters. As much as she could, with the counsel of the surviving nobles, she strove to govern the people and to fortify the region's defenses against enemies with arms, men, and supplies, exceeding the strength expected of a woman. Thus, due to our sins, both regions, deprived of better counsel and barely sustaining themselves, were governed under female rule. Chapter 12, Book 17. The king and the princes of the kingdom rebuild Gaza near Ascalon. While these events were unfolding in the region around Antioch, divine mercy soon visited the kingdom, lifting it from the dust and the deep abasement in which it seemed to lie due to frequent misfortunes. The king and the other leaders of the Jerusalem region, returning to their senses, decided to more tightly restrain the fierce enemies of Ascalon and curb their dangerous attacks. They proposed to rebuild the ancient city of Gaza, located 10 miles south of Ascalon, which had been destroyed and was devoid of inhabitants. Their aim was to ensure that, just as they had surrounded Ascalon with fortresses from the north and east, there would also be a threat from the south. This would allow for continuous assaults and frequent ambushes from that direction. On the appointed day, the entire populace gathered at the designated location as if they were one person. United in purpose, they eagerly set about rebuilding the city. Gaza had been an ancient city, one of the 5 cities of the Philistines, renowned for its buildings. Despite its ruins, there were many grand remnants of its ancient nobility and its churches, large houses, marble, and great stones, as well as numerous cisterns and wells of living water. The city was situated on a slightly elevated hill, encompassing a large and expansive area within its walls. Realizing that it would not be feasible, nor would their current resources suffice to restore the entire city, they occupied part of the hill. They laid foundations to a suitable height and constructed a notable work with walls and towers, completing it successfully in a short time with the Lord's help. Once finished and fully completed, they entrusted it by common counsel to the Knights Templar to guard and possess perpetually along with the entire adjacent region. These knights, being strong and valiant in arms, have faithfully and wisely maintained their charge to this day. They have vigorously harassed the aforementioned city with frequent, both covert and open attacks. Those who once roamed freely, wreaking havoc throughout the region and instilling fear in our people, now consider it a great fortune if they are allowed to live within their walls and enjoy peace, obtained temporarily through prayers or payment. The fortress was not only useful against the city it was built to harm, but once that city was subdued, it served as a significant defense for the kingdom's southern border against the Egyptians. Around the beginning of spring, after the king and the patriarch had completed part of the inner fortifications and left the Templar brothers, to whom it was entrusted, they returned to Jerusalem. It happened that the Egyptian reinforcements, which customarily came 3 or 4 times a year to restore the strength of the Ascalites, arrived in great numbers before the aforementioned town. The townspeople, gathered inside out of fear of the enemy, launched hostile assaults with great persistence. However, seeing that they were making no progress after spending several days in siege, they departed for Ascalon. From that day on, with their strength diminished and their ability to cause harm curtailed, they began to cease troubling the surrounding region. Moreover, the Egyptian army, which had frequently provided support to the beleaguered city, as we mentioned, now only dared to approach by sea, fearing the ambushes and suspecting the military presence of the aforementioned fortress. Chapter 13, Book 17. Serious conflicts arise between the king and his mother, and the king is crowned without her knowledge. During this time, while the affairs of the Eastern Kingdom were proceeding quite successfully and enjoying a semblance of peace, though less so, since the county of Edessa had been lost to us and had fallen into the power of our enemies, and the region of Antioch was frequently troubled by enemy ambushes. The enemy, who is accustomed to sow discord and envy our prosperity, attempted to disturb our peace by inciting internal sedition. The cause and origin of this danger were as follows. Lady Queen Melisande, of blessed memory and pious in the Lord, after the death of her husband, as we have previously mentioned, was left with 2 sons still under age. She assumed the care and administration of the kingdom, which was rightfully hers by inheritance, acting as the legitimate guardian of her sons. With the council of the region's princes, she had administered the kingdom vigorously and faithfully, surpassing the strength and spirit expected of a woman up to that day. Even after her eldest son, Lord Baldwin, whose deeds we are currently recording, was elevated to the throne, he greatly favored her and rightfully submitted to her authority. Among those whose advice and assistance she relied upon, she had a particularly close relationship with a nobleman, her cousin, named Manassas. Upon his arrival in the kingdom, she entrusted him with the entire care of the military and appointed him constable. However, presuming upon the queen's favor, he became excessively arrogant, as it is said, and insolently placed himself above the kingdom's nobles, showing due reverence to none. This incited great envy among the region's nobility, and if not for the queen's authority restraining them, they were ready to act on their conceived hatred. Manassas had also married the widow of Lord Balian the Elder, a noble matron named Hugh, the mother of Baldwin Balian of Ramla, which increased his wealth and multiplied his possessions. Among those who pursued Manassas with hatred, the king himself was foremost in both feeling and action, claiming that Manassas deprived him of his mother's favor and hindered her generosity. The king had many instigators in this matter, who fueled the fires of hatred, as the power and oppressive rule of the aforementioned man were intolerable to them. They urged the king to remove his mother from power, arguing that he had reached adulthood and it was unworthy for him to be governed by a woman's will, and that he should assume some responsibility for managing his own kingdom. Relying on this advice and similar counsel, the king planned to be solemnly crowned in Jerusalem on Easter Day. When the patriarch and wise men who cherished the kingdom's peace earnestly requested that he include his mother in this honor, he deferred to the advice of those mentioned earlier and decided not to have her as a partner on the day he had planned. The following day, without summoning his mother, he suddenly appeared in public crowned. Chapter 14, Book 17. The son and mother divide the kingdom. The king violently enters Jerusalem and besieges his mother in the Tower of David. Finally, peace and tranquility are restored. After the solemnity had passed, a council of nobles was convened, with Ivo of Soissons and Walter, the Castellan of St. Aldemar, present. The king approached his mother and urgently demanded that she divide the kingdom with him, insisting on being assigned his portion of the ancestral inheritance. After many deliberations on both sides, the inheritance was divided, and the Lord King was given the choice. He took the regions of Tyre and Acre with their maritime cities and dependencies, leaving Jerusalem and Nablus with their dependencies to the Lady Queen. Thus, they were separated from each other, with the people hoping that this arrangement made for the sake of peace would be tolerated, and that each would be content with their allotted portion during this time. The Lord King appointed a noble and magnificent man, Lord Humphrey of Toron, who had large and extensive possessions in Phoenicia, in the mountains adjacent to the metropolis of Tyre, as his constable, entrusting him with the care of his military forces. Yet, even so, the queen's persecutors did not rest. The fire, which had lain hidden in the ashes, rekindled with greater strength and much more danger than before, fueled by trivial causes. For the king, influenced by the same advisers to whom he had previously listened, began to trouble his mother again, intending to claim for himself the portion of the kingdom that had been obtained by mutual consent, excluding his mother entirely. Realizing this, The queen entrusted Nablus to some of her loyal followers to care for it, and withdrew to Jerusalem. Meanwhile, the king gathered as many troops as he could and besieged Manasseh in one of his castles, named Mirabel, compelling him to surrender and renounce the kingdom and all the region beyond the sea. After taking Nablus, he pursued his mother to Jerusalem. Some of those who held possessions within her domain, forgetting their oaths and loyalty, deserted the Lady Queen. However, a few remained loyal, maintaining their integrity, namely Amalric, Count of Jaffa, her very young son, Philip of Naples, Rohard the Elder, and a few others whose names we do not know. Hearing that her son was approaching with an army, the queen withdrew with her household and loyal followers into the citadel, trusting in its fortifications. The Lord Patriarch Fulcher, of blessed memory, seeing the perilous times and the days of trial approaching, wished to intervene and seek peace. Accompanied by religious men and God-fearing clergy, he went to meet the Lord King, urging him to abandon his wrongful intentions and to allow his mother to enjoy her portion in peace. When he saw that his counsel was not heeded, he returned to the city, detesting the king's decision. The king, persisting in his plan, set up camp before the city. Eventually, as the citizens sought to avoid royal wrath and open the gates, he entered with his forces. Immediately, he besieged the citadel where his mother had taken refuge, setting up machines to attack it. He surrounded it with a siege, continuously harassing the besieged with ballistae, bows, and siege engines, denying them any respite. The besieged, resisting with all their might, tried to repel force with force, and as the attackers sought to assault them from outside, they did not hesitate to return injuries and inflict equal damage on the enemy. Finally, after several days of dangerous conflict on both sides, with the king making little progress in storming the citadel and unwilling to abandon his plan, certain mediators of peace and grace intervened. The Lady Queen, content with the city of Nablus and its territories, resigned Jerusalem, the capital of the kingdom, to the Lord King. Oaths were sworn by the Lord King that he would not disturb her over this possession in the future. Thus, as they returned to mutual favor, like the morning star shining in the midst of the clouds, tranquility was restored to the kingdom and the church. Chapter 15, Book 17. The Sultan of Iconium invades the county of Edessa again. The king hastens there with all speed. It was reported to the king of Jerusalem, and confirmed by reliable sources, that the Count of Edessa had been captured in such a miserable fate, and that the entire region, lacking the care of a defender, lay open to the enemy's ambushes. The whole province, like the regions of Antioch, was left under female governance and demanded his attention. Taking with him Humphrey the constable and Guy of Beirut, for among those who were in the portion of the queen, although he had summoned them individually, he could obtain none, he reached the region of Tripoli. There he took the count and his knights and swiftly arrived at Antioch. It was publicly said, and indeed it was true, that the most powerful Turkish prince, the Sultan of Iconium, had descended into those parts with an innumerable cavalry, and had occupied almost the entire region bordering his territory. The inhabitants of the places, unable to resist or withstand the might of his armies, had surrendered all the cities and towns to him, obtaining from him safe and free passage with their wives and children, and a safe conduct to Turbessel. This place, being more fortified and having more inhabitants, where the Lord Count also had a permanent residence, still seemed to be in peace. While he had thus occupied the entire region, except for a few garrisons, he was compelled to return home by greater concerns calling him back. Nevertheless, the labor of the provincials was not diminished, nor was their anxiety lessened. For Nur ad-Din, the most troublesome persecutor of our people, and most powerful prince of the Turks, harassed the entire region with almost continuous raids, so that outside the garrisons no one dared to appear ill. Thus, caught between two millstones, that wretched people were incessantly ground down, and they were oppressed beyond their strength by two mighty princes, the power of either of whom they could scarcely endure. Chapter 16, Book 17. The Byzantine emperor sends an army to Antioch, demands the county of Edessa be surrendered. His demand is granted. Castles are handed over to the Greeks. The king leads the Latins away. Meanwhile, the Byzantine emperor, upon hearing of the desolation in those regions, sent one of his princes with immense resources and a considerable military force to the aforementioned areas. He offered the countess and her children an annual income of a certain amount, sufficient for their honorable sustenance in perpetuity, in exchange for the region being handed over to him, should she agree to surrender the fortresses she still held to his authority. Confidently promising, relying on the vastness of his wealth, he assured that he could keep the region safe from Turkish incursions and easily restore what had been lost to his empire if the province were surrendered to him. When the king arrived in Antioch and learned the reason for the imperial envoy's arrival, with the envoys themselves revealing their mission, a disagreement arose among the region's leaders. Some argued that the situation had not yet reached such a critical point that this action was necessary, while others insisted it was essential to act before the land was entirely handed over to the enemy. Amid these deliberations, the king realized that the region, in its current state, could not endure for long. His own responsibilities to his kingdom did not allow him to remain there for an extended period, nor did he have the strength to manage two provinces separated by a 15-day journey. Seeing that the province of Antioch, which lay between them, had been without a prince's support for many years, he decided that, under the given conditions, the remaining towns should be handed over to the Greeks. Although he did not have much confidence that the Greeks could maintain the province in its current state, he preferred that they face the consequences of possession rather than be blamed for the downfall of a struggling people and failing land. With agreements made on both sides according to the stated conditions, and with the consent of the countess and her children, a harmonious agreement was reached. A day was set for the king to descend into those parts with all his forces, to place the emperor's men in possession, and to surrender all the towns to them. On the appointed day, the king, as agreed, took with him the Count of Tripoli, and both his own and the leading men of Antioch, leading the Greeks with him into the land of the Count of Edessa, reaching Terbessel. There, taking the countess with her children and all others, both Latins and Armenians of both sexes who wished to leave, he assigned the region to the Greeks. The towns still held by our people were Terbessel, Hamtab, Rawandel, Rankulat, Baal, Samosata, and perhaps some others. With all these surrendered to Greek control, he prepared to depart with the entire population wishing to leave, along with their animals, and numerous belongings, for each intended to leave, with their entire household and possessions. He hastened to lead them out with the large number of non-combatants, and the considerable amount of baggage, aiming to ensure their safe departure. Chapter 17. Book 17. Nur ad-Din confronts the king, attempts to block his exit. The king, though with difficulty, returns to Antioch. Nur ad-Din expels the Greeks and occupies the entire region. Hearing that the king had entered to lead the people out, and that having completely despaired of preserving the region, they had surrendered the towns to the Greeks, who were effeminate and weak, Nur ad-Din, emboldened by our fear, gathered forces from all the surrounding regions and hastened to those parts. He wished to confront the king and the people, who were doubtful of their own strength and burdened with many encumbrances, thinking it would be to his advantage if he could meet them. It happened that, as the king had barely led that helpless multitude to the city of Tulupa, which was scarcely 5 or 6 miles from Terbessel, Nur ad-Din had filled the entire region with his legions. There was a nearby fortress named Hamtab, through which their path would lead. Our forces, wishing to hasten there, saw the danger looming and arranged their battle lines, preparing as if they were about to engage the enemy. The enemy, with their ranks drawn up, eagerly awaited our arrival, confident of victory. However, contrary to their expectations, our army, with the Lord's mercy guiding them, reached the aforementioned town unharmed. There, the entire night was granted for rest to the weary men and beasts. A council of nobles was convened to deliberate on the journey for the following day. Some of the magnates requested that the aforementioned fortress be given to them, believing that with the Lord's help, they could defend the place against Turkish incursions with their own strength. One of these was Humphrey of Toron, a magnificent man and the king's constable. The other was a noble and powerful man from the principality of Antioch, namely Robert of Saratovo. But the king, seeing that neither had the strength or power sufficient for the task, dismissed their words as useless and adhered to his agreements. He handed the town over to the Greeks and ordered the people to prepare for the journey. It was a sight to see noblemen and renowned matrons with young maidens and small children, leaving their native soil, ancestral homes, and familiar region with sobs and tearful sighs, entering into exile among another people with weeping and lamentation. There was no heart so hardened that it would not be moved by the tears and cries of the migrating people. When daylight returned, they packed their belongings and resumed their journey. Suddenly, on both sides, the enemy's ranks, with their forces joined, advanced, ready to attack our company from every side. Our forces, seeing the enemy's ranks and their overwhelming numbers, formed their battle lines from the 500 knights they had, and assigned marching order. They ordered the king to lead, to set the pace for the infantry, while the Count of Tripoli and Humphrey, the king's constable, were commanded to guard the rear, to withstand the enemy's assaults with the stronger and larger forces of knights, and to protect the common people from their violence. The magnates of Antioch were placed on the right and left, so that the multitude in the middle would not lack the strength of the armed knights surrounding them. Thus, in this order, our forces marched the entire day until sunset, enduring intolerable harassment, frequent assaults, constant fighting, and continuous skirmishes. The number of arrows shot into the army was so great that all the baggage seemed bristling with arrows like a hedgehog. Moreover, the dust, the heat typical of August, and the severe thirst exhausted the people beyond their strength. Finally, as the sun began to set, the Turks, having no provisions with them and having lost some of their nobles, gave the signal to retreat and ceased pursuing us, amazed at our incomparable persistence and endurance, while Humphrey the constable pursued the retreating enemy with his bow. A little distant from the company, a soldier from the enemy's ranks approached him, laying down his arms and clasping his hands alternately at his side as a sign of respect. This man was a domestic and familiar of a very powerful Turkish prince who was bound to the constable by a fraternal bond and was very loyal to him. He had been sent by the prince to greet him with his words and to inform him about the state of the enemy's army. He reported that Nur ad-Din intended to hasten his return to his own lands that night, as all provisions had completely run out in his camp and they could no longer pursue us. Thus, with the enemy retreating, the constable returned to the camp and shared the news with the king. As night approached, the entire populace camped at a place called Joha. In the following days, the people were led without harassment through the forest called Maris, and to places under our control, and the king returned to Antioch. Seeing that the land of the count was deprived of Latin support, and relying on the weakness of the Greeks to whom it had been entrusted, Nur ad-Din began to burden it with frequent adequately withstand. Finally, sending in large forces and besieging the towns, he violently expelled the Greeks and occupied the entire region within a year. Thus the most prosperous province, rich in streams, forests, and pastures, with fertile soil and abundant in all conveniences, where 500 knights had sufficient benefices, fell into the hands of the enemy due to our sins, and has remained outside our jurisdiction to this day. Consequently, 3 archbishops of the Antiochene Church in those parts were lost. The archbishops of Edessa, Hierapolis, and Choraces. Their churches are still held by infidelity and pagan superstition, though unwillingly. Chapter 18, Book 17. The king advises the princess to marry one of the nobles to govern the region, but his efforts fail. The king then goes to Tripoli, planning to return home. Meanwhile, King Baldwin of Jerusalem was deeply concerned about the city of Antioch and its surrounding diocese. He feared that without the support of a prince, it might fall into the hands of the enemy, just as the land of the count, which we mentioned earlier, had done, bringing further confusion and intolerable loss to the Christian people. Seeing that he could not stay there longer due to the demands of his kingdom calling him back, he frequently advised the princess to choose one of the noblemen to marry, whose counsel and leadership could govern the principality. At that time there were renowned and noble men in the region who followed the king's camp. Among them was Lord Ivo of Nesle, Count of Soissons, a magnificent, wise, and discreet man with great authority in the kingdom of France. There was also Walter of Falkenberg, castellan of St. Omer, who later became Lord of Tiberias, a prudent man of exceptional courtesy, wise in counsel, and valiant in arms. Additionally, there was Lord Ralph of Merle, a man of great nobility, skilled in arms and notable for his wisdom. Any of these men seemed well suited to manage the region. However, the princess, fearing the bonds of marriage and preferring a free and unencumbered life, paid little attention to what was beneficial for the people, being more concerned with fulfilling the desires of the flesh. Understanding her intentions, the king convened a general council at Tripoli with the nobles of both the kingdom and the principality. He invited the patriarch of Antioch with his suffragans, the princess with her nobles, and his mother, Queen Melisande, along with the kingdom's nobles who followed her. After a thorough discussion of public affairs, the matter of the princess was addressed. Yet neither the king nor the count, her relatives, nor the queen, nor the countess of Tripoli, both her aunts, could persuade her to take action for herself and the region in this regard. It was said that the patriarch also advised her, as he was a shrewd and cunning man, eager to rule the entire land more freely, and he was believed to encourage her in this error. When they could make no progress in this matter, the council was dissolved, and everyone returned to their own affairs. Chapter 19, Book 17. The king and his mother meet in Tripoli to reconcile the count with his wife, but they do not succeed. The count is killed by assassins at the city gate. In those days there was a marital discord between the Lord Count and his wife, the sister of Queen Melisande. To resolve this discord and to see her niece, the princess, Lady Melisande, had come. However, she did not make much progress in mending the relationship, so she decided to take her sister back with her. Both women had already left the city of Tripoli. The count had accompanied the departing princess for a while, and after taking leave of her, he returned shortly thereafter. As he was entering the city gate, fearing no misfortune, he was attacked by the swords of the assassins between the wall and the outer fortification, and died miserably. Alongside him fell the renowned and noble man, Lord Ralph of Merle, whom we mentioned earlier, along with one of his knights. Both had joined the count by chance on this journey. Meanwhile, the king, unaware of all this, was playing dice in the city, engaged in recreation. The entire city was thrown into turmoil upon hearing of the count's murder. The people rushed to arms, striking down anyone they found who was foreign in language or appearance, believing them to be the assassins responsible for the crime, and indiscriminately inflicted death upon them. Meanwhile, the king, roused by the sudden clamor and learning of the count's death, was deeply saddened and greatly disturbed in mind, unable to hold back tears and sighs. He immediately ordered his mother and aunt to be recalled. When they returned, after much lamentation and abundant weeping, the body was given a burial with due magnificence, as commanded by the Lord King. All the nobles of those parts pledged their loyalty to the Lady Countess and her children. The Lord Count had a son named Raymond, who was barely 12 years old, and a daughter named Melisande, younger than her brother. With these matters thus settled, the king returned to his kingdom with his mother and his nobles. Chapter 20. Book 17. A great multitude of Turks comes to Jerusalem to occupy it, but our forces go out and defeat them with great valor. Not long after a certain interval of time, some noble Turkish satraps, powerful men of great renown among their people, known as the Hierarchin, whose inheritance was said to be the holy city before it was liberated by the Christians, were urged by their mother, who reproached them for their cowardice in allowing themselves to be exiled from their ancestral inheritance for so long. They gathered an immense multitude of Turks and proposed to come to Jerusalem to claim it as their rightful inheritance. Therefore, taking with them a vast number of military forces, they followed the continuous exhortations of their aged mother and set out on their intended journey, if the Lord would permit it. Arriving at Damascus, they paused there for a while to replenish their armies and restore their strength. Despite the Damascenes' attempts to dissuade them from their foolish plan, they did not relent. Instead, they resumed their journey, confident in their purpose, and set out towards Jerusalem. Finally, crossing the Jordan with all their troops, they ascended the mountains where the aforementioned city is situated and positioned themselves on the Mount of Olives, which overlooks the city. From there they could freely gaze upon all the holy places, especially the temple of the Lord, which they held in the highest reverence, and the entire city. Those who remained in the city, seeing this, since the majority of the region's military forces had gathered at Nablus, feared that the multitude of arriving enemies would converge upon them, as the city was without wall. They invoked heavenly aid, seized their weapons, and eagerly rushed out to confront the enemy, burning with the desire to engage them in battle. The road descending from Jerusalem to Jericho and then to the Jordan is very uneven, perilous with rocky places and frequent precipices, so much so that even those who fear nothing and have free passage find it troublesome to ascend or descend. Entering this road, as our forces pressed them fiercely, the enemy fled in disorder. The narrow and precipitous places offered no escape, and many perished without the sword, falling headlong. Those who followed the flatter paths and attempted to flee were nonetheless struck down by our swords, fatally wounded and cast into death. Their horses, exhausted by the long journey and the difficulty of the terrain, could not endure the harshness of the roads and refused to serve their riders who, now on foot, burdened with armor and unaccustomed to labor, were slaughtered by our pursuing swords like sheep. Thus, such a great slaughter of both horses and men occurred, due to these circumstances, that the passage was obstructed by the multitude of the slain, hindering the pursuit of those who had gone ahead. Our forces, however, pursued them all the more eagerly, spurning the spoils and avoiding plunder, pressing the slaughter more fiercely, considering it the greatest profit to be stained with the blood of the enemy. Those who had gathered at Nablus, knowing that the aforementioned enemies had entered our territory, went out together and rushed to the banks of the Jordan to intercept and prevent them from crossing. There they found those who had escaped the pursuit unawares and attacked them from the side, stabbing them. Thus the hand of the Lord was upon them that day, so that, as it is written, "What the locust left, the caterpillar has eaten." Joel 1:4. For those who seemed to have evaded pursuit by the swiftness of their horses or some cunning were cut down by the swords of those attacking from the side. Those who had gone ahead of the ranks and entered the Jordan, unaware of the fords, were swept away by the swelling waters and drowned in the river. Thus, those who had ascended in great numbers, relying on their mighty spirit and cavalry, were reduced to a small number, clothed in confusion and shame, and returned to their own lands. It is said that about 5,000 of them were slain that day. This occurred in the year of our Lord 1152, on the 23rd of November, in the 9th year of the reign of King Baldwin IV. Our forces, laden with the spoils of the enemy and taking abundant trophies, returned to Jerusalem to offer solemn sacrifices of praise to the Lord. Chapter 21, Book 17. The king and the leaders of the kingdom marched to Ascalon to devastate the orchards around the city, but then decide to lay siege to the city after the victory granted to us by divine intervention. Our spirits were lifted with good hope, and with the Lord guiding their hearts, they unanimously decided, after consulting both the greater and lesser nobles, to harm their enemies who were nearby and often caused us great danger. Namely, the people of Ascalon. It seemed most expedient at the time to attempt to destroy the orchards adjacent to the city, which provided much benefit to the citizens and at least partially damaged the insolent enemies. According to this plan, all the forces of the kingdom gathered unanimously in strength before the aforementioned city, believing it sufficient if they could carry out their plan. However, as our forces stood before the city, divine mercy miraculously appeared, unexpectedly inspiring them to greater actions. For once our troops were positioned before the city. Such great fear seized the citizens that they all retreated inside the city in haste. Not a single one was found who would come out to meet our forces. Taking advantage of the fact that they seemed so terrified and guided by divine grace, they decided to surround the city with a siege. Messengers were sent throughout the kingdom, summoning those who had remained at home, instructing them not to delay in joining on the appointed day, revealing the plan that God had inspired in them. Those who were called came together joyfully, and without delay, joining those who had gone before them, setting up camp with the others around the city. To ensure the firmness of their undertaking and to leave no room for doubt about their perseverance in the plan, They bound themselves to each other with oaths, swearing not to desist from the siege until the city was captured. Thus, with the forces of the entire kingdom summoned and the people gathering unanimously, the Lord King and the Lord Patriarch, along with other secular and ecclesiastical leaders of the kingdom, carrying with them the life-giving and venerable sign of the Lord's cross, camped before the aforementioned city under favorable auspices on the 25th of January. Among the prelates of the churches present were Lord Fulcher, Patriarch of Jerusalem, Lord Peter, Archbishop of Tyre, Lord Baldwin, Archbishop of Caesarea, Lord Robert, Archbishop of Nazareth, Lord Frederick, Bishop of Acre, and Lord Gerald, Bishop of Bethlehem. There were also several abbots, including Bernard of Tremolay, Master of the Knights Templar, and Raymond, Master of the Hospital. Among the lay leaders were Hugh of Ibelin, Philip of Naples, Humphrey of Toron, Simon of Tiberias, Gerard of Sidon, Guy of Beirut, Maurice of Montferrat, Reynold of Chatillon, and Gauder of St. Aldemar, the latter two serving as mercenaries for the king. With the tents arranged in a circle and the leaders assigned to appropriate and suitable quarters, they diligently and faithfully applied themselves to the task at hand, devoting the necessary care to such a great labor with devotion and prudence.